The Eastern Electricity Highway Interconnector, popularly referred to as the Ethiopia-Kenya Interconnector, is a hydro-powered 500 kV high-voltage direct current bipolar transmission line that connects two countries and comes with many firsts. For starters, the 1,045 km line that runs from Walaita Sodo in Ethiopia to Suswa in Kenya is the longest in East and Central Africa, with the Kenyan section covering 7 counties, namely Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Nakuru, and Kajiado. It had 1,650 project-affected persons. This bipolar line has the capacity to carry 2,000 megawatts of electricity in either direction, with its capacity being almost equal to the national peak demand of about 2,035 megawatts. The Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line comes with yet another first. It is set to be the region's first 500 kV HVDC line and the country's first direct current line, as all the installed lines are alternating current in nature. This will essentially allow for smooth transfer of power between the two different grid systems of Kenya and Ethiopia, effectively reinforcing the stability and economy of each grid. This project is part of Kenya's vision of ensuring energy security at all times. The Ethiopia-Kenya project will facilitate cross-border power trade and will play a significant role in providing reliable and affordable energy to the East African power pool and eventually to the Southern Africa power pool. The project is financed jointly by the government of Kenya and development partners that include the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French Development Bank. The project has been developed by a consortium of contractors comprising KEC, Larsen & Toubro, Kalpataru Power Transmission, all from India, and Germany-based Siemens, with Tractebel as the consultants.
Without power, the country will not develop. Anything in our country today, name it manufacturing, IT, even in schools. The enabler of all these facilities, even in hospitals, is power.
Ethiopia-Kenya Interconnector, popularly known as Eastern Electricity Highway Project. This is one of the leading interconnection projects by KETRACO that we are implementing for purposes of facilitating regional power trade. This project comprises of 3 components, actually 4 components. We have the transmission lines, which are divided into 3. We have a converter station, and the project is 500 high voltage direct current, known as HVDC, with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts of power. Ethiopia-Kenya will facilitate regional power trade. It will facilitate power exchange, and of course we also have opportunities around regional integration because the countries around the East African power pool and also the South African power pool are going to be facilitated through this interconnector. The project is costing around 50.6 billion Kenya shillings, and there are 4 main financiers. First one being the World Bank, that is basically financing the converter station. The second is African Development Bank. We have the French Development Agency, and of course the government of Kenya for purposes of whale acquisition. What GOK does is provide counterpart funding.
When it comes to the routing of the line, the major things we normally consider when you're routing up the line actually include the population. We try to ensure that we minimize the impact.
And the country's first direct current line, as all the installed lines are alternating current in nature. This will essentially allow for smooth transfer of power between the two different grid systems of Kenya and Ethiopia, effectively reinforcing the stability and economy of each grid. This project is part of Kenya's vision of ensuring energy security at all times. The Ethiopia-Kenya project will facilitate cross-border power trade and will play a significant role in providing reliable and affordable energy to the East African power pool and eventually to the Southern Africa power pool. The project is financed jointly by the Government of Kenya and development partners that include the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French Development Bank. The project has been developed by a consortium of contractors comprising KEC, Larsen & Toubro, Kalpataru Power Transmission, all from India, and Germany-based Siemens, with Tractebel as the consultants.
Without power, the country will not develop. Anything in our country today, name it manufacturing, IT, even in schools, the enabler of all these facilities, even in hospitals, is power.
Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector, popularly known as Eastern Electricity Highway Project. This is one of the leading interconnection projects by KETRACO that we are implementing for purposes of facilitating regional power trade. This project comprises of 3 components, actually 4 components. We have the transmission lines, which are divided into 3. We have a converter station, and the project is 500 high voltage direct current, known as HVDC, with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts of power. Ethiopia-Kenya will facilitate regional power trade. It will facilitate power exchange. And of course, we also have opportunities around regional integration because the countries around the East African power pool and also the South African power pool are going to be facilitated through this interconnector. The project is costing around 50.6 billion Kenya shillings, and there are 4 main financiers. First one being the World Bank, that is basically financing the converter station. The second is African Development Bank. We have the French Development Agency, and of course the government of Kenya for purposes of value acquisition. What GOK does is provide counterpart funding.
When it comes to the routing of the line, the major things we normally...
Thank you very much for attending KETRACO's 3rd annual conference with our theme, Enhancing Efficiency, Effectiveness in Development and Operations of Electricity Transmission Infrastructure in Africa. Asanteni sana for making it early this morning. Thank you for braving the weather. Thank you for very much being on time. Stay focused, stay engaged. We have an exciting program that is ahead of us, and we are looking forward to an exciting day that is upcoming. Without further ado, and at this point, I would want to invite Engineer Justin Muna, a seasoned electrical engineer and part of KETRACO's Research and Development Committee, to open for us with a word of prayer. Engineer Muna, karibu sana. Let's all be upstanding for the word of prayer. And immediately after the prayer, we shall remain standing for the Kenya National Anthem and the East Africa National Anthem. Asanteni.
I request we bow down for a word of prayer. Let's pray together. Everlasting Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for gathering us here today. Thank you for this great opportunity for us to get together and discuss matters research towards transmission. We thank you because of the planning that has taken place. You've been with the planning team and everything has been going on well, and that's why this day has been realized. We want to thank you for everything. Even as we commit the day into your hands, it's our prayer that, Lord, you guide us. Every discussion we commit into your hands. Every session, may you guide us and help us, Lord. We thank you for every participant today. Thank you, Lord God Almighty, for you're going to help us in our discussions, in our presentations, and the resolutions thereafter, dear Father. We appreciate your goodness, even as we commit the day into your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Let us remain upstanding. we shall sing the first stanza of the Kenya National Anthem in Swahili and the East Africa National Anthem. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu pamoja na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Uilinde muia Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu. Thank you. We may have our seats. At this particular point, I'd like to invite Mr. Simon Mwaniki. He's the Safety and Security Manager here at the Radisson Blu Hotel. He'll give us just within 1 minute safety and security brief as you welcome us here. You have a nice, very good hotel, and thank you for hosting us. Karibu.
Welcome, sir. Good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. My name is Simon. I'm from Security Department, and I'm glad that you are in this place today. I want to give you a brief of our safety and security. One, we have already centralized our security and main gate. So please do not help that somebody because they may turn out to be a conman. In case of any help, ask our banqueting service people and even our security personnel. Paul is allowed within the corridor. In case of any emergency, our assembly point is at the exit point, at the exit gate. And our secondary assembly point, we recommend our guests that to be taken to nearby hotel, which is Crown Plaza Hotel. In case there is a big event in our hotel, which is an emergency, we normally evacuate our people to the nearby hotel, which is our secondary assembly point. Thank you very much, and have a productive day.
Let's give Bwana Simon a round of applause. Asante sana. Those are very detailed safety and security requirements and regulations. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Albert Gates, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, once said, "Research is to see what everybody else has seen, but what nobody else has thought." Let that simmer for a moment. Research is to see what everybody else has seen, but what nobody else has thought. Ladies and gentlemen, today, are we ready to spark conversations about research? Are we ready? Yes. By a show of hands, how many have attended our previous research conferences? By a show of hands. Thank you. A big crowd. Thank you. For street kids, ladies and gentlemen. And when he's free, he's found mentoring the kids out there. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us opening remarks, please welcome Dr. Njogu Kimando. Asanteni, a round of applause. You lose that. Sorry, let me just get this out of there.
Thank you, David. I'm here to welcome all the participants and our guest, the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Major General Retired Dr. Gordon Kiharango, CBS, the KETRACO's Board Chairman, Brigadier Retired David Gaida, EBS, KETRACO's Board of Directors, KETRACO Acting Managing Director Engineer CPA Anthony Wamukota, OGW, Managing Directors and CEOs of various organizations, researchers and presenters, management and staff, invited guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It is my great pleasure for me to welcome you all to KETRACO's third annual Electricity Transmission Research Conference. We gather once again exactly 1 year after the second conference. Under the auspices of this conference sponsored by KETRACO, with an objective of invoking policy discussions to inform policy pronouncement, efficiency and effectiveness can be achieved. In order to promote and appreciate the role of research and development in fostering innovations, the company in this new financial year, 2022-2023, that's beginning today, is embarking on development of the innovation policy. This policy will be crucial in blending research and development with innovation, hence promoting development of innovative ideas and perhaps products that positively influences the company's operations. Within the financial year 2021-2022, I am pleased to report in this forum that the company has excelled in taking research and development agenda at the national level. To this effect, the company has been intentional and passionate in mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation in accordance with the performance contract for the last financial year. This activity has been under the guidance of the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, NACOSTI, and indeed, under my Directorate of Research, Strategy, and Compliance, we have succeeded in submitting the company's science, technology, innovation strategy, which will guide the mainstreaming of science, technology, and innovation for the next 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this reiterates the company's intentional effort in nurturing the research and development culture in the company. Today's research conference theme is on enhancing efficiency and effectiveness in development and operation of electricity transmission infrastructure in Kenya. From the research and development standpoint, this is crucial in that the theme provokes research papers on how well the company could address the possible inefficiencies that could emanate from electricity transmission infrastructure development and operation process. And it is for this reason that this year's theme is very topical given the witnessed development in the sector. Therefore, the papers lined up in today's conference are indicated to this year's theme. Further, today we will be having a presentation on research and development journey and roadmap for the company, just to appreciate where the company currently stands and future plans in for so far as research is concerned. I therefore request you to be attentive to today's presentation and participate in shaping the papers presented for further revision and improvement. With these remarks, I wish to cordially invite you to this year's conference, research conference. Asanteni and God bless you all. With your permission, Bwana PS, allow me to recognize the research team that is behind today's conference. Wherever you are, kindly stand up. Thank you. Let's give them a proud of applause of. Yeah, that is the team behind today's this annual conference. And with that, it is my pleasure now to invite our acting MD to give his opening remarks. Karibu Bwana Wamukota.
Our chief guest, Principal Secretary, Minister of Energy, Major General Retired Dr. Gordon Kihalangwa, CBS, KETRACO's Board Chairperson, Brigadier Retired David Ngaira, EBS, KETRACO Board of Directors present, my colleagues, Managing Directors and CEOs of various organizations present, researchers and presenters, my colleagues in management and staff of KETRACO, invited guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to KETRACO's third annual research conference. The conference is an annual event by the company that seeks to invoke policy discussions to inform policy pronouncement insofar as issues around electricity transmission are concerned. The conference is as a result of our recognition that there is need to develop and expand knowledge in our field and the need for business re-engineering, innovations, and introducing new products, processes, and services. It is an acceptance that research and development plays a critical role in the innovation process, and as an organization, we have mainstreamed this in our management philosophy and policies. First, let me emphasize why research is important. One is the role of research and development. It is undisputed that research and development plays a critical role in the innovation process of any organization. KETRACO recognizes the role of R&D in developing innovations and business engineering aimed at creating a world-class electricity transmission infrastructure that is available, stable, and safe. Through R&D, KETRACO seeks to position itself strategically in changing operational environment insofar as energy sector is concerned. KETRACO continues to work with other players in the energy sector to ensure that electricity and the value chain is stable, reliable, safe, and efficient. Our chief guest, all these attributes start all the way from planning, execution of projects, commissioning, and operation and maintenance. And these research conferences wouldn't have come at any later time. Energy remains a key enabler in achieving Kenya Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Hence, R&D activities will act as a catalyst in accelerating the achievement of the two development policy initiatives, justifying the underpinning of today's research conference. 2, research and development at KETRACO. The company has made milestones in developing R&D policy, establishing actualization of R&D unit. Currently, the company has signed MOUs with some institutions of higher learning, and we are expecting to sign more with other research organizations in order to enhance linkage between the company and the academia. To promote R&D culture, the company has intentionally purposed to be organizing annual research conferences like the one we have today to offer a platform for presentation of prepared research papers to invoke policy discussion around electricity transmission matters and related energy issues at large. 3, KETRACO Annual Research Conference 2022, where we are today. In line with the company's R&D policy, this year's research conference is guided by the theme entitled Enhancing Efficiency, Effectiveness in Development and Operation of Electricity Transmission Infrastructure in Kenya. The theme is aligned to the company's mission, which is to provide reliable, efficient, and effective electricity transmission and promote power trade for sustainable socio-economic development. Chief guest, when we say power trade, you are aware the role KETRACO is playing in developing transmission interconnectors in the East African region, in the East African power pool. We'll soon be completing the connection of Ethiopia to Kenya, and by the end of the year, we will have connected Kenya to Tanzania. For the last 15 years, the company has been in existence, the country has seen unprecedented growth in the transmission lines coverage, approximately 4,126 kilometers of circuit length, just in less than 10 years. This accounts for 52% of the total transmission network since independence. This indeed is a remarkable achievement by the company. We are proud of it. Given the changing dynamics in designing, building, operating, and maintenance of transmission infrastructure, research on such dynamics is key to inform solutions to possible challenges currently faced in electricity transmission, thus fostering efficiency and effectiveness for supply of electricity or of reliable electricity. KETRACO projects in the last decade have seen new technologies introduced in the market for the first time, such as 400 kV lines, and by the end of the year, we'll be energizing our lines at 400 kV. Currently, they are operating at 220 kV. Then 400 HVDC, that is high voltage direct current, such as the one I've talked about, Kenya-Ethiopia line, and converter stations. We are also the first to deploy an e-procurement solution via SAP Ariba Public Cloud in the East and Central African region. Even as we work to deliver the first Geographical Information System, GIS, platform called the Integrated Location Intelligence System, ILIS, to automate and enhance wayleave management operations. This is an end-to-end enterprise system that will assist in mapping out assets during construction and operation and maintenance stages. We are also exploring the possibility of moving towards digital substations. Honorable PS, these are substations which are not manned as such. They are automated, that use fiber for communications between the yards and panel, thereby avoiding use of vandalism-prone and expensive copper cabling. We will endeavor to be at technology's cutting edge, but we also wish to domesticate and adapt for local use some of the technologies that are available to us. We can only do this if we adopt R&D as an integral part of our philosophy. 4, this year's conference has papers lined up for presentation in line with the theme, each paper to be presented as a different policy implication, although in line with the theme. A general scan on the papers, I've seen a paper on electricity planning, touching on how to optimize transmission and generation planning. Of course, these have to be coordinated. The paper will provoke discussions on how to plan investment in transmission and generation concurrently to optimize on the possible benefits. Another paper focuses on the optimizing electricity transmission by taking a keen look at active and reactive power. Don't worry, those are technical terms. The paper is more in provoking discussions on enhancing efficiency in discussion by showing how to increase transmission of active power and reduce reactive power transmission. Finally, I take this opportunity to sincerely welcome you all in this year's research conference. I do believe that you will find the deliberations of this conference interesting. In addition, I take this opportunity to encourage you to fully engage in the conference by objectively critiquing the papers presented as well as commenting them, since this is the only way we can all enrich these papers. Further, I do hope that the papers presented will be published in KETRACO's working paper series and reputable journals in future. I can see from the participants herein today future authors of research papers for our subsequent research conferences. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to encourage you to be all on the lookout for our next call for conference papers, as we will be looking forward to you to respond to future calls for research proposals. And I believe that this will go a long way in enabling KETRACO achieve its core mandate in delivering reliable, efficient, accessible, and sustainable electricity. Sandeni sana, and God bless you. I'll now take this opportunity to introduce my colleagues, CEOs present, and then I will invite the chairman of the Board of Directors, KETRACO. We have Engineer Jared Odhieno, CEO and Managing Director, HVDC. We have Rebecca Miano, Managing Director, CEO, KenGen. I think, Chairman, you'll have the honor to introduce your colleagues. Welcome.
The Principal Secretary, Minister of Energy, Major General, retired Dr. Gordon Kialangwa, KETRACO Board of Directors, KETRACO's Acting Managing Director, Engineer Anthony Wamukota, Managing Directors and CEOs of various organizations who are here, research and presenters, management and staff, invited guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And let me start by saying it is my great honor and pleasure this morning to be in attendance of this remarkable annual event by KETRACO. Indeed, it's imminent that today's event is a culmination of enormous collective effort that has been ongoing following the need to develop and expand knowledge in the electricity transmission field. Over the last decades, Kenya has witnessed development in energy sector than never before. Among the key achievements is the rapid expansion in the country's electricity. Allow me to remove my mask, I forgot. In the country's electricity transmission network, which approximately stands at 7,884.14 kilometers of circuit length, equivalent to approximately 2,722 kilometers of route length of the country's, or out of the country's electricity transmission network of 7,884.14 kilometers circuit length, KETRACO alone amounts to for 4,126.6 kilometers, as mentioned by the acting managing director, which translates to 52.3. This signifies the crucial achievement the company has attained so far in promoting the national agenda of enhancing access to electricity. Further, I wish to emphasize and re-emphasize on the company's achievement insofar as development of the 400 kV and 500 kV, as also mentioned by the acting managing director of KETRACO, the first of this kind in the region, a concern which has placed the country as the regional leader in electricity transmission matters. With this development, therefore, it is evident that there is a great need for innovations for electricity subsector and energy sector in general to be aligned with the new developments. In addition, is the argument for the case of business reengineering to steer the company towards delivering a world-class grid. These arguments offer the ground that underpin the need for research and development in the company. It is for this reason that KETRACO has set up the Research and Development Division, R&D, to enable the company steer the research and development agenda in its operations. This has culminated into the development of research and development policy to guide on the undertaking of R&D activities in the company. It is because of these company efforts that we are here today to witness some of the research works as guided by the research theme for this year. I wish to thank KETRACO's senior management for this commendable effort. As we take pride in the company's achievements on completed projects and transmission infrastructure, we need to be the fact that effectiveness and efficiency is key in the way to develop and operate infrastructure. In our operations, we are confident that the company is on course towards achieving its vision of being a world-class electricity transmission company and the leading interconnector in Africa. As we hold this third annual research conference on electricity transmission, I wish to challenge the company to take keen reference to the world-leading electricity transmission utilities, and we see what we can learn, perhaps domesticate in the quest of enhancing efficiency of our transmission grid. I say this because, as we are all aware, improving efficiency is a continuing process, and in undergoing such a process, it's good to compare with your peers in the global arena. I therefore do believe that the research papers to be presented here today, or today's conference, and the deliberations arising from the participants herein, all will be crucial in shaping the company's pursuit towards enhancing efficiency and effectiveness in development and operation of electricity transmission infrastructure in Kenya. What I'm saying is whatever products that will be presented here as regards research will not be, as we step out after having a cocktail or lunch or a wash down. Wash down is to quench your thirst. There you then decide to say the conference is over. A culture that we have developed in Kenya. We have very good research, products or papers, but when it comes to implementation, to implement, that one is a different thing, or is history. When you have a wash down, some of you might even forget this, your folders here. And that is why the Asian tigers will come and pick them and to enhance their development agenda. They have done it before. And they were way back behind Kenya in terms of development. And therefore, what we normally do, we try to cover ourselves that this will be implemented by 2030. Not knowing 2030 is just 8 years away. If we want to continue with that culture, then you need to adjust now the 2030 to 2060. I think you'll be safe. But let's change this culture. Let's not waste our time here with these research papers, but let's do something. Around 2013, I had a workshop here in Nairobi, and somebody was giving us a paper on the LAPSET project. And I was seated next to a Rwandese who told me, I wish Kenya can just give us a piece of land at Port of Mombasa, size of maybe Isenya Substation, and then create a corridor all the way from that port to Rwanda. The rest is history. To the landlocked country. I don't know, the corridor can be the size of the transmission line, like from Ethiopia to Ethiopia, Kenya. The width is what? 60 meters. And that is history. They will put a highway, they will put an SGR, they will put a pipeline, oil pipeline, and the rest is history. That is what, and you know, when they get such a papers, they carry them and they discuss with the government and they implement. So that is the way to go. That's the way to go. With those few remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberation in today's research conference. Thank you all. I would like to introduce my board of directors who are here. Director Sanjay Gandhi. Director Elizabeth Kimkung. Who else is here? Director Thomas Karungu. And Director Joseph Karioki. I hope I've not forgotten anybody else here. The rest have given their apologies. Thank you very much, and let me take this opportunity to invite our PS to make his remarks and formally open this conference officially. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The chair of KETRACO Board of Directors, the directors of Board of KETRACO, the managing director of KETRACO, Amkota, the MDs and CEOs of the energy sector who are present here today, the participants who have come to this one-day conference on transmission. I stand before you to open this conference. Speakers who have spoken before me, they've talked about the essence of transmission and why research is therefore very important. Let me start by saying research is not one of the areas that developing countries have done well. And for that matter, not adequate funds are availed for it, whether it's in the institutions of higher learning, whether it is in companies. That has really not been taken very seriously. And for that matter, we continue to lag behind. For us, therefore, to have a conference that is going to remind us the importance of research and development, it needs to be really appreciated. KETRACO, as a saga within the Ministry of Energy, plays a very key role. You've been told, I think the Act of 2019 clearly spelled out that there are two responsibilities the KETRACO as a company is going to take. One, it is going to be the ISO operator. Second, it is going to manage all the transmission lines. So the total number they have of over 4,000, they are taking over the 3,200 that are with KPLC, giving them a total number of close to about 8,000. And to assume that kind of responsibility demands that they have to up their game. Some of the transmission lines they are inheriting are equally old because they were done the time we got independent. Then they have got the new transmission. It's not possible for the country to probably dominate the entire country with transmission line because it's very expensive. And for that matter, that's why we've got the mini grids with us. So KETRACO have a task ahead of them. When you look at the transmission line, they are not only lines. One, those lines are traversing in people's land. That's why we've got the issue of the way lifts. But two, there are pylons, which, due to some reasons, I would say, maybe people love money, most of the parts of the towers are stolen, so that people can take the metal for smelting. And secondly, there are also the power stations, some of them very modern. A combination of all those entities demands that officers must be equipped with adequate knowledge. And that can only be done if officers are trained. There is a comparison made with countries that have done very well. My previous employer made me travel the world a lot. I think in this country, our transmission lines are too huge. I have not understood. I've been to the States, I've been to part of Europe, I've been to India. What makes it? Is it a climatical condition that makes us have those very huge pylon towers? And they have cost implication. This is some of the research that we need to do. What happens when also citizens decide to want to stay under the pylons or the towers? Are there health reasons that needs to be explained? We are doing a line 610 kilometers from Ethiopia all the way. And the strange thing is, when the construction was done, they decided to put their conductors, which are made of glass. And what is happening is that the Samburus are having a field day. What they are doing is that they are doing the flings so that they are able to hit on those glasses. When they come down making noise, it excites them. Now we are going to use close to about 400 million to actually repair, 400 million to repair the damage that has actually been done. Was that put in mind? Is that the only conductor that we could have used? Now these are some of the very pertinent questions we are asking ourselves. Now we are actually ending up with very modern substations, high-tech, that they will require very few people to man. Are we having the competence? Are we really ensuring that we have got young people who are not guys who are in their 50s? So when the courses come, these are the ones who are going out there for subsistence instead of investing in young people. So I'm saying I don't hate old people, but can we invest in the young generation so that they can actually be able to do a number of years? Those are some of the things that we really need to do. So KETRACO, you are cut for this job, and you really have to do it, because it can come with challenges if we don't really address a number of issues. We have a number of projects in KETRACO that are not completed, and they are affecting. Because you see, you're talking about you being in the middle, the generation, and that's why we've got MD GDC here, we've got Kengen MD, because they are the generators. And then the far end, we have got now the distributors. So you are now the ones who are doing the transmission. How well are you doing it? When this transmission, sometimes I know you have got modern transmission because you are only about 15 years old. But some of the transmission lines that have been done, even with KPLC, some of them have been done in such a manner that they don't meet the threshold. When the wind blows those wire conductors, they end up, and for that matter, you end up with outages. How are we going to ensure that we actually become the leaders in this transmission? I think it is therefore very important that for KETRACO then to want to ensure that they have got a very elaborate research and development department, or directory for that matter. One, you've got to identify who are these people who are really going to lead research. Number two, who is out there that are so renowned that you will actually be able to see that you and say these are areas that we need to research on. So you need also to have a conversation on that angle so that you can actually be able to improve. You have indicated the areas that you are going to really deliberate on. But where do we stand with energy power in this country? I think you are all aware. One, our energy mix is, of course, we have got the hydros. We're getting over 800 megawatts. We've also got the geothermal, which is also over 900 megawatts. And they more or less form part of our base. We have got the wind, of course, the biggest being Loyangalani, that is Lake Turkana, doing close to about 310 megawatts. We've got the Kipeto, and of course, the Ngong. So they contribute over close to about 400. Then we've got the solar. Of course, the biggest plant being in Garissa. Then we've got Malindi Solar, doing 40 megawatts. We've got Selenkei and Sedate in Eldred, and Alten is just about to come. Then we've got the biomass. That then gives us a total of close to about 2,955 megawatts. The highest peak ever recorded, which is about one and a half months ago, is about 2,055. Our lowest peak is an average of 1,500 megawatts. Sometimes we want to ask ourselves, so what happens? Are we having enough power or excess power? It's relative. Because again, if you look at the issue of the outages, if you look at the issue of losses, which stands at about 23%, definitely, if that was optimized, then you will find that we really don't have enough. In fact, we require close to about every year 200 megawatts for us to, every year, that's what we require. So that's where we stand in terms of our energy. We are very happy to say that when it comes to renewable energy in this country, we are at a good place. Over 80%. But I can say we utilize close to about 70. But we also have got our own challenges because of the high tariffs. A good number of our projects take an average of 10 years to fruition. So for that matter, the costs, our average tariff in most of the thermos is 12 megawatts, 12 cents. If you go to other countries like Morocco, it's 1.5 cents. If you go to United Arab Emirates, it's about 2 cents. So it will also be very good for KETRACO as our transmitter to ensure that we don't end up with high tariffs as a result of them not optimally really getting the best transmission line, because they'll definitely contribute towards the reduction of the tariff. KETRACO is purely a government institution. So one may not say, okay, we don't care much because it's not a private company. But you can see that if we don't address that, it definitely now end up affecting everybody. And we've said, one, energy is about security. Energy is about development. And energy is supposed to ensure that the citizen does not feel pain. So for that matter, it will be very important for us to address this holistically. The generation on the other side, they will address certain issues towards ensuring that whatever will be at the end of it will not affect the tariff. The transmitter has also got to do the same. And of course the distributor, such that you end up with good transformers, you end up with good meters, and these are now areas. So when you look at it, there are so many, and I'm happy. I just attended 2 days ago the research conference for IPRA, and they are addressing quite a number of things. So I think this is a policy that the Cabinet Secretary might be able to issue, such that some of the areas you are going to research on must actually be decided by when the entire energy sector is together, so that we are able to target in particular areas, because at the end of the day, we affect each other. But research is very important. You need to make sure that there is adequate funding. You need collaborators. There is so much to be done in terms of research. I believe measures have been taken in place to ensure that most of the things we are doing are cost effective. We are also addressing the issue of vandalism, and that's why the creation of the energy police was done, and we have seen that bringing some of those vandalism, and generally also just to make sure that the citizens understand. You know, citizens are supposed to be very noble people, civilized people, and that's why you see the Greeks, in their own way, when they actually described people, they did it in three categories. They, of course, the idiots, and then, of course, the natives, and then, of course, they also addressed the citizens. So I believe all of us who are here, are citizens. People are noble, who are progressive, who know where they want to go. And that is why then it will be very important for communication to go out there, for people to begin to respect the transmissions line. I think that is exactly. So to the KETRACO board and management, as you assume the responsibility of taking over the system operator, as you take the responsibility of now being in charge of all the transmission line, one is how reliable is our transmission line. Transmission line will sometimes go wrong. Something will go wrong. But how you react to it, how you respond, how you on M react to it is what is important. So then research must be done in that area. And then you now address the issue of the way lives. Because remember, this is a democratic country, and a good number of land belongs to individuals. And then we have got the community land. When you decide to traverse into a community land, how are you benefiting them in one way or the other? Those are some of the things that I really would want. So I really, without much ado, I want first of all to thank all of you for finding time out of your busy schedule to be with the KETRACO so that you are able to listen to this presentation. They'll be looking forward towards your contributions so that those papers are enriched. And then, secondly, of course, what do you do with those papers? And I think the chair has said, this is one country that is gifted with really good minds. Good paper is good, but what you do with it is what matters. We want to believe that those papers will be utilized to actually improve KETRACO so that really, as it aims at being the excellent transmitter on the continent, and also to compare very favorably with the globally, the countries that have developed. Today, when you talk about Embraer, is something that is actually being manufactured in Brazil. If you see what India is doing, they are between the developing and the developed. And I believe they spend quite a bit of time, money on research. With those few remarks, I want to wish you well, good deliberations, and I then officially declare this conference officially open. God bless you.
Thank you very much for all the speakers who have come here and given their opening remarks. That was very informative, very brilliant. We've learned a lot, and we want to appreciate everyone who has spoken right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing fantastic with time. At this particular moment, we are going to break for tea. But before that, I want to invite our chief guest, the chairman, our invited CEOs, CEO of KETRACO, and the board, and the members of KETRACO management for a photo session. It will be out through the foyer and over back to where the balcony is. So the lady, Modoni, please wave. We'll just follow her and go for a photo session. The members who are in these 3 reserved tables. Please, let's just first allow our guests to please rise to go for the photo session. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this team. So I think it's 10 o'clock now. We are going to take a 30-minute break, 30-minute tea break. We should be back here by 10:30 for more of our research conference. Let's break for tea, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana.
Consider when you're routing up the line actually include the population, we try to ensure that we minimize the impact of displacement as much as we can. We don't displace very important utilities. These include schools, they also include hospitals. This one actually also explains why we don't actually try to pass through populated or actually towns for that matter. In addition to that, we also ensure that we pass through relatively fine terrain for purposes of ease of construction. But where we can't, then of course maybe the contractor will have to find their own ways of actually doing it. But where we can afford, we will try.
Yes, once we realize that we are passing through community land, we actually use the Community Land Act Trust Land Act to effect the payment for compensation in lieu of. Marsabit County, most of the land is community-based. It's community land. So in the 242 kilometers that we passed through, we actually just did compensation in lieu of general damages. Meaning we had projects that we did. We first started with informing the county government. In that stage, then we were allowed to have meetings with the communities.
Okay, I don't know much if it was a winning strategy, but what happened is Ketraco and the team, the chairman and everybody else that was involved said they wanted to have a meeting.
Which we did. And then each and every location came up with their different projects. So then we, after they came up with their different projects, we got bids of quantities from the county government, and then we helped them. Out of the 242 kilometers that we affected, we managed to do 45 projects. And these spread from classrooms to dormitories to dining halls, water pans.
Wakati line ya Ketraco ilikuwa napita katika village fulani, wanakuwa compensated.
An array of all types of projects that the community needed. So even if we did not, one or two of them did not do as we had expected. Actually, when we did our mission the last time we were there, we were able to confirm that almost 90% of them utilized the funds properly.
Pia hawa wafugaji walipata kulipwa fidia ya nyumba zao ndogo ndogo ambazo zilikuwa kwenye laini ya stima, na walipata kufanyia kazi mzuri sana.
Na wamejengea manyumba, wengine hata wakasomesha watoto yao, wengine wakanunua mifugo. Saa hii kuna mama ambaye ako na nyumba ya blocks ambaye amejenga kutokana na hiyo faida ambayo amepata kutoka Ketraco.
Ketraco is a bigger partner in our school because the first 3 classes were built by them. It is through them that the Rendile children who are poor, who could not access a boarding education, were able to get an opportunity to brighten their future.
Sitakuwa nikitumia transport kwenda mpaka shule zingine. Alafu tena imemsaidia mzazi wangu juu school fees iko chini.
Distance ya kutoka hapa mpaka kwetu ni kama just 3 kilometers hivi.
Kama ungekuwa umefungua hapa, mimi ningeenda 21 kilometers. So ilinisaidia kwa sababu nakaa kwa mamangu, nakuja hapa tu kusoma nikirudi nyumbani jioni.
Kama si hao walikuja mtujengee ma classes, mtu kama mimi singeweza hata kuja shule. Ningepotelea tu kwa mtaani. Tumetoa madawa ningepotelea tu huko.
Previously we didn't have a permanent dormitory. We used to have classes, we were using classes, but currently they have a very good home and very spacious. So the kitchen has helped the school so much, and the students were actually eating under the trees, but currently they are under a roof that was built by Ketraco, because they used to have a lot of problems, especially when it is raining. So now we are very happy for the same. Ketraco has done a very good job.
Tulbi Girls High School is a new school which started through the initiative of Ketraco. Through the project, we had infrastructure. They built a classroom, they built a dormitory, and also provided the school with 2 plastic tanks which have 10,000 liters capacity each. The project will have a very great impact to this girl child.
With the help of local administration within the area and now the officials of the conservancies, we actually moved the line and everything moved on smoothly. We just passed through the conservancies, but ensuring that the mitigation measures to ensure we don't destroy as much as the vegetation as much as possible. In Marsabit, the conservancy was the main issue. In Samburu, there are no much issues. We passed through the conservancies. In Isiolo, it was not a major issue. In Laikipia, we also passed through some conservancies, but again, we had to agree on where the route of the line would pass.
I mean, when we started hearing about the Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line, then of course I knew that is a national project. It's a government project. It's a Vision 2030 project. And I knew this is not just for the country, which I would go all the way for, but I knew this is for Africa basically. But now as it stands, we haven't lost anything. So whatever we got from KETRACO was actually a token in good faith, and we actually thought that KETRACO did more to us than we actually did to KETRACO. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect wildlife movement. It doesn't affect grazing land at all. So it's got actually minimal impact on the ground. It's way above the tree lines. So I don't think it affects anything environmentally, other than maybe putting permanent structures below the power line, which happens all over the world. But any other thing it doesn't affect.
So within Nyandarua County, it was not a big issue other than Abadea's forest. But again, that one, because of the fast, or actually how big Abadea's forest is, we just have to pass through, took into account that will not clear the entire 60-meter wayleaf. Because of what? Because of obvious reasons, so that we don't actually destroy a lot of trees. So at least we took approximately 40 meters wayleaf, so that although we are acquiring 60, but at least trees were cut within the 40 meters. So just to ensure that we balance now the infrastructure and of course the forest.
The project is quite a major one. One of the biggest projects in the region, and it has a transmission line which is HVDC type, with a capacity of about 2,000 megawatts. It has a total length of about 614 from the border, kilometers from the border to Suswa, plus a 15-kilometer electrode line. You know, we have 2 DC lines, and each has a number of conductors. So if you do a multiplication with the number of bundles, we call them conductors per bundle, you can see it's quite big. So it will be 614 times the number of bundles, and do that mathematics, you realize it's quite heavy because each conductor side has 4 bundles. So far, we've been able to finish the entire project from the border all the way to Suswa. The HVDC transmission line is completed.
The HVDC line we are talking about is evacuating hydropower, which is much cheaper, and therefore if we inject it into our power mix, it will go a long way into reducing the cost of power in Kenya.
So in this project, Siemens has built 2 converter stations, one in Ethiopia at Sodo and another one here in Suswa in Kenya. The project at its peak is able to transfer power of 2000 megawatt, and power can be transferred bidirectional from Ethiopia to Kenya and Kenya to Ethiopia as well. HVDC scores in all aspects on technical considerations, including reliability, controllability of the system as compared to high voltage AC transmission systems, and most importantly on economic considerations such as terminal cost, transmission line cost and right of way, and also the capitalized losses when considered. It offers advantages over long distances, say more than 600 or 700 kilometers.
The first thing which is done is design of the route plan, which entails identifying areas where there are minimal impact on both the developments and also the environment. So once the route has been identified, then a survey is done to determine the route length and also the topography of the line. When the design is finally done, the size of towers are identified, where the towers will be constructed. And once all this is done, the design of the towers and fabrication is done from the factory and then imported to site. On site, Basically, the contractor does the foundation work, excavation, construction of the foundation, and once the foundation is complete, the next activity is basically tower erection. He does erection of the towers, putting up all the what is required for the tower to be complete. Once the tower erection is complete, the contractor actually does the fittings and starts the stringing activities. So after stringing, there's an inspection done just to make sure that everything is okay before energization. Once energized, the project is complete at that level.
One of the immediate benefits that Kenya expects here is regional integration will be enhanced. Of course, right now we have the economic trading blocks. East African community, of course, having the 5 or 6 member states. Countries like Congo, for example, that have a lot of hydropower, being able to export. We expect a lot of power exchange. We expect KETRACO and our counterparts, of course, to have enhanced revenues. And in terms of the member states within East and Central Africa, we expect enhanced regional cooperation and integration.
And KETRACO being the power transmission company, we contribute in providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, and evaluating power from generation plants, providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, evaluating power from generation plants, and provide link with the neighboring countries in order to facilitate power exchange and trade in East African region. We follow the strategic plan, our strategic plan, based on what is envisaged in Vision 2030.
Na wanashukuru watu wa KETRACO, na ni watu ambao wazuri walikuwa wanakuja direct kwa community, na ile community walikuwa kitu yote ambao wanahitaji wanapatiwa. Ni watu ambao walikuwa wazi na mambo yao ilikuwa inaenda vizuri sana, community walikuwa wanapenda hao.
The Eastern Electricity Highway Interconnector, popularly referred to as the Ethiopia-Kenya Interconnector, is a hydro-powered 500 kV high-voltage direct current bipolar transmission line that connects two countries and comes with many firsts. For starters, the 1,045 km line that runs from Wole to Sodo in Ethiopia to Suswa in Kenya is the longest in East and Central Africa, with the Kenyan section covering 7 counties, namely Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Nakuru, and Kajiado. It had 1,650 project-affected persons. This bipolar line has the capacity to carry 2,000 megawatts of electricity in either direction, with its capacity being almost equal to the national peak demand of about 2,035 megawatts. The Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line comes with yet another first. It is set to be the region's first 500 kV HVDC line, and the country's first direct current line, as all the installed lines are alternating current in nature. This will essentially allow for smooth transfer of power between the two different grid systems of Kenya and Ethiopia, effectively reinforcing the stability and economy of each grid. This project is part of Kenya's vision of ensuring energy security at all times. The Ethiopia-Kenya project will facilitate cross-border power trade and will play a significant role in providing reliable and affordable energy to the East African power pool and eventually to the Southern Africa power pool. The project is financed jointly by the Government of Kenya and development partners that include the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French Development Bank. The project has been developed by a consortium of contractors comprising KEC, Larsen & Toubro, Kalpataru Power Transmission, all from India, and Germany-based Siemens, with Tractebel as the consultants.
Without power, the country will not develop. Anything in our country today, name it manufacturing, IT, even in schools, the enabler of all these facilities, even in hospitals, is power.
Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector, popularly known as Eastern Electricity Highway Project. This is one of the leading interconnection projects by KETRACO that we are implementing for purposes of facilitating regional power trade. This project comprises of 3 components, actually 4 components. We have the transmission lines, which are divided into 3. We have a converter station, and the project is 500 high voltage direct current, known as HVDC, with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts of power. Ethiopia-Kenya will facilitate regional power trade. It will facilitate power exchange, and of course we also have opportunities around regional integration because the countries around the East African power pool and also the South African power pool are going to be facilitated through this interconnector. The project is costing around 50.6 billion Kenya shillings, and there are 4 main financiers. First one being the World Bank, that is basically financing the converter station. The second is African Development Bank. We have the French Development Agency, and of course the government of Kenya for purposes of wave acquisition. What GOK does is provides counterpart funding.
When it comes to the routing of the line, the major things we normally consider when you're routing up the line actually include the population. We try to ensure that we minimize the impact of displacement as much as we can. We don't displace very important utilities. These include schools, they also include hospitals. This one actually also explains why we don't actually try to pass through populated or actually towns for that matter. In addition to that, we also ensure that we pass through relatively fine terrain for purposes of ease of construction. But where we can't, then of course maybe the contractor will have to find their own ways of actually doing it. But where we can afford it, we will try.
Yes, once we realize that we are passing through community land, we actually use the Community Land Act Trust Land Act to effect the payment for compensation in lieu of. Marsabit County, most of the land is community-based, it's community land. So in the 242 kilometers that we passed through, we actually just did compensation in lieu of general damages. Meaning we had projects that we did. We first started with informing the county government. In that stage, then we were allowed to have meetings with the communities.
Okay, I don't know much if it was a winning strategy, but what happened is KETRACO and the team, the chairman and everybody else that was involved said they wanted to have a meeting.
Which we did. And then each and every location came up with their different projects. So then we, after they came up with their different projects, we got bids of quantities from the county government, and then we helped them. Out of the 242 kilometers that we affected, we managed to do 45 projects. And these spread from classrooms to dormitories to dining halls, water pans.
Wakati line ya KETRACO ilikuwa napita katika village fulani, wanakuwa compensated.
An array of all types of projects that the community needed. So even if we did not, one or two of them did not do as we had expected, Actually, when we did our mission the last time we were there, we were able to confirm that almost 90% of them utilize the funds properly.
Pia hawa wafugaji walipata kulipwa fidia ya nyumba zao ndogo ndogo ambazo zilikuwa kwenye laini ya stima, na walipata kufanyia kazi mzuri sana.
Na wamejengea manyumba, wengine hata wakasomesha watoto wao, wengine wakanunua mifugo. Saa hii kuna mama ambaye yako na nyumba ya blocks ambaye amejenga kutokana na hiyo faida ambayo amepata kutoka Ketraco.
Ketraco is a bigger partner in our school because the first 3 classes were built by them. It is through them that the Rendile children who are poor, who could not access a boarding education, were able to get an opportunity to brighten their future.
Sitakuwa nikitumia transport kwenda mpaka shule zingine. Alafu tena imemsaidia mzazi wangu juu school fees iko chini.
Distance ya kutoka hapa mpaka kwetu ni kama just 3 kilometers hivi.
Kama ungekuwa umefungua hapa, mimi ningeenda 21 kilometers. So ilinisaidia kwa sababu nakaa kwa mamangu, nakuja hapa tu kusoma nikirudi nyumbani jioni.
Kama si hao walikuja wametujengea maclasses, mtu kama mimi singeweza hata kuja shule. Ningepotelea tu kwa mtaani. Tumetoa madawa ningepotelea tu huko.
Previously we didn't have a permanent dormitory. We used to have classes, we were using classes, but currently they have a very good home and very spacious. So the kitchen has helped the school so much and the students. The students were actually eating under the trees, but currently they are under a roof that was built by Ketraco. Because they used to have a lot of problems, especially when it is raining. So now we are very happy for the same. Ketraco has done a very good job.
Tulbi Girls High School is a new school which started through the initiative of Ketraco. Through the project, we had infrastructure. They built a classroom, they built a dormitory, and also provided the school with 2 plastic tanks, which are of 10,000 liters capacity each. The project will have a very great impact to this girl child.
With the help of local administration within the area and now the officials of the conservancies, we actually moved the line and everything moved on smoothly. We just passed through the conservancies, but ensuring that the mitigation measures to ensure we don't destroy as much as the vegetation as much as possible. In Marsabit, the conservancy was the main issue. In Samburu, there are no much issues. We passed through the conservancies. In Isiolo, it was not a major issue. In Laikipia, we also passed through some conservancies, but again, we had to agree on where the route of the line would pass.
I mean, when we started hearing about the Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line, then of course I knew that is a national project. It's a government project. It's a Vision 2030 project. And I knew this is not just for the country, which I would go all the way for, but I knew this is for Africa basically. But now as it stands, we haven't lost anything. So whatever we got from Ketraco was actually a token in good faith, and we actually thought that Ketraco did more to us than we actually did to Ketraco. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect wildlife movement. It doesn't affect grazing land at all. So it's got actually minimal impact on the ground. It's way above the tree lines. So I don't think it affects anything environmentally, other than maybe putting permanent structures below the power line, which happens all over the world. But any other thing it doesn't affect.
So within Nyandarua County, it was not a big issue other than Abadea's forest. But again, that one, because of the past, or actually how big Abadea's forest is, we just had to pass through, took into account that will not clear the entire 60-meter wayleaf. Because of what? Because of obvious reasons, so that we don't actually destroy a lot of trees. So at least we took approximately 40 meters wayleaf, so that although we are acquiring 60, but at least trees were cut within the 40 meters. So just to ensure that we balance now the infrastructure and of course the forest.
The project is quite a major one of the biggest projects in the region, and it has a transmission line which is HVDC type, with a capacity of about 2,000 megawatts. It has a total length of about 614 from the border, kilometers from the border to Suswa, plus a 15-kilometer electrode line. You know, we have 2 DC lines, and each has a number of conductors. So if you do a multiplication with the number of bundles, we call them conductors per bundle, you can see it's quite big. So it will be 614 times the number of bundles, and do that mathematics, you realize it's quite heavy because each conductor side has 4 bundles. So far, we've been able to finish the entire project from the border all the way to Suswa. The HVDC transmission line is completed.
The HVDC line we are talking about is evacuating hydropower, which is much cheaper, and therefore if we inject it into our power mix, it will go a long way into reducing the cost of power in Kenya.
So in this project, Siemens has built 2 converter stations, one in Ethiopia at Sodo and another one here in Suswa in Kenya. The project at its peak is able to transfer power of 2000 megawatt, and power can be transferred bidirectional from Ethiopia to Kenya and Kenya to Ethiopia as well. HVDC scores in all aspects on technical considerations, including reliability, controllability of the system as compared to high voltage AC transmission systems, and most importantly on economic considerations such as terminal cost, transmission line cost and right of way, and also the capitalized losses when considered. It offers advantages over long distances, say more than 600 or 700 kilometers.
The first thing which is done is design of the route plan, which entails identifying areas where there are minimal impact on both the developments and also the environment. So once the route has been identified, then a survey is done to determine the route length and also the topography of the line. When the design is finally done, the size of towers are identified, where the towers will be constructed. And once all this is done, the design of the towers and fabrication is done from the factory and then imported to site. On site, basically the contractor does the foundation work, excavation, construction of the foundation, and once the foundation is complete, the next activity is basically tower erection. It does erection of the towers, putting up all what is required for the tower to be complete. Once the tower erection is complete, the contractor actually does the fittings and starts the stringing activities. So after stringing, there's an inspection done just to make sure that everything is okay before energization. Once energized, the project is complete at that level.
One of the immediate benefits that Kenya expects here is regional integration will be enhanced. Of course, right now we have the economic trading blocks. East African community, of course, having the 5 or 6 member states. Countries like Congo, for example, that have a lot of hydropower, being able to export the power through the regional interconnection. I also, as I've said, expect also the fiber component where we can connect to Ethiopia up to Djibouti, of course through the underground cable, undersea cable, and this will facilitate communication. I think in terms of the economics, we expect a lot of power exchange. We expect KETRACO and our counterparts, of course, to have enhanced revenues. And in terms of the member states within East and Central Africa, we expect enhanced regional cooperation and integration.
And KETRACO being the transmission power transmission company, we contribute in providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, and evaluating power from generation plants, providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, evaluating power from
generation plants and provide link with the neighboring countries in order to facilitate power exchange and trade in East and East African region. We follow the strategic plan, our strategic plan based on what is envisaged in Vision 2030.
Na wanashukuru watu wa KETRACO na ni watu ambao wazuri walikuwa wanakuja direct kwa community, na ile community walikuwa kitu yote ambao wanahitaji wanapatiwa. Ni watu ambao walikuwa wazi na mambo yao ilikuwa inaenda vizuri sana, community walikuwa wanapenda hao.
A couple of years ago, the country undertook a massive study of the future grid, especially the 400 kV grid that will run across the Republic of Kenya. And as the future blueprint was drawn, Isenya was identified as a critical location that would facilitate power transfer to major load centers locally coupled with international interconnections. KETRACO consequently invested in a 150-acre piece of land christened the Isenya complex that is situated 60 kilometers from Kenya's capital city Nairobi and 97 kilometers from the Kenya-Tanzania border of Namanga. It comprises 3 different substations positioned in close proximity to each other, but operating under different voltages, namely the 400 kV substation constructed by China Aerospace Company, the 220 kV substation erected by the Conco Group, and the 132 kV substation that was built by Sharma Power at a total cost of 7 billion. The key financiers of this project are World Bank, Exim Bank of China, Exim Bank of India and the European Investment Bank. Thus, Isenya substation is a very critical node.
Given that it acts like a connector for several sources of power, because we have geothermal coming to Isenya, we have wind coming to Isenya, we have solar coming into Isenya. So that is also a very key substation to our country, because whenever we lose one source of power, the other one is on standby and the country will not experience the blackouts which we've been experiencing.
Isenya comprises of different lines, incoming and outgoing lines. It comprises of the 400 kV lines, 220 kV lines and 132 kV lines, which are interconnected between the 3 levels of the voltages. So from the 400 kV substation, we have 2 main incoming lines, that is the Suswa 1 and Suswa 2, evacuating power from Suswa substation to Nairobi through Isenya.
Therefore making Isenya substation a part of the greater 400 kV metropolitan ring around Nairobi.
The Nairobi Ring project entailed the construction of the Isenya Suswa transmission line, which was 104 kilometers long, and it was a 400 kV transmission line, AC transmission line. Then it had 4 substations. That's Isenya substation, the 220 kV substation. Then we have the Athi River 220/66 kV substation. Then we have the Kimuka, which is in Ngong area, which is also a 220/66 kV substation. Then finally we have the Mala substation, which is similarly 220/66 kV. So the benefit of the Nairobi Ring was that it provides a ring which provides an alternative supply, electricity supply path to Nairobi and its environs. The benefit of having a ring is that it provides alternative electricity supply paths to a consumer. So in this case, the consumer would be Nairobi and its environs. So previously, before the Nairobi would be supplied through oil carrier Nairobi North and then into Dandora.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue with the program. If you are outside and you can hear me, please come in kindly. We are ready to continue with the program. So our next session is KETRACO's research journey and roadmap. This is a very important session because it gives us the journey, the history, and where we are going with research as a company. To take us through this session is Mr. Godfrey Kariuki. I'll give a short bio about Godfrey. Godfrey is a distinguished economist, business analyst, and a strategist with working experience in the power sector. He has a wealth of experience in strategy planning, strategy formulation and implementation, project planning, economic analysis, transmission, tariff formulation, investment appraisal, budgeting, research, and so forth. He has good experience in regional power trade frameworks and power connectors in East Africa. He's a certified PPP and a certified M&E professional. Mr. Kariuki holds a MA in economics and a Bachelor of Arts in economics and mathematics. He's a member of the Kenya Institute of Management and the International Association of Energy and Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, further to this, Mr. Kariuki is involved in church work and school development matters. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to join Mr. Godfrey Kariuki to come and give his presentation. A round of applause.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Directors and MD, good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'm going to give you a journey for KETRACO in research, what we have been able to do. I think this is like a recap of what we have been able to do for the last 3 years. We decided to do this so that before you get the papers, you also appreciate what we have done. So I'm just going to highlight the initiatives and the key achievements that we have been able to do, the outcome of the past conferences, and also focus now on the 3rd conference, which is today, and now what we are going to do, the roadmap for the next, in the medium term, and also conclude. I think my previous speakers have already highlighted the mandate of KETRACO. We do the high voltage, all the way from planning to operating, all the way up to the end, from 132 kV to 500 kV. So I will not belabor that. But what I want to emphasize is that for us to be able to effectively undertake our mandate, we are going to continuously improve service delivery through innovations, research and development. And that's why it is very important to emphasize the role of research and development in terms of fulfilling our mandates. So one of the key things that we realized is that we need a demand-driven research that will help us to look for solutions and challenges because over the 13 years that the company has been in operation, we have faced several challenges. And I was happy in the morning when the previous speakers were talking about how to achieve our mandate, how to look at the vision. If you are to be a first-class, world-class electricity transmission company, these challenges that we are facing, we need solutions. So that's why we decided research will help us in that. We are also looking at the customer and the industry market requirements, what is happening around us, and also responding to technology changes. Technology is changing very fast, and even now in the area of transmission, we need to take advantage of technology. And when we decided this, we noted it is very good to anchor research in our strategy and policy. So we have research as a key agenda in our strategic plan and also in our research policy. So the various objectives for undertaking research, we have several of them. I'll just mention a few of them. We wanted to streamline R&D in order to enhance business growth, problem solving, I've talked about that, and most importantly, to improve the service delivery, operational efficiency and effectiveness. I think even here the PS emphasized about efficiency and effectiveness. So we'll be talking about how to reduce, and you can see the theme, even the theme for today, we are still talking about efficiency. The other objectives are about guiding how we are going to undertake research, also facilitating, and also areas that we need engineering, modification. Another key area is knowledge management, because research is about developing new ideas, new technology, and we need to harness this knowledge and help us to move forward. So we are going to talk about knowledge management and also facilitate capacity building and resources mobilization. I think it was also coming up very clearly. We need to improve our capacity in terms of resources and even staffing, and also promotion of partnership, collaborations, because in research we can't work alone, and that's what we realized as a company. We need various players, including you people here, the stakeholders. That's why we are doing this as part of networking. And also, we also noted the need to promote innovation and research and culture in the organization. So very quickly, we have been able to do a policy. We have already established a research division in the company. We have a coordinating committee. We have signed MOUs with the public, the local universities, University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta, Kenyatta University, Strathmore, and recently we have signed with the Kenya School of Government, and we are also looking for more. We have been holding these conferences every year. We started in 2019. This is the third one. In the year 2020, we could not do it because of COVID pandemic. We have also formalized budget allocation for research. We have a budget line for that to make sure that we do the few activities, including holding like a conference like this one. And also internal surveys, we have been able to do that. And we are currently also mainstreaming STI as part of performance contracting. We held our first conference in 2019, and it was based on the efficiency and reliability in electricity transmission. I think this is very critical. Efficiency is about cost minimization, doing our activities very optimally, and also reliability. So we had several papers, and the papers that were presented, for those who can remember, there was a paper on bridging the gap between academia and industry. This one came out very clearly. We need that linkage. This is for knowledge and information. The second one was peeping into the future, the role of decentralization, how to harness the energy system. This one was also for energy, information and knowledge. There was another one focusing on the green energy. We talked about renewable energy, how to stabilize the system and the grid. In terms of, we are moving now to system operation and maintenance. So the efficiency and the stability of the grid is very important. There was another key, that one was reviewed for publication. Then there was another one on drone technology, how to make use of the drone. I've talked about technology and even the way things are moving. We are looking at how we can be able to harness drone technology in terms of operation at the development of transmission lines. There was also a paper on cost effectiveness in terms of funding our transmission lines. This one was reviewed for publication, but the one for drone technology is work in progress. Last year, we held the second conference. The theme was towards sustainable transformation. This now we are talking about transformation because we want to create impact and transform the lives of our citizens. So in order to do this, we had several papers, and four of them. The first one was the role of research, innovation, and promotion of sustainable energy. This is very good knowledge and information. Then there was the analysis of technical efficiency on well leaves. I think one of the challenges that we are facing is well leaf challenges, and we had a paper on how to do technical efficiency. That is work in progress. It was reviewed for publication. Then there was another paper on analysis in the power sector, how to effectively acquire well leaves, and this one was even focusing on a case study of the Suswa Isenya. This one was also reviewed for publication. Then there was another technical paper on stochastic and deterministic modeling. This one is for optimal planning and scheduling of maintenance. This is very critical in terms of O&M, the new function that we are undertaking, in terms of system monitoring, asset monitoring, and ensuring that stability. That one is also work in progress. It is one of the papers that we have. That is one of the work that we have under incubation, because this one also required more data. For you to be able to do good analysis, we required more data. We are still collecting the data so that we can be able to finish that paper. And more importantly, because those were the papers that were presented, there are some other ideas that we gathered, but which were not, did not mature to become into presentations. And these are very key because even this morning, the first one is the use of cost-effective towers. I think this morning the PS talked about the type of towers that we use, the pylons, the four-legged steel pylons. Either they are heavy, they occupy a lot of space. So we have a discussion going on how we can use other types of pylons, the monopoles, but of course looking at the cost effectiveness, because once you change the technology, I think the issue of cost is also coming on. So we are looking at how we can be able to use more smaller towers because of the challenges of the wells, particularly in where we have a high density population. We are getting problems in terms of getting space for those big towers. So that is a discussion that we are carrying on. Another one is the surveillance and the monitoring of transmission infrastructure to curb vandalism. I think vandalism is also another problem that we are facing. And we have a discussion that is going on how we can monitor the transmission assets. And the debate that was there, we talked of putting surveillance systems like sensors, motion detectors. And we discussed this in the previous conference, and you also realized that because of the challenge of the transmission line, for a substation, you can be very clear, very easy to monitor, because you can even put cameras and nobody can interfere with that. But the line, which is about 500 or 600 kilometers, that is where the challenge is. And that's where we are carrying on with the discussion, because for you to be able to put sensors or even motion detectors, we realize you need to put them along the line, and they need to be powered. And for you to power them, you can't power them from the high voltage. So again, you need some low voltage power. We are talking of solar. Again, when you put solar equipment along the line, they can also be vandalized. So when they get vandalized, they don't meet the standard, the value, the purpose of what we are putting them. Also, the issue of communication. So we are looking at how effectively we can be able to put those systems without the challenges of being vandalized, and how to power them, and also how to get communication in terms of the network along the line, because our lines are very long. So they are traversing areas where there are no people, and those people who do vandalism, they normally target those areas. We are carrying on that discussion. The other one is local manufacturing and assembling of transmission equipment. I think this one also came as a challenge in the last conference, whereby mostly we do EPC contract, engineering, procurement, and construction, and most of the materials are procured outside the country. So the question is whether we can be able to assemble either some of those equipment locally, either the transformers, the circuit breakers, or the equipment that we talk about. Can we be able to do them locally, and maybe at a cheaper cost, and even involve our local contractors or local manufacturers? So those are very key areas that we are carrying forward. So, and I have said from the beginning, research is a journey and research is a process. So you can't just do one thing in a day. So we are going to carry on this discussion until we get the final product that we will be able to present and say this is now what we have come up with. Then finally, in terms of the immediate benefits, for me, I'm happy we have been able to initiate this debate. whereby you can bring stakeholders in the power sector to talk about transmission challenges and also to transmission research. When you bring people together and you spend a day like this one talking about it, it is very good because what we learned from the Asian tigers, one of the things that they outsmarted us is in terms of innovations. And we learned that from them. In fact, they even spare some thinking days. You spend a whole day, you say this is the thinking and the innovation. You close the door like this one, you tell people you are not going to go out without giving us an innovation. But I'm not saying we are going to close the doors. So we are going, when people start thinking that way every day, every year, we will be moving towards solutions in terms of innovations and business re-engineering. Then we have gotten very useful information and knowledge, and also the acquired lessons, and also the research ideas, the concepts that have come up, particularly the ones I've said at the incubation for development. We are going to develop them until application and sustainability. Then we have also seen there is now an interest on transmission research, which we have ignited, and we wanted to make it a national debate so that we can bring all stakeholders together so that we discuss, we think about research in transmission. Then stakeholder engagement has also been strengthened because we have now been able to get more people to come on board to think with us. I have talked about MOUs, and now a forum like this one, we are going to get more ideas. And before I conclude, those are the conference for today. This is the papers we will be faced now on efficiency and effectiveness. So you can see in our themes, there is one word that is we are carrying forward all through: efficiency, effectiveness. Mostly efficiency because of cost. And the PS really emphasized that as much as we are a national player, we should be looking at our impact on the tariff, the cost that we are making for the consumer to pay. It has to be minimum. So we'll get more papers, and I don't want to go into that. Then I talk about what we are planning, moving ahead in terms of in the medium term. We are going to progress with those ideas and proposals, the ones that are in incubation until application. We are going to do publication of the papers in terms of the paper series. Then we are going to promote research and innovation culture, particularly even in our organization, because we really want even our staff to be actively participating and involved in terms of solutions and innovations. And the PS also emphasized that we have a young staff who can be able to do a lot of things if they are given the opportunity. Capacity building, this is training and sensitization. We need to build capacity. Then another key one is resources mobilization in order to undertake intensive research projects and activities. Like now we are looking forward to developing new products, services, and we are even thinking of having demonstrations and experiments. Like now, even last year we had somebody who wanted to do a demonstration. In terms of resources, we could not be able to finance that. That's why we are even collaborating with the universities. For example, we can use their labs because we don't have any lab. Either if somebody wants to test an equipment in a lab, maybe you can go to a university, you do the testing there. But we still need resources. This is very key because we are not going to say that we can develop our labs immediately, because demonstrations and experiments, these are the new areas that we want to focus on when we are talking of developing new products and new services. So we are going to carry on and deepen stakeholder collaboration. This one will never end because on a continuous basis, the stakeholders also give us new ideas. We are going to deepen the STI mainstreaming. And the MD also highlighted that we are developing an innovation policy. This one will also guide us very clearly in terms of innovations. Then benchmarking also, the PS talked about benchmarking. That's why when I was listening to their speeches, it's like they had looked at my presentation. So benchmarking is also very important because we want to learn from the others. And in conclusion, what we are saying, we have already appreciated the benefits and the role of research and innovation. Nobody now can, so we have seen there is a lot of demand, there is a lot of interest, and for me, I'm happy because we have been able to bring this debate. We have started a debate, we have started a journey, and we are going to move together. So this journey, in order to maintain and accelerate the momentum, we are going to implement those research agenda strategies that I've highlighted in the previous slides, and we are also going to make use of L&D to fulfill key aspirations. And the key aspirations, this is where I want to underline. We are looking for operational efficiency, and this mostly cost minimization. All our activities, anything that we do, projects, O&M, we have to focus on cost minimization. We are also going to look at developing of new equipment, products, and services. I've talked about the towers, the transformers, and everything. And also, in terms of new product and services, we will also be targeting revenue generation. It will also help us to minimize the challenges of funding. And also continuous technology adoption, business process reengineering, doing things in a different way. Because the way we are building transmission lines, it started a long time ago. Are there new ways of doing transmission lines? Are there new ways of transmitting electricity? In the last conference, somebody was asking us whether there is a way of remote transmission of electricity, wireless. Think about that. So in order to, we will pursue research and innovation, aiming at relevance. We want to make sure that the research that we are doing is useful and relevant, particularly for the mandate of the company and the objectives of the government in terms of cost minimization and service delivery to the citizens. Then we are talking about the business growth. This is the company. We want to see a center of excellence. At the end, when we are doing all these research activities, we want to see KETRACO as a center of excellence in terms of transmission research. Even in the future, we are looking for a place whereby we will be able to have all those equipment and even services for doing research and also train the others. I know in the energy sector, and that's a challenge that has also been put across, all the energy entities, we need to come together, and I'm happy to tell that we are coordinating this through NUPEA. NUPEA has currently been given that mandate to make sure that what is happening in the energy sector, we are able to coordinate, so that what we are doing in KETRACO, there's no duplication or repeating what is done by another organization. So that one is very important. So we are also looking for impact. We want to make impact in the lives of our citizens and sustainability. So there will be continuous engagement, consultation, and partnerships with the stakeholders so that we move in this journey together. And that is what I wanted to brief you on so that before we start getting the presentation. So I wish to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Godfrey, we appreciate those comments, we appreciate those remarks, we appreciate the journey, the history, the benefits, the roadmap of where we are as a research at KETRACO. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the meat of the session. We're going to go into our first paper. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a paper and pen, grab it, stay engaged, write as many points, notes, so that when we have the discussions, it can be a fruitful discussion. To moderate our first paper, I want to invite Dr. John Mativo. Kindly allow me to read a short profile for Dr. Mativo. Dr. Mativo is a consulting engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and a fellow member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. He has more than 25 years experience in both public and private sector, with extensive experience in research, design and construction, supervision and contract management. He is currently the General Manager, Project Development Services at KETRACO, where he is responsible for transmission system planning, formulating new high voltage infrastructure, social safeguards, acquisition of well leaves, and survey and valuation. When he is not engaged professionally, John loves hiking, and he loves reading books, and he's an avid supporter of the Chelsea Football Club. He's also involved in volunteering work in organizations such as the 3Es experience, that's energy, environment, and empowerment. I would actually recommend that you go online and look on the 3Es experience, and he also volunteers with the Parklands Baptist Church. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, hearty applause for Dr. John Mativo.
Thank you, David. I did not know you'll mention that I'm a supporter of Chelsea, but next year is our season. Mine is very brief today. I'm moderator for the next session, but definitely I love research because one of the things I've been fortunate enough to go through many countries where research is the pillar of what they do, and I'm really excited by the journey we have taken as KETRACO, and I'm sure it'll continue improving year by year and giving Kenyans and the region a better product. Mine is to introduce the next paper, which is co-optimized generation and transmission expansion planning in Kenya, a drive towards realization of affordable quality electricity supply. The paper is written by Engineer Julius Kilonzi Charles and Dr. Musao Moses and Professor Engineer Jackson Mwangi Mbudia. But the person who will be coming to take us through the presentation is Engineer Julius Kilonzi Charles. Just a brief explanation. He has 11 years working experience in various sectors in the energy sector. He has worked with Kenya Power since 2015 as a power system planning engineer. He's a professional engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and a corporate member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering from University of Nairobi, where he graduated in 2011. He showed me the photo. I'm confirmed that he graduated. And he finished his master's in also electrical, electronic and electrical engineering, University of Nairobi, 2014. He's currently a PhD student at University of Nairobi, still continuing his passion in terms of power system planning. His research interests are optimization of electric power systems and renewable energy integration. Engineer Kilonzi has vast experience in power system planning and is proficient in various softwares. I'll not name them. I'll give him a chance to say what is proficient, but lots of softwares that we use in power system planning. He has passion in volunteering and mentoring school children, and therefore I've recruited him to be one of my first recruits in 3 years experience. Thank you so much. Jina karibu.
Something has happened with it. There we go. Wait.
Why don't you try?
It is not picking the VGA. I've done duplicates. I've done that. Something has happened with the VGA. It doesn't have VGA port. Does yours have VGA port?
No, it doesn't.
Kindly bear with us. We are all hands on deck. We are there. Almost. Wait. A round of applause for the technical team. Karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. Yeah, my name is Engineer Julius Kilonzi, and I'm presenting a paper on co-optimized generation and transmission expansion planning in Kenya, which is a drive towards realization of affordable quality electricity supply. In this research, my co-authors are Dr. Peter Musau Moses and Professor Engineer Mwangi Boothia. In this presentation, I'll take you through introduction, the study objective, all the way to the recommendations. To begin with, as part of the introduction, electricity has a key role to play in socio-economic development of any country, and there has been rapid increase of energy demand over the last few years, which has really necessitated the embracement of energy management skills, which are important so as to harness the scarce energy resources which we have, and also to deal with the issues of climate change, to diversify electricity production by having various mix in the network, which are important, and also to leverage on the new technological advancements. Generally, the objective of power system planning is to ensure that the demand is met adequately, securely, and at minimum cost. And the procedure is to use the available resources in the best way possible by considering both the technical and the economic constraints. So basically, this paper is towards realization of the minimum cost and showing how we can reduce the cost of investment and also operation of our generation and transmission infrastructure in the country. So power system planning is broadly classified into 3 areas, that is generation, transmission, and distribution planning. And in all these 3 areas, the key questions which the planners look at answering is, first, when are the generators required, what type, maybe I'll give him some time to help me. Thank you. So I was saying, generally, power system expansion planning is into 3 categories, broadly: the generation, the transmission, and the distribution planning. And the key questions which planners seek to answer is, when do we require these facilities, what type in terms of the types and the capacities, and also where do we locate them. So this is basically what power system expansion planning is all about. And when we come to in Kenya, this started way before 2000, where it was actually being contracted to external consultants. Then from 2000 to 2008, it was being done by KPLC on behalf of the energy sector. Then came the Energy Act of 2006, which now gave EPRA, which was then ERC, the mandate to lead the preparation of the least cost power development plan, and a team was formulated in 2008. Up to 2019, when the Energy Act of 2019 came into play, which has mandated the Ministry of Energy to develop, publish, and review the energy sector in consultation with the various stakeholders, and also to prepare the integrated energy plan. But in 2021, the Presidential Task Force on Review of PPAs proposed or recommended KPLC to take a lead role in coordinating the current least cost power development plan. So basically that is how power system planning has evolved in the country. And for the sake of the softwares which are being used currently in generation, what is used is a LIPS software developed by Lamea International Consultants, where actually the demand forecasting results are fed directly into this software. Then the the generation resources are optimized. Then from there, the results are fed to the tool which is used for transmission expansion planning, which is the power system simulation for engineering developed by Siemens. For the distribution planning, it is done in-house by KPLC on behalf of the energy sector. So what is the problem with this kind of approach? So first, there are two key issues which we sought to tackle. And the first one is that the generation expansion planning employs what we call a single bus approach. And what we mean in this is that all the generation resources are assumed to be tied into the same bus. What this does is it ignores the transmission network in the planning of the generation resources. And this is not actually realistic because we find that there is an impact on transmission due to the way we locate, we size, and also the years these generation resources come into play. So another challenge is the investment costs, which are associated with interconnection to the grid, are not well represented in coming up with the optimal generation expansion plan. And it is difficult to include some of the site-dependent investment and O&M costs to do like the evacuation line losses and maybe the cost of land at that particular time. Another key issue is because now both generation and transmission expansion planning are done separately, their results have to be combined during implementation. And they might not, these two results might not be the intended optimal in terms of cost and also in terms of operation, grid operation. And therefore, sometimes you find that an example is commitment of generators, improper commitment of generators may lead to unnecessary expansive transmission lines or some avoidable ancillary requirements like reactive power requirements, which if they were considered during the initial generation expansion planning would have helped save such issues. And therefore, the impact is that we more or less would require high cost or at times long durations to realize the outputs of such plans. So we believe that the co-optimization of these two processes will solve these issues. And we are basing our hypothesis on a study which was done by the Eastern Interconnection States Planning Council of the United States of America in the year 2003, where they found that among so many other findings, a key finding was that 11.26% could be realized. That is 11.26% of the total cost could be realized if these two processes are co-optimized together. And the saving actually increased if more renewable energy sources were considered. And in Kenya, we know that it's a rich country in terms of renewable energy resources, and therefore we believe that we will be able to get more savings by incorporating the findings of this research work. So comparing these, the comparison was that in the United States of America, the transmission investment costs were like 10% of the total investment cost. And therefore, the conclusion was that actually optimizing these two processes together may result to a savings which equals or even exceeds the transmission investment cost by itself. It is practical that generation expansion cost is way too high than the transmission expansion cost in most areas. But this cost of transmission is significant, especially when we come to the developing countries where we have weakly interconnected grids. A good example is in our case, Kenya, where according to the least cost power development plan of 2020 to 2040, the cost of transmission was actually 30% of the total cost of investment. And therefore, if these two processes are combined, we are going to save much because of this huge cost of transmission as a part of the total cost of investment. And therefore, we say it is time for co-optimization of these two processes in Kenya. So the objectives of this research work was to explore the benefits, then to take a detailed analysis of some of the threads we have for optimizing generation and transmission expansion planning, and then to formulate just a simple network so as to investigate the impact. So the findings of this research work will be important, first to the power utilities, because they will lead to realization of cost-effective, reliable, and sustainable electricity supply in the country. They will also address some of the limitations in the existing planning tools, as we have seen, which will lead to cost savings. They take into consideration maybe system loss reduction and reliability improvement, where we can now optimally maybe bring into board more renewable energy sources in the country. On a policy level, the findings of this research work promote the renewable energy auction plan through what we call the anticipatory planning, where we align the renewable energy exploitation with the transmission expansion planning through the proactive approach. And this we mean that the promising renewable energy zones become candidates to be screened when doing the optimization. And the optimal ones then are chosen for auction, from where the transmission cost may either be catered for by the government, or maybe the renewable investors can include this as a ratio of their respective RE capacities, if there are many. The research also contributes in the academia by we are proposing an AC power flow-based approach, and also solving it through an artificial intelligence method. So basically, this is the methodology of, we analyzed commercially available softwares to do the optimization. We did an in-depth of the research threads. We developed an AC power based GTP optimization algorithm, which we applied on a simple network, and then we recommend a way forward for the Kenyan system. This table just shows some of the optimization tools we looked at. Key interest is on Plexos, which has been widely applied, even in Africa, in South Africa, and it has so many advantages. Key among them, which are relevant to the Kenyan system, is the stochastic optimization, which takes care of the intermittent renewable energy resources, which is a challenge with the current tools we are using. It also includes energy storage and interconnection, which as a country is the way we are going. And in terms of computation, it incorporates cloud computing. Then the weakness which we saw in this is the use of DC power flow models, and we shall see how these are limitations in optimization. Another one which I won't go into much details is the LIMES, but it has various weaknesses, which are some of the issues we are also having with our current models, the deterministic and also the non-stochastic approaches. So now, having known that those commercially available softwares have some limitations, we went ahead and did a research on the current trends on GTP optimization, where we reviewed research works over the last 10 plus years, and 80 PSP works were reviewed. 25 of them had incorporated the optimization of the works, and the findings was there. Only 36% used multiple objectives. What we mean in this is, other than only cost, they could consider other objectives like losses, emissions, voltage profiles, and so on. And none of the reviewed works actually incorporated the AC power flow-based analysis, which is what we are recommending as the way to go for the Kenyan system. Why do we discard DC power flow? Maybe for the engineers in the board will agree with me that DC power flow, first of all, in terms of transmission lines, they ignore the resistive part of the transmission lines, which is actually not practical. And the results become more unrealistic as the transmission line's length and also the conductor size, the length increase and the conductor sizes decrease. Another key thing, which is an assumption in DC power flow, is the node voltage angles, which are assumed to be so small, and this is only practical for well-interconnected network. Our network is not yet there, but that is where we are moving. The same case with the node of voltages, which we assume that the voltages between two buses are more or less the same and equal to 1 per unit. It is actually not true in our system. We are experiencing some voltage violations in part of our networks. So the conclusions that the real power losses in the network is 0 for DC power flow is not applicable in our country. And therefore, we advocate for application of AC power flow based GTP optimization so as to reap the benefits and also have results which are practically feasible. So I won't mention into this. This is how we formulated the problem, looking at the various costs, the investment, the operation cost, and the outage cost, and the constraints, as you can see there. We have the reserve margin constraints. We are looking at the highest, or the largest unit plus the forecast errors. Then the node of voltages limits, generator limits. We looked at line power flow limits, and then the power balance equations. Key is how we, in equation 1, you can see how a typical co-optimization objective function looks like, but in our equation 19 is what we came up with. So that we can include 2 key issues in our network. That is the issues to do with power losses and the issues to do with voltage violations. We want to make sure that the results which we get are practically feasible. So as I said, we solved this through an hybrid meteoristic optimization approach, which was basically a genetically improved PSO, one of the optimization algorithms we have, and then we try to improve the bacteriophorogene optimization algorithms. The 2 algorithms are artificial intelligence algorithms, but key is the results. Where we looked at the test data, we used an IEEE GAVA 6-bus system. The test data is there. This is the parameter mapping for the formulation and also the algorithm. Now, on cost comparison, we find that for the DC power flow analysis, it had less cost than the AC power flow, which we are commenting. But this is because this kind of cost, the results are not practically feasible. Actually, we will incur more costs, as we shall see in the next slides, if we adopt these DC power flow based results. For the AC power flow, the cost increased because additional lines were required in the system. The other thing we observed is that some lines which were coming later were now commissioned earlier in the network. So this is about the system active power losses. And remember, the DC power flow method does not recognize active power losses. But to take this into consideration, we ran the results through an AC power flow. And the results are given in figure 6. The DC power flow results could not converge. And a convergence meaning that they are not practically realistic if we take those and go with them to invest in the network. We will require more investments, maybe in terms of more generators or reactive power. So the cost saving we are getting by just employing the SC power flow based GTP is around 10% reduction in cost. In terms of voltage profile, there are severe voltage profiles when we look at the DC power flow based results. Actually, a case example is in year 1. Of course, this was taken 3-year period, or 5-year period, where we are getting 0.86 per unit. This is below the required grid code requirements of 0.95. That is the lowest, plus or minus 0.05. Then in terms of the cost comparisons, we, based on the findings of the US study, we penalized the years which the DC power flow results were not converging. We penalized them based on the percentages which were in that report, which is 10% for well-interconnected grid and 30% for weakly interconnected grid. And you can see we are saving up to 10% in case of a weakly interconnected grid like ours. These are the results for the branch loading comparison, where there are issues of overloading, as can be seen in corridor 2 to 3, which is a representative of a transmission line in our network. So in summary, we are saying that the DC power flow results are inferior, and they might be operationally infeasible. They will also result to voltage violations in the network, high technical losses, and overloads, which may lead to high investment cost due to additional network requirements, and this will affect the end tariff to our customers. In conclusion, we believe we have justified why we need co-optimizing generation and transmission expansion planning processes in the country, because we realize a saving of about 10 to 30% as per our research. We have done an in-depth analysis on the commercially available packages, also the recent trends on GTP co-optimization, and the limits of DC power flow and why we should adopt AC power flow optimization. Then what are we recommending? This is very key. We are recommending adoption of generation expansion planning and transmission expansion planning co-optimization in Kenya. And we recommend a phased out stage as follows. 1, we adopt a commercially available software for that purpose, for the planning in the country. Plexos software came as the first one in this, but others can be Computex and Limes. Then number 2, we explore the possibility, because these softwares are DC power flow based, we explore the possibility of soft linking this software to an AC power flow based tool, like what we have currently. We have the PSSC and the DigiSilent Power Factory. Then number 3, we now involve a collaborative working between the industry and the academia, so as to come up with a customized integrated resource planning tool for the electricity sector, where in this case, we can maybe include more specific objectives and constraints in that tool, like the issues of emissions, inertia constraints, which are some of the challenges maybe as a country we should be looking at. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Okay.
Let's appreciate again Engineer Kilonzi. Okay, before we open up for a plenary discussion, we have the discussant who is going to be Engineer Valentine Mongore from KETRACO. Valentine joined approximately 10 years ago in KETRACO. Is currently a transmission system planning engineer. He's a professional engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and a corporate member of Institute of Engineers of Kenya. He represents KETRACO in the Least Cost Power Deployment Plan, and also is part of the team that prepares the Transmission Master Plan. There's a lot that Valentine has done. Most of the bidding documents, most of what happens in my department, he handles quite a lot. So Valentine, we invite you to come and share. Then after that, I'll be requesting both Valentine will solve this, they can actually switch it off. Then both Valentine, Kilonzi, and myself will be coming to stage. Then we'll be opening up for a round of questions. So Valentine, karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mativo, distinguished guests, and Engineer Kilonzi for that very, very powerful presentation. Actually, when I read the paper, I had a lot of questions, but now with the presentation, a lot has been made clear. That is why the presentation is very, very, very good, and I mean, I couldn't say it any better. We are looking at at a situation where we have a huge bill that we are looking at. Currently, in 2041, we're expecting to have brought about 13,000 kilometers of line. We are requiring about $6 billion to bring this in. So from the transmission point of view, any saving that we make will really, really go a long way into relieving the, the government bill and even the private sector bill in transmission. At the same time, in generation, we also face the same challenge. A lot of capacity is required to come in. We are looking at about 8 gigawatts expected, and this is a very huge cost. We're looking at about almost $2 billion US. This is a lot of investment that needs to be optimized. So in any effort that can be made towards reducing this big capital expenditure, and obviously operation expenditure is welcome. That is why this paper could not have come at a better time. I really enjoyed the paper, looking at the two facets of it. In one end, it actually went into the academia, looked at DC versus AC methods of planning. Because as you said, whenever you go to your local restaurant and you buy your beer and you pour it, a lot of foam comes up and it fills your glass. That is not useful at all. So what we need the network to be is to be efficient and effective, and not just deliver power in terms of numbers, but actually deliver the power to the people. And if we combine these two, generation and transmission, at the same time, because a generator, he thinks in terms of generating power, right? He gets paid on generation, right? But the customer will not pay based on generation. He pays based on his on the power he consumes. So we do need to bridge this gap, and that's why transmission comes in. We cannot move all the customers to the generators. Although some of the places are very lovely, but it's not practical to move everyone. Some industries have to be placed somewhere based on the raw materials they have. And generation as well is also fixed sometimes because of the resource that it's using. So trying to bring in transmission into at the initial phase of generation planning is very important. So very good paper. We really enjoyed it. Obviously, there is a lot to be done, as that is why we are here to hear and also to discuss it. And I would like to just go through a few of the issues that came up when I was reading the paper and really encouraged me and to encourage our engineer also to also make an improvement on the paper, right? So we are looking at an issue that, as I said at the beginning, the presentation is very good. And I would love that the presentation be also, before we publish the paper, that the presentation also be tried to improve the paper, because the presentation is much better than the paper. And a lot of the questions I had, right? Because I'm a technical person, but I was also having challenges following it. But from the presentation is much, much better, and it will really improve our paper, right? So there is an issue of where our generation is located, right? Some generation, for example, wind, like Lake Turkana, cannot be anywhere else, right? So there's an aspect of progressive, right? You actually mentioned it towards the end. Proactive GTEP, proactive transmission and generation planning. I think this needs to be emphasized further, because we are not just looking at a situation where you can locate a generator anywhere. The generator has to be in a particular place, and that limits options in terms of generation as well. So generators some of them being fixed in locations means that transmission could also be fixed in those locations. So having more work done in proactive transmission generation expansion planning will be very, very helpful, because that is the way we are practically headed. So that is one of the main things that it's very good you actually brought it up, the GTEP, because it addresses the issue, but we need to include it in the paper as a more, and show how the results change and how we can actually incorporate it in the network, right? So the realities of the implementation of the project is that there is always delays, right? Generation delays, transmission delays. And so the timing of these investments also needs to be taken into account, where we are not expecting everything to collapse at one point. We do need to see how, if we incorporate this, how will the results change? How will the figures change? How will the promised savings change? So can we think of how we will be able to actually align generation and transmission as well? And this is also a challenge to the other, okay, I'm calling you all researchers because you're all researchers by the fact that you came here. So also a challenge on how we can be able to tie this together so that we don't miss out on delays on generation or delays on transmission, right? And I do know the main objective was looking at generation, right? But in transmission, we do consider options, not just for evacuation, right? We have reinforcement projects, right? We have regional interconnectors, right? So, and even load centers coming up. So as we do this research, how do we take into account these other objectives of transmission planning? Because I know evacuation is key, but we go beyond evacuation. So if we focus just on evacuation, we do end up neglecting the other facets that also contribute to the cost. And it will be good to see how the model reacts to these other transmission plans, right? And maybe just to mention the fact that now we have a comparator, the USA. It's good to set our targets very high. I do know Kenya and the USA, we're about at different levels of development, and our generation transmission mix is a bit different. So the study that was done there promised very good results, 30% returns, right? 30% reduction. So do we expect the same reduction, considering that Kenya is also at a different stage regarding generation and transmission, right? So do we need to make some adjustments for this? Do we need to maybe look at another comparator? But it's a very good idea that, and now also the issue of private investment, public partnerships coming up. How will this change the way we look at our planning, right? Because now the costs are being shared, risks are being shared. How do we incorporate PPPs in this transmission process, and also now in our model? So maybe to move on a bit, right? We did end up at Plexus, right? I know Plexus is one of the commercial softwares available. We do need to know what are the target characteristics of the software that we need to use, because from a research point of view, I mean, it's good to recommend, but we need to know what exactly does Plexus is Plexus superior for, and what are the characteristics that we need to look out for, because we need to open up the sector and not try and close it down to a particular vendor. And it will be good, as well you mentioned it, that actually the recommendation number 4 of doing a collaborative research between industry and academia would be, actually I'll put it number 1, because currently we have a system that's almost working, because the only link is we are doing transmission planning later, but we need to start that the research in developing our own tool, because I know Plexus is going to charge us a lot of money. I don't know what the cost is, but please, we need to know, so that we can look at the figures and see if we're going to switch to Plexus, what will be the impact of switching to Plexus, and if we are to invest in our institutions of learning and also our researchers over here, are we able to get better results from this effort, right? And as I close up, there's the issue of stability and reliability of our network, which some of these models might assume, right? As long as the model is concerned to just shipping power from A to B, we need to know how the system behaves. For example, if something happens in a long-haul transmission line that is maybe 1,000 kilometers. So we do need to know other objectives. I mentioned the other objectives of expansion, but also stability and reliability is very important. So how do we address this in this model and ensure that the results it gives us does not just focus on evacuation of power, but also on reliability and stability of our network, right? So maybe for the economists and other planners in the room, when maybe it was not featured in the slides, a lot of the assumptions that were made in terms of growth, in terms of inflation, in terms of discount rates, I do know we have some assumptions we take when you're doing our planning as well. So we do need to see them actually agreeing, or otherwise we can defend the metrics that were used, so that we can have a realistic point of view. And as I close up, we saw the 6-bus network. Maybe I should have carried my presentation as well. If you look at the Kenyan grid, it is a grid. It's a massive network, right? We are having, I think, over 80 buses. So how does the results of this presentation scale? Can we take a 6-bus presentation and scale it to our transmission network? Are we able to confidently say that the results of this 6-bus network are applicable to our Kenyan network? So maybe if you have the confidence levels that were arrived at, maybe you could try and see how they give us comfort as well. And whenever we do planning, we're always adding new nodes, right? We keep adding new nodes, right? So did the 6-bus network grow, or it remained the same? Because if you're saying that we are assuming that all the new generation is coming to the 6 buses, and that's it, what sort of growth are we looking at? So that is you know, from when you come from a model to a real network, there's some challenges, and we can try and see how we can fix them, right? So, and one more thing before I close, I had a thought when I was sitting down, right? Currently, we have flexible AC transmission devices. They are devices that we can put in the network to enhance power flows, right? They're not necessarily transmission lines, and they're not, so you cannot classify them in this model. So what is the impact when you consider those devices? Because some of them are cheaper than doing transmission lines, because, you know, transmission lines incur other things such as, you know, way leaves and all that. So how will the model look if we throw in facts? Okay, we call them facts. They're called flexible AC transmission systems. So they're called facts. When we give the system facts, how will the system react, right? So very, very sorry for such a long, you know, discussion. But I think for the first time we've had a paper that actually looks at the, you know, at the source of the problem. Okay, not source of the problem, but where we can catch the problems at the planning stage. And it will be, now that we have the industry players here, Kenya Power, KETRACO, the generators, this is where we need to catch the problem. And if you ensure that our capital expenditure is not so high, we are also going to reduce our capex. So this paper needs to progress, and actually we need to realize it very, very, very quickly. And now that I know you're doing your PhD, I would want to encourage you to, you know, follow up with this. And the last conclusion, move it up a bit, because number one of purchasing plexus, that is maybe, it has other factors, but the collaborative effort between industry and academia, I think, should move to number one, because one, it can be done with minimum changes to the way we do things. So I encourage you, and thank you very much for the paper. Thank you for the audience. Right.
Okay, we'll be moving to the next session, which is a plenary session. I'll be requesting both Engineer Kilonzi and Engineer Valentine Mogore to come and have seats here. Please come to the front. There's a mic there. Okay. We'll start taking some questions from the floor, but I'll have a quick comment. I remember in 2012, approximately 10 years ago, KenGen started their plan to put up All-Career 1 AU and All-Career 4. The assumption at that time was that the 2 power plants were going to be evacuated from All-Career all the way to Nairobi North. And it was realized right in the middle of that there was need to put an alternative transmission network line from Suswa to Isenya, and that's how it came up to connect that. They had done the feasibility study in around 2006. KETRACO, we ended up having a problem in terms of evacuating the power in 2012, so we had to do a quick feasibility study. Also get funding. First, let me appreciate FD. I think that is the fastest project in KETRACO that moved from concept, feasibility study, to getting resources from FD and National Treasury. Really appreciate to be able to ensure that we have projects done on board. So definitely the issue of ensuring that both the planning for generation and transmission is optimized is really, really an important issue that we need to have moving forward. So I'll be opening up the floor for questions and comments on the area of the need of optimizing the planning and how we do it and how we can improve. Because as the PS and other speakers, both the chair and the acting MD, and the speakers spoke, we have done quite a lot in terms of Ketraco transmission infrastructure, but there's still a lot. The numbers, I think, we're supposed to move to 12,000 plus kilometers of transmission lines and so many hundreds of megawatts of power. So we need to get it done in a better way. So I'll be requesting that you ask your questions. Just put up your hand, I'll see you. I think there'll be a mic. I'll have my assistants be having mics on the floor. We'll pick a few, maybe 3 or 4, then we'll allow them to answer. I'll try to manage time so that we can ensure that we finish this session on time. So the floor is open for any questions, comments. Karibu sana. Okay, just put up your hand, I'll see you. I can see Lydia, that's one. I can see Henry. I can see that's Anduru. Yes, like. Okay. So we'll go to in that order. Let's start from Lydia, Henry in that table.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lydia Sitine from Ketraco. Thank you so much to the researchers for that very elaborate and insightful presentation, and Valentine also for that critique. You tended to ask more questions, and I was wondering what else is left for us to query. So I hope you're also ready to provide answers to those questions that you have raised. Nevertheless, my observation was the study that's a US-based research. I noticed it dates back to 2013. Is that correct? So I was just wondering, in terms of the application of the outcome of that study to our context in Kenya, is that to suggest that there's a gap in terms of data? What is available? Are there no other studies that have been conducted in Africa, for example, where we could actually look and compare that, given that our context may be different as Kenya compared to that advanced economy in the US. So my question is basically the validity of that comparator, as given that your recommendation is to go with the Plexos software to do this generation and transmission expansion planning. Thank you.
Next question, Henry.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. and thanks, Julius and Valentine. I'm personally proud of you since you are following the age gap that the PS prescribed. So we have a lot of hope. When you refer to savings that would increase when we consider more renewable energy sources, maybe you'd clarify, and also arising from the discussion of Valentine, whether that RES refers to the dispatchable RES or the non-dispatchable RES, because oftentimes we tend to mix the two and lose the fact in terms of what Valentine referred to as system stability and availability. My next question is, what really drives power system planning? I suspect it could be the customer who is the end user. It could be maybe a bottom-up way of looking at things. So my question is, why GTEP and not GTDEP, given that you mentioned rightly that the power spectrum spans generation, transmission, and distribution. I know this is a transmission conference, but yes, it sits between the two, and that's why we are talking about optimizing generation as we plan for transmission. So I'm saying this because there have been cases where we have done transmission development and distribution is not ready, like the case of Gidambo 13211 substation that remained for years without a even a single watt flowing. The other question is, given that we have this reality that we have delays in completing projects, especially transmission projects due to well issues, there appears to be the aspect of transmission projects coming in much later than was planned and with different challenges. For example, you may have assumed that by the time this project is being commissioned, the demand would be so much. That might not be the case. It could rather have grown much higher, or it didn't grow up at all. Then the question arises when the asset being commissioned doesn't meet the real challenges at that particular time due to the time lapse. Is it then possible for the planners to relook at the proposals? Even as the project continues, can there be a provision that can be varied so that when this commissioning happens, then the need is actually met? And last but not least, you mentioned in your last slides, the last ones, the 3 stages. There was a stage 3 where you are proposing some customization of the software that is to be used. And you mentioned the motivation for that being emissions and inertia issues. I am wondering whether these are unique issues to Kenya. Are they issues that may not have been considered by the software that is already existing? Thank you.
Okay, I think one more, then the last table.
Hello, George Aluru from ESAC and KEPSA. Mine is just a simple follow-up on, I think, what Valentin had mentioned. In terms of what is the cost of getting, whether it's Plexus or another software, and then what are the complexities or what sort of costs are we going to incur in terms of retraining if necessary, or upgrading of whatever kind of training levels our planners have right now. So for us to kind of, I think from your presentation, we understand there's a problem. We see what's the solution, but then how much will it cost us to solve it?
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take those questions, that first round. So engineers, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you. Check. Thank you for the questions. I will begin with Lydia's question, which was on application of validity of the US study results. And I'll begin with a comment that the Plexus we recommended strongly based on the analysis of the currently available commercial softwares for optimization. And why it came strongly for our case is because first it does what we call stochastic optimization approach, where in this case you can take care of variable renewable energy sources and also the changes in the loads. As we are aware that as customers become more knowledgeable, there is a lot of variations on the demand side. So the study actually by USN does not in any way recommend Plexus. It was just a normal study on GTP optimization and what can be realized. In this study, there are 2 things. First, they realized 11% for well-interconnected networks, like their case. And the rider was that for weakly interconnected networks, actually, because the idea here, what we are looking at is not committing these resources suboptimally. And for the weakly interconnected networks, we are going to gain much because much of our transmission network has not been linked yet. So there is much to invest in transmission network. And now if you can optimally do that, you can save much more. So that is the validity of the results. The results I showed are not based on the US study. The US study was an hypothesis. But actually the real results we did with a research recommended system, the GAVA 6-bus system, which it's used by other researchers so that we could also compare our results. Coming to the issue of Engineer Henry, why is it that the savings increase as more renewable energy resources are included in the system? This is because much of these, and particularly the intermittent renewable energy resources, are mostly in those areas where there is no, maybe the demand is not so near to the network. And the key issues we looked at in this co-optimization, first, is the issue of what really is assumed when we do the generation alone. We assume all these power plants are in the same place where the load is still. So if we can really optimize these networks which are far off from this place and make sure we only commit those ones which will result to an optimal. An optimal meaning the combination of the two, generation and transmission. Here we are looking at the two costs together. Then we are bound to save much more because some of the maybe expansive lines can be, a case example is where you have renewable energies in the same location, but they come in far different times in the network. It would be more economical to have them grouped, and it is what happens in most of the, as per our literature, in Brazil, in areas like USA, and I can't remember the other one, but I showed in my presentations, where for you to leverage and also to take advantage of the grouping, you group your renewable energy resources, or you are like Olkaria, like wherever, like Turkana, and then you can auction now your generators and time them to come on board more or less in the same period. Of course, there is the issue of delay in projects, which engineers raised, which will affect that. And for sure, it is a challenge even in the modeling, and a challenge which we do incur. Because the models, usually, they are not intelligent so much to know that this particular project will delay. It is upon the planner to make a good guess on when the project should come on board, so that you can leave the network, the optimization tool to choose. You tell the tool, this is the earliest time I can commission this project. Then you let the tool tell you, based on this earliest time, the best time is maybe after 2 years, or it's exactly that time you have given it. So, but in terms of delay, it is the planner's knowledge to really input into the tool. It is not intelligent into that perspective. Why generation and transmission and not distribution? It's a good thing to go into the distribution world, but a challenge is distribution network is quite, in terms of planning, it's quite, it's not robust enough in such a way that it changes. And actually, when you are looking at the distribution network, it is practically, if you look at 20-year period, you might miss it. Because maybe one generator, or one small customer somewhere can change the whole of how you distribute your energy into that particular network. Though it is a good thing to include here, especially with the evolution of distributed generation. But for the purpose of this research, we just limited ourselves to this. It is an area of further research work which can be dealt with. Why did I include emissions and inertia? Are they specific to Kenya? The answer is no, they are not specific to Kenya. They are actually specific to the world currently. We are looking at emission constraints. We are also looking at inertia issues, especially with now what the renewable, the non-dispatchable renewable energy sources, whose inertia contribution to the grid is not adequate enough, and thus we get stability issues in the grid. So there are so many other things which can be included. Actually, the formulation of the optimization algorithm is open. You can include as much as possible, but it has to be a collaborative approach where we know what we want, and then we go for that. We can do that. Cost implication, as asked by Aluru. Yeah, Plexus by itself is, from what I know, during the research is quite intensive in terms of the investment cost on procurement of it, and also the training part. But I looked at it just to give rough idea figures. It is costing like 100 million or so for the whole thing, which is because I try to reach them for a 5-year period. That is the leeway they give for you to have completed the engagements with them, but they can support you all through. But compared to whatever actually, if you look at what we invest for both generation and transmission, is in terms of billions. This savings is only 1% maybe, which we can confidently achieve based on the results of this research work. Okay, I will give my fellow engineer maybe to add something. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe I would want to echo our GM's question, maybe on the validity of the study in time. I think that's something that maybe you can get back to. But it is, I know Kenya is a weakly linked system. Maybe we can see applicability of the 30% there, but it will still want to make some adjustments in terms of capacity and technological advancement in that area. And maybe on the issue of dispatchable versus non-dispatchable, maybe we also missed out on that in the responses. But I wanted to speak on the drivers for power system planning. So I think at power system planning, where we come in, after we finish the demand forecasting, right? We have the demand forecasting is normally the first thing. We are looking into the future and seeing in the 20-year period, what sort of demands are we going to have? What sort of industries are we having population-wise? Factors that drive GDP growth, inflation, all these factors are taken into account. So after that is done, the demand forecast is prepared. Then the generation forecasting comes in. So from the demand forecast, the generators look at all the loads in the network and decide how to generate, right? So after the generation has been fixed, that's where transmission comes in. But the constraints we operate in, there are some limitations in terms of quality of the power and security limitations, even physical geographic constraints. Sorry, did you catch the first bit? Okay, maybe just to go on the drivers for power system planning. So we are looking at system security, system stability, system operationability, right? So constraints of voltages have to be achieved. When the power reaches your consumer, you have some voltage, but it's not usable. It's too low, right? The voltage might be too low, so you can't use it. So we have that constraint. And when you're out, how long do you have to before you're restored, right? So how long are you going to be out? And when something happens in a network, for example, I lose one generator, right? If I lose one generator, how will the network behave? Will you still be able to be powered if I lose one transmission line? So we're trying to meet the needs of the consumer, right, based on the generation provided, so that we can provide you with power reliably, efficiently, and effectively all the time, without burning your equipment, without making you close production. So those are the constraints under which power system planning takes. And I do appreciate the fact that distribution planning is very complex. And for the purposes of planning, we do lump the distribution loads as just a point load. We just give 1 point load. For example, Nairobi will model all the various buses, all the various substations in Nairobi, will put one load. We don't model to the point of the customer. So there is that challenge, but that assumption is good enough for transmission. So the challenge is on distribution, and as I said, as a researcher, and to the other researchers in the session today, that is an area that can be looked at and how to enhance better planning as far as distribution is concerned. And just a challenge on terms of timing. I know we can try and incorporate some uncertainty and probability in our modeling. I think it is possible, because if you have proactive generation planning as well, you can have you can put uncertainty and probability measures in your transmission lines and see how it reacts. So we could try and do that. I'm not volunteering yet. My workload is a lot, but it is an area of research that that we consider. Yes, and I'm very happy that the cost, as he mentioned, is quite doable. I'm assuming it's 100 million Kenya shillings, it's not dollars. So I think looking at the figures we're talking of, we are looking at an investment of 6 billion USD. That's a lot of money. So if you're going to spend only maybe $1 million, I think it's an investment which we are willing to take, and I think all the engineers here will be ready to and willing to learn a new way of doing things so that we can help Kenya become better, efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for taking those questions. We'll take another round of again questions, comments. I can see a hand. Where are my assistants? Hand on that table. Another hand in that table? We can undertake three sets of questions. Okay, we'll start with those ones. Maybe I'll take advantage to add my question at that time.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. Thank you, Julius, for the good presentation, and for our colleague engineer also for the comments. My question is not really about the software; it's about the planning process. I think. What we have, you guys have mentioned quite a bit, is about the need for the security of the power system and the need to actually minimize power outages caused by issues like loss of 1 or 2 generators from the system. And what we need is actually to have the spinning reserves. So my question is, in the planning process, do we actually plan for the spinning reserves? And this spinning reserve must be available. It must be, we must be able to get it automatically when we need it, and we need to locate it at the right place. The other thing is about the need. I think we are talking a lot, and there has been a lot of emphasis to really reduce the cost of power. But we need to balance this with the need to have system security. Just one incident of a big system outage is extremely expensive to the country. And it's very difficult to come later after we have developed the system to see how to make it better. This can be better done at the initial stage of planning. So are we actually considering the security issue in the planning, in spite of the fact that we may spend a little bit more money? But once the job is done, we are sure that we have a very good and secure power system. And my final question is about the location of the generation. Devontre geothermal will have to be in Orokaria or somewhere in the Rift Valley. The hydros will have to be on the eastern side of Kenya. But what about the renewables? Particularly the solar. in the planning, do we see where this solar should be located? And with the aim of actually reducing the cost of transmission, because it should be as close to the road as possible, and actually minimizing the losses. Those are my questions, and maybe in the future, and I think there has been an attempt now to bring industries close to geothermal. If we do that and we set a ladder aside, then we can really be able to reduce the cost of transmission and the losses on the system and be able to meet our aspirations of development. Thank you. Sorry, my name is Paul Mwangi, Kenya Power.
Software that are available, because I believe our country, if you look at generally the way Africa is in terms of IT and technology generally, we are well placed. So the question is to all the researchers, not necessarily the panelists. We should think about what we can do to have our own modeling software that is like really homegrown, and it will really suit our situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll request the two engineers to take those and give us a comment once the mic gets here.
Thank you for the questions. To my senior engineer Paul, I would try to answer your two questions first on how we do the planning here in Kenya, but of course I have my seniors here with Engineer Mativo and other planners here who can really respond to that. So basically we take care of the spinning reserve that we do in our current planning technique. Actually, the issue has been maybe the implementation of the projects. Sometimes we lag behind in the adequate spinning reserve we require as a country, and also the issue of technologies, because maybe it's not all technologies which can really provide this spinning reserve we are talking about. So yes, we do. On system security, it's an issue we do in the transmission planning processes, where we look at system security in terms of contingent analysis. It might be limited in terms of, maybe it would be better, as I said, if all these things are looked up at a go, because that really represents how the network will be practically there outside. Location of generations, like solars, which can be moved here and there. As a country, we have not been doing this, and it's because of how we have been doing investment, which was more investor driven through the FIT process. But I'm glad that we are moving to the Renewable Energy Auction Plan. This research is quite timely because it proposes a way in which we can really promote this by having these rich renewable energy zones grouped together and taking into account when we are analyzing our candidate generation projects. And from that, then we can dictate from a planning perspective, where do we really require this generation to be situated? So I think that's a timely thing for that. To Kennedy, for sure, I share the same sentiments. There's no planning tool outside there which can sort our issues 100%. Even maybe our developed tool will have some challenges, but we are sure it will at least try to solve them to the best we can. Having looked at it personally as a researcher, we have all what we need. Because to develop a tool, what we need is a set of engineers, economists, and some software developers, and the leaders in the industry to really say what they want in this. And with that, it can be done. The challenge has been maybe the link, which as the leader of the research, the KETRACO conference team said, it's happening currently. So I believe we'll be able to do such initiatives, because the issue of funding is also an issue in terms of, because it requires some investment. You really need to work on it dedicated and with enough funding to come up with a tool which can be applied in a large network. As my engineer was saying, when he was saying this network is just a simple one. Yeah, it is a simple one because first of all, resources are needed to really work on a large network. The other thing is data. It's also required in a particular way. So basically it is possible to do it on a large network, but it requires more efforts. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Maybe to reiterate Engineer's concern about security, I think this has been a focus on, from KETRACO's point of view, the N-1. That's a technical term we use, say N being the system. If I take one bit, so N subtract 1, N-1. If I take one bit out, how the network behave. And I think so far we have stuck to this criteria as faithful as we could, based on budget and everything, but that has been the focus of the current planning process, where we consider N-1. So we always try and look at the system situation where you don't expect everything to go wrong in the network on the same day. So you expect the worst case, okay, normal case situation, one thing goes wrong. So when one thing goes wrong in the network, will my network be able to take it? And if not, I have to introduce a reinforcement project. And that's why we do have a couple of reinforcement projects that we've been doing as KETRACO. And not all the projects we do are simply for evacuation of generation and also for connecting new customers. So a lot of projects we have been doing are for actually reinforcement and actually meeting that N-1 criteria. So it is something that we are actually doing, and as part of his research, it will be very important that we also include that element there so that we don't miss it out. As we develop an all-inclusive tool, we don't miss out the issue of security. And maybe just to mention on the issue of developing a homegrown solution, I think the challenge is on us to actually bring academia to our side, establish centers of research in this, like a school, make it their theme. What I see in the UK, I was fortunate enough to do my master's there. What I saw there was that a university has a theme, and they stick to it for maybe 20 years. They become very good at it. So it's not something that a student today comes and does research in a particular area, and then when he goes, that is forgotten. So it will be a challenge that through our ministries, we're able to tell that we do need people to do long-term, not just 2 days. It will not take 2 days or 1 year to develop this software. It might take 10 years, by 8 years, but if that is a long-term situation and not just a short-term where students go to university, they like a topic, they pick it, they do it, and then they leave, that will not solve our problem. So we do need our universities to take up themes and stick with them for a long time, and as industry, we also through the ministries, we need to encourage funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kilonzi and Valentine. Maybe I'll just add to what you have said. First, the question, Kennedy, that Valentine was answering. I think the first thing we have to do is, as Kenyans, is to develop a coding culture, get our kids. I encourage everybody here who has a child of a certain age or a grandchild, please ensure during the holidays they learn how to code. how to write codes. It's going to be necessary. That's where we are going. So we cannot jump from, as well as saying, just write a big code like this. Somebody has to learn the process of coding, and that's to be part of our culture, so that in the end we make our own softwares, because it's a lot of research to get this software up and down. Engineer Wang, you had asked about big industries close to generation. I know Kenjen, if the MD was here, could have told us specifically, but there's a lot they're doing in the industrial park near Olkaria, just to have more loads in Olkaria. And if the MD of GDC, Engineer Tieno, was here, tell you what is planned to come within the Silali Baringo area. I know there are quite a number of big loads they are discussing in that area to be close to generation. So there's a lot that's been done. You asked about solar. When I sat in the last least cost power development plan, one of the committees, one of the things we are requesting is in future, especially when you go to auction, is that it said Homa Bay area or somewhere in South Nyanza, we require X number of megawatts of solar so that people can bid. We tell them where we want it, approximately they look for the other things and get that, so that we start having a lot of solar or going in terms of specific areas we want to go. So there's that going on in the country. So we'll move to the next set of questions. I believe that they've answered the rest. Maybe a comment, I know it has been mentioned, one of them, maybe a question to the team. The issue for further research is on distribution generation. Engineer Wang, you remember we went with you to US, we visited Denver, and it's going to come here that in a short time, all of us here will have our own solar panels at home, because the prices are going to go down, and we'll start generating our power. And we consume that, a cloud cover comes, and we all lose power we want to get from the grid. We bring instability to the grid. So there's a lot that has to be managed also at the distribution level. It's going to be a big, for lack of a better word, a big nuisance to the system controllers, both at distribution and even without coming into transmission. So that's a good area that we work on. Maybe there a question, comment to Engineer Kilonzi is, I love the whatever you're proposing, optimizing, and seeing how we can do them together. But as has been mentioned in this by participants here, is that the other, especially Henry, the other parameters outside just getting generation and demand, there's issues in terms of projects not getting finished in time due to other wave challenges. So no matter how much we plan, the challenges that come on board, there's issue of even getting funding. Maybe if I was FDR here, so I can say good about them, it's easier to get a project financed by FD. It moves much faster, but other people it takes twice as long. Yesterday I was discussing with the Koreans and Japanese. We wanted to start off the discussion for future projects because it takes a long time because of the internal processes, but there are parameters outside just purely running the system that need to be incorporated in the system. So the question I was driving at is, I want to pick a good example, Olkaria Lesos Kisumu line. If you look at the earlier studies done, the line was supposed to be 220 kV all the way to Lesos, then 132 kV to Kisumu. But from the experience we had in wave challenges and plus a lot of loads coming on board, we changed the line to 400 to Lesos and brought down to 220 to Kisumu. And I know this, I don't think a system can tell you that. It might tell you to put a second and a third transmission line, which we know is going to be a big headache to put on board. So it's just a way to, I don't know if it's outside the software, but a way to incorporate other factors that affect the planning. So it goes beyond just getting a good output for the software. But in others, you're doing your research. Valentine has volunteered, at least I volunteered on behalf, to work with you and the rest of the team. And as Godfred said, we're there to partner and see how we can bring everything on board to improve how we do our planning. We'll take another set of questions. I just have a few minutes because I don't want to stand before lunch. Engineer, were you? Okay. Any quick comments? That's Henry. Okay, Nyokabi, thank you so much. I can see a question there. Sorry, the lights, but it'll let us know your name. So let's pick those questions.
Thank you. Nyokabi Gitahi from the French Development Agency. I just have a question on the institutional and legal framework. You mentioned legislation of 2006, I believe, and then 2019, and how the planning function has moved. And my question is, to what extent does the current system, the current arrangement for the least cost power development plan impact your recommendations in terms of core optimization? Is it enabling? Are there some elements that may need to be considered and so on? Thank you also for a very informative presentation.
Yeah, thanks again. I'm Henry Odede, Ketraco. Maybe just a follow-on on what we've been asking in terms of how the system behaves after it has been planned, it has been constructed. My experience is that there's quite a bit of planning based on the peak demand, meeting the load growth. But I suspect that the way the peak demand grows is not the same as the way the minimum load demand grows. As we plan to add additional generation and transmission lines at different voltages, I suppose it will be important for effective system operations and what Engineer Paul was talking about, think about system security, which is, of course, critical most during the night and holidays. Does the planning teams project low demand loads and plan on how the system can be managed even as new generation is added? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiruke Mutugi from the University of Nairobi. I have a question and a comment. The first one is to Engineer Julius, our presenter today. There is a comment that Dr. Engineer Mativo has made that very soon we might be having these solar panels, and for lack of a better word, they might be a nuisance to the systems, in terms of stability. Engineer Julius, I don't know, in your planning experience, have you, kind of come across in, the incorporation of energy storage in terms of renewable energies, and is this something that is being factored in your current planning processes, both in your line of duty as well as in your research aspect? The other one is a comment. There has been a mention of collaborating with universities, and I think Godfrey earlier mentioned that they have memorandum of understanding with a couple of universities. And there is a feeling that this academia industry collaboration needs to be taken a notch higher. So I don't know what, probably in Ketraco, what kind of plans do you have to actually get this linkage probably more active? This could be in terms of research. Well, I know money is always a problem, or it's always a big question mark. But I don't know, do you envision at some point having research grants where your engineers, together with people in academia, can collaborate in some of research projects? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. To Nyokabi, actually, if you look at the legislative process in Kenya, and now with it has always been one team doing these two processes, which is maybe a plus into what we are commenting. But the current one actually gives this mandate to the Ministry of Energy, collaborating with the other stakeholders in the system, in the energy sector. So what that means to maybe make this one more effective, then and I believe that is what the Energy Act was looking at, is that all the energy sectors will give their requirements or their plans, and then now when you are looking at the integrated plan, maybe for the electricity sector and also for the other sectors, for generation and transmission planning, you can do the co-optimization. So there is no way that the current legislative process is against whatever we are proposing in our today's recommendation. When you are doing the capacity planning, where we are looking the adequacy of the resources, we do use the peak demand planning. But even currently, we take care of all the other levels of demand in our planning. And that is the reason why if you look at maybe our network currently, we are experiencing some issues with what we call the baseload demand, where we have some must run, maybe baseload plants which must run, but their contribution is higher maybe than our demand at the off-peak times. And you have had issues of maybe steam venting or something like that occurs at those times. So it is a challenge, and we believe that with a co-optimized tool, we can look into this even before they happen and maybe propose the best way forward. There is a challenge of implementation because of the various aspects of delay, maybe, as engineer said there. The issue of security at night and all this, I'll maybe give my engineer my fellow engineer to maybe add on that. But to karaoke, solar panels and as more distributed energy resources, and particularly the intermittent renewable energy sources come into play, for sure they are a problem to the distribution network. And what we are looking forward to, especially with the issue of net metering, is it's a two-way thing. First, how the regulations will come into play, and also we also as the distribution company, to change the way we do our planning, because now we no longer have what we call the passive distribution networks, but we have the active distribution network where the flow of power can come from either side. And also there are other issues which needs to be taken into consideration, because most of these are DC-based sources, and they have issues. As I mentioned, one of the key issues is issues of inertia. Yeah, you might have the power which is able to supply your load, but in case of a small disturbance, your whole system goes down because it doesn't have that capacity to hold on for any longer. So basically, that's it. On energy storage, currently we are looking at it from a planning perspective. The tool we have might have some limitations into that, but it's one of the areas where a customized tool is better, or a tool which can take care of those two issues, especially the variability of renewable energy storages, the energy storage and demand side management, which are what is required in a developing network like ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, engineer. Maybe I could just jump into it. There's a disparity, yes, almost 50% between our peak demand and our other peak. So it is of interest to actually manage the way our curve looks like, because that is where we're going, because we can't really generate to match peak demand, because if peak demand is only going to be 30 minutes, are you going to invest $100 million just to match 30 minutes? No. It's more favorable now when you introduce this time of day tariffs, right? We're trying to encourage our peak load to move. We're trying to flatten the curve. And actually of interest is the EVs, the electrical vehicles coming in, right? We were having this discussion, I remember the other day. One petrol station might be about 2 megawatts, right? If you have 10, okay, maybe even 20 petrol stations, let's say in a small neighborhood, you're looking at 200 megawatts, right? For some 15 minutes of load, this is not going to be feasible. So what is desired is to actually encourage more people to charge at home, where you are at your house, you can charge overnight for 6 hours, and the charger there is not a 100 kilowatt charger. No, it's a small charger. So by managing demand, right? So we are looking towards demand side management, which is something that is being implemented currently, and we need to have more of it being rolled out and to be considered as a factor, so that we can be able to manage our generation requirements, because we can't keep up. And then on the issue of energy storage, I think I'm pleased to announce that as we speak, battery energy storage is one of the studies that is being undertaken by the ministries. So this is something we are looking at, right? So we have a consultant on board looking at this, and so that we can be advised on the best way to roll it out, right? So that is also in our planning process. So battery energy storage we'll try and manage. And as a side attach, when you have your mobile phone, that will be the national control of the future, because you will get an alert. I think they did this in Spain. I think it was everybody's at work, all their generators at home were, the sun was out, and you got an alert. They use one of those emergency alert systems where they can send SMSs to everyone in the country to tell you to switch off your your generator. So I think the researchers here will appreciate the fact that we can have models and controllers that can be able to actually access your PV at home and turn it on and off. I think that's quite advanced, but I think your phone, you'll get an SMS telling you please switch off. Yes, so those are the things that we are looking at. And then okay. Maybe I think I would like to commend the government in the setting up of the industrial zones, because as we speak, we have a number of them, right? We have Dongokudu, we have Konza, and we have the Naivasha in Industrial Park. And what this does is try and collect the big demand drivers, the big industries together in a manner that it's much easier to serve them. Because if they are more concentrated in an area like that, then transmission requirements might be a bit reduced, right? And even distribution requirements are a bit reduced. So there is a multi-sector effort towards shaping the way our demand looks like and where it's located. So this is there is a lot being done, and we'd encourage more studies actually to continue in terms of how to shape our demand and how to actually control the renewable. Okay, one more thing. Ketako currently we are trying to get a new software, Silent. I think one of my colleagues here, we've been. I think this is a new software that actually takes into account a lot of the variabilities, particularly of the GE, of the REs, the renewable energies. And inertia, let me give an example what inertia is. Back in the day, not advisable. When you ran out of fuel on your manual car, you could actually put it on free and go downhill, right? That is sort of the analogy of inertia. Don't do it. It's not advisable. It's quite dangerous. But inertia in the system comes from, the normal generators have rotating parts. They have rotors. They have cylinders that actually go round. So whenever something happens in the network, right, a fault occurs in the network, for that 1 second, that rotation still goes on. So it's able to keep on generating. So you're going downhill, you already have the momentum. So if something happens, you run out of fuel, you'll still go all the way down. So in a sense, these new generators don't have it. Yeah, your solar plant is just, it's a passive device. It just sits there. It has no moving parts. So, but that's being addressed currently. I think we need to strengthen our policies and require that it is a must that, okay, maybe it needs to be discussed on what the cost implications are, that the new renewable energies that are coming in, they need to have capabilities, for example, to support the network in terms of riding through the faults. That half second going free through the fault is very important, as well as providing also for reactive power that they're drawing from the network. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a confirmation. In the coming to be released least cost power development plan, there is definitely battery energy storage systems. I think one already in Rabai, in Olkaria, the others. So maybe the universities can get in touch with the ministry and the consultancy so that you are made part of the whole process. That's good. Secondly, I agree with you, collaboration is important. I saw the Engineers Board of Kenya will be writing a memorandum asking both the infrastructure ministry and ourselves to be putting aside some funds, a percentage of the project funds, for R&D, so we'll be coming to Nyokabi and other financials and the National Treasury to allow a small percentage, whether it's 1%, which will end up being big, to go to R&D. I've been fortunate enough to be financed into millions in R&D, so I know where the universities need that. My time is up, but although there's one lady who really wants to ask a burning question, I will take only that last question. Then from there, I will whatever. Karaoke, you have a burning question? Okay, let's pick that one too. Please keep it short and simple.
My name is Serafin Duku from Ketraco. My question is to Engineer Kilonzi. The software you have recommended, you have chosen it because it uses a stochastic model rather than a deterministic one. I've noted that there's a lot of concern on what the software can handle in terms of the variability of inputs. Can you kindly give us insight on the unique inputs that the software can give, that which I believe is why you chose it rather than all the other softwares that are available? Thank you.
Okay, karaoke. If there's any person, Kilonzi will put up his hand during lunchtime. You are free to sit next to him and have your lunch with him and ask more questions.
Okay, thank you. I think for me is not really a question. I'm trying to give a response to the question that was asked about collaboration and fundraising, because one of the objectives of doing the collaboration frameworks like the MOUs was to assist one another and share the resources that we have, and also have a common approach in terms of challenges that we are facing. For example, we noted that the universities are very good in research and training, but they don't have now the actual experience in terms of what the industry is going through. And the industry, that is how we are coming in. So when we are drawing up these collaborations, we were looking at the areas where can we have mutual benefit. The universities benefiting from the industry, and the industry benefiting from the universities. And what even the universities, they told us one thing is that when they are also trying to get the resources, they were being asked one question. Are you sure you want to do something that is relevant to the industry? In fact, it was a condition that if you are going to fundraise, tell us that you are doing something that is relevant to an industry. So it means that even the fundraising that the universities were going through, it has to be industry oriented. And even now we are working on one proposal, fundraising proposal with the University of Nairobi, to see that we can have a common fundraising such that the money that we'll be able to get, we'll be able to utilize for research that is industry oriented. And there are also many other areas that we talked of collaboration in terms of what they have. I talked in the morning. They have the resources like the laboratories, demonstration fields, which we don't have. If we need our people to do research in terms of actual activities, they can go to the universities, maybe they use the laboratories or demonstration fields. The same case for the universities. They don't have like the substations we have in Suswa. If their student, they are teaching something that they want their student to learn, they can come to Suswa and see what is happening in a live substation. Thank you.
Thank you, Godfrey, for that comment. Kilonzi will take the...
Thank you for the question from the lady from Ketraco. Actually, when we were doing this analysis and comparison of the softwares, we were more or less biased towards what we lack. So, and there, as I mentioned, there were three key issues. What we lack first is the stochastic. What I mean is the variability of the renewable energy sources and also the load side. The other issue which we lack is how best to include the energy storage system, both the battery energy storage systems and the pumped hydros, which we are looking at as a country, and the issues of interconnections. And also the other issues of transmission, which, as I said, nearly all the softwares have those challenges, and that's why we are recommending a customized tool to go to the SC power flow based formulation. But now to come to your question on to what extent this stochastic nature of the software is. Plexos, there are two ways to handle, three ways actually, to handle generation optimization, where it matters to what time slices duration you are looking at. There are softwares which look at only one time slice, and that is what Engineer Odero was saying, the peak only. There are softwares which group time slices into groups. Maybe you have winter, because of course most of them are done in Europe. Then there are those softwares which can break down these time slices into even hourly, or even you can go further to maybe minutes, but that is at the expense of the computation. What Plexus have done, they have gone to the hourly as we speak, but they have challenges, of course, of computation, and that is why they went to cloud computing. So basically that is the extent they are at the moment. But the good thing with all these softwares, the commercially available softwares, is that there is support. And sometimes they can do some modifications to the algorithm to suit your need. So not Plexus alone, all the softwares which are commercially available and are having an existing R&D with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I know planning, and it's quite interesting. We can go on for a long time, but we have to come to the end of this session. So let's request the floor. We appreciate the two engineers who are speakers. Thank you so much, Engineer Kilonzi, for your paper. We'll look for it to be published. And since you could not remember her name, I will give you the privilege and honor to sit with her for lunch and learn her name and answer her question. So I'll request the MC to come and give us housekeeping issues regarding lunch and Karibu Karaoke.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for that team, for that paper. I'm telling you, if you are an engineer, if you are a researcher, you are quite at home. But there are people who I know went to their mobile phones, and we want to engage you for 5 minutes only before we break for lunch. We're going to do this through a very small game. This game is only going to take 7 minutes because there are 7 questions. There are only 2 rules to this game. First of all, everybody with a mobile phone, a smartphone generation, a smartphone, please log in to the Wi-Fi network and go to a website called kahoot.it. Kahoot.it. Please just remove your mobile phone, go to a website called kahoot.it. Kahoot. Spelling of Kahoot is K-A-H-O-O-T.it. Kahoot.it. And then it will ask you to enter a game pin. Just wait there. Wait there. I just want you to go to this site called kahoot.it. The second rule about this game, and I know this is going to be a spoiler, this game we are not allowing Ketraco staff to play. They can be engaged. They're very easy questions, so we would want to have everybody engaged. So we'd want our visitors who've come here today to just start. And what I want you to do is put in the pin that is coming up, and the pin is 2086916, and use a nickname. Do not use your name. Use a nickname if you are asked to put in a name. Use a nickname. You'll see players coming in. Yeah, there's Charm, very good. Edmox, Lorak, very good. Those are good nicknames coming up. We want to just learn a little bit about Ketraco. Like I said, this will take a few minutes. Remember the 2 rules. Ketraco staff, even if you come in here, please, we will allow our visitors to answer these questions. They are very easy. But also, I would also want, if you also seated, our Ketraco staff seated next to a visitor, don't give him the answers. They are very simple. Please, let's not leak this. Are we ready to start? One tip I can give about this game, speed matters. Speed matters. And the overall winner will get a present, and he will be awarded here by the chairman. So, there is something at stake. Are we ready? So remember, speed matters. We only have 20 seconds to answer a question. Hey, people have good names. There's Princess. There's the Professor. This is quite interesting. Team Manager. I'm loving this. This is quite interesting. So I'm going to press start. Takes 20 seconds to answer a question. Remember, speed matters. Here we go. Our first question. Ketraco Research Conference. 3, 2, 1. Very quickly. It's a quiz. In which year was Ketraco incorporated? There are 4 multiple choice. Very quickly. Press your color. One answer is already up. Very quickly. Let's see the answers. Remember Ketraco stuff. Let's not play this. This is very easy. We have a few more seconds remaining to get the answer. We have already 39 answers coming in. Our correct answer is 2008. Our correct answer is 2008, December. That's when we were incorporated. Of course, we started our operations in 2009 and 2010. That's a good question. That's a good question. Like I said, very easy questions. Let's go. 7 questions. We've just done number 1. Board of Directors, you're also playing. You're also included in this game. Chairman, we are here with you. Hiya. Let's go. So Fire is leading. Whoever is called Fire, he or she was the fastest. We will get to know who's the fastest. It calculates who's number 1 with every score. Next question. Are we ready? What is the approximate width of the Wayleaf corridor of a 400 kV transmission line? Very quickly answer. Please, please, let's not give leakage. Let's not give leakage. 30 answers already. Speed matters. Speed matters. Speed and accuracy. Speed and accuracy matters. All right, a few more seconds. A few more seconds to go. 60 meters is the answer. 60 meters Wayleaf corridor for a 400 kV line. So you can imagine, I think this room is approximately 20, 25 meters, 30 maybe. My estimation could be off, but you can imagine 60, 30 meters on the left, 30 meters on the right. And our Wayleaf team, ladies and gentlemen, they have the task of acquiring that corridor for many, many kilometers. Let's appreciate the Wayleaf team, wherever they are. Munafanyanga kazi mzuri sana. Asanteni sana. Let's see who's leading after question number 2. Leading after question number 2 is... Toms. Toms has taken the lead. Toms has taken the lead. Very good. Let's pick it up the pace because of lunch. Question number 3. When was the annual Electricity Transmission Research Conference launched? Which year? Very quickly. Some few answers. Ketraco staff, I can see some giving answers there. Nancy? Okay. All right, a few answers, very good coming in. In 3, 2, 1. And the answer is 2019 was when our first research conference. This is our 3rd. We took a pause in 2020 because of COVID. Last year, 2021, we did, and now this is our 3rd. So very quickly, who's leading? After question number 3, recalculates, and we have Nemo. Whoever she is, she has taken the lead. We're on question 4 out of 7. What is the longest transmission line put up by Ketraco? Very quickly, take a quick answer. What is the longest transmission line put up by Ketraco? Very quickly, we have a few more seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Our chief guest mentioned even the specific kilometers for this line. Let's go. Ethiopia, Kenya is the line, still under almost complete. Who can shout out how many kilometers it is? 6, 615, 612. Who has the final answer? 612 it is, 612 kilometers. Recalculating, Toms has gone back up. Are we sure Toms is not a Ketraco staff? We will get to know. We will get to know. Tutajua tu sasa. Question number 5. We have 2 more questions. How many counties does Loyangalani Suswa transmission line traverse? How many counties does it traverse? This question has gray area, but Dr. Mativo, I hope you'll give us this answer in 4, 3, 2, 1. And the answer is 6 counties. 6 counties. We're starting at Marsabit. We go to Samburu County, Laikipia County, Nyandarua, do we touch Isiolo? Yes, Isiolo, Nyandarua, Isiolo, then we come to Nakuru. Where is Suswa? So the answer is 7. Actually, the answer is 7. If Suswa is in Kajiado County, there was no 7. So the closest answer is 6. Let's see who has taken this up. When was the most transmission? Which is the most recent transmission line to be commissioned? This is question 6 out of 7. The most recent transmission line to be commissioned in Ketraco. And in 2-1. And the answer is Olkaria Lesos Kisumu. For a bonus point, who knows the exact date of commissioning? Bonus point? Anybody? Raphael? June 30th, 2021. Thank you, Raphael. All right, let's see who's taking. I clicked twice. Before we get to the last question, let's see who's leading. Tom. Wajakoya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last question. We can topple over. Wajakoya, you can come to the top. You can come to the top. Remember speed and accuracy. This is the last question. Please, it's a very simple question, so click as fast as possible. True or false? Our theme for this conference is towards sustainable transmission, transformation of electricity transmission infrastructure development. True or false? Very quick. And the answer is, there we go. The answer is false. The answer is false. Somebody to shout out our theme, kindly. Somebody, bonus. Enhancing efficiency and effectiveness in development and operations of what? Thank you very much. Are we ready to see who's the winner? Are we ready to see who's the winner? Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll. The winner is podium finishing number 1. Number 3 is Radi. Let's give clap to Radi. Number 2 is Tom's. And the winner is Gag. Who is Gag? Who is Gag? Please come, please come. There is a present for you, Chairman. Please come and let's give our winner. We will give Gag to introduce himself very briefly. Who you are. Just receive a present on behalf of Ketraco. Just tell us who you are and where you come from, very briefly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Maneno from Ministry of Energy.
A round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just for interest, who is Tom? Tom, please raise your hand. Tom's. Bona Director. Let's give him a round of applause. And who is, was it Radi? There we go. Are you sure there was no more Kenya there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That was quite engaging. What? No. People asking who is Wajakoya. No. Huh? The hairstyle can tell, but anyway. So what we're going to do right now, lunch. But for us to proceed for lunch, kindly allow me to request, we need a 10-minute head start for our team because of the lines that are up there. We need a 10-minute head start for our team to proceed ahead. For the rest of us, we want to take a quick photo, group photo for all of us, and we are going to do it behind here at the balcony. It will only take 5 minutes. Let's take a quick photo. We're overlooking the good upper hill. So let's take a quick photo. Please remember to take your meal card. For our MD, the chairman, and the table here, please proceed. Modoni is once again there. She will take you for lunch. And let's come back for an afternoon engaging session. Remember, let's go outside and take a quick photo. It will only take 5 minutes, and then we can go for lunch. Voucher is what will be given after the photo. Asanteni sana. Yes, voucher after the photo. Asanteni. Okay.
A couple of years ago, the country undertook a massive study of the future grid, especially the 400 kV grid that will run across the Republic of Kenya. And as the future blueprint was drawn, Isenya was identified as a critical location that would facilitate power transfer to major load centers locally coupled with international interconnections. Ketrako concept that was built by Sharma Power at a total cost of 7 billion. The key financiers of this project are World Bank, Exim Bank of China, Exim Bank of India and the European Investment Bank. Thus, Isenya substation is a very critical node.
Given that it acts like a connector for several sources of power, because we have geothermal coming to Isenya, we have wind coming to Isenya, we have solar coming into Isenya. So that is also a very key substation to our country, because whenever we lose one source of power, the other one is on standby, and the country will not experience the blackouts which we've been experiencing.
Isenya comprises of different lines incoming and outgoing lines. It comprises of the 400 kV lines, 220 kV lines and 132 kV lines, which are interconnected between the three levels of the voltages. So from the 400 kV substation, we have two main incoming lines, that is the Suswa 1 and Suswa 2, evacuating power from Suswa substation to Nairobi through Isenya.
Therefore making Isenya substation a part of the greater 400 kV metropolitan ring around Nairobi.
The Nairobi Ring project entailed the construction of had 4 substations. That's Isenya substation, the 220 kV substation. Then we have the Athi River 220/66 kV substation. Then we have the Kimuka, which is in Ngong area, which is also a 220/66 kV substation. Then finally we have the Mala substation, which is similarly 220/66 kV. So the benefit of the Nairobi Ring was that it provides a ring which provides an alternative supply, electricity supply path to Nairobi and its environs. The benefit of having a ring is that it provides alternative electricity supply parts to a consumer. So in this case, the consumer would be Nairobi and its environs. So previously, before the Nairobi would be supplied through Olkaria, Nairobi North, and then into Dandora, Embakasi, and then we have the Embakasi and the city center substation. But now with the ring, and the ring works together with the Mombasa-Nairobi line, there is a connection from Suswa substation to Isenya, then Isenya to Athi River substation, then Athi River to Embakasi. Then from Embakasi, we have a connection to Mala and to Dandora, then Nairobi North, and then back all the way to Suswa. So with this ring, electricity can be supplied from either direction at any given time, hence improving reliability, stability of the power, which I believe Nairobians probably have noticed in the couple of years.
The Isenya complex has a number of outgoing lines operated at 400 kilovolts.
It will have some various outgoing lines, that is Arusha 1 and Arusha 2, which is an interconnector.
The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector starts from Singida in Tanzania, goes to Arusha, then the Namanga border, and finally Isenya substation here in Kenya. And collectively it's about over 500 kilometers long. It's an AC line, also with the capability of transferring up to 2,000 megawatts. The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector is part of the Zambia-Tanzania-Kenya interconnector, which plays a big role in power trade amongst the Southern African power pool and the Eastern African power pool. So from that you can see that Ethiopia is one of the Eastern African power pool countries, and through that connection, Ethiopia, Kenya, and then we have the Kenya-Tanzania to Zambia interconnection. It can trade with anyone along the route.
Isenya substation also has a 400 kV line connecting Isenya to the Konza metropolis. This line is quite critical, because in the least cost power development plan, Konza is poised to be the next city. It therefore requires a dedicated transmission line that will facilitate stable, reliable power that Konza metropolis needs.
We also have our main load center in the coast, that is Mariakani substation. 2 lines are outgoing from Isenya substation, that is Mariakani 1 and Mariakani 2.
This project forms part of the widely recognized Mombasa-Nairobi transmission line, which will electrify the standard gauge railway, making it faster and more efficient. Electrification of the SGR will further result in a drop of travel and cargo transportation costs for Kenyans, and boost Kenya and East Africa's competitiveness as an investment hub. In the 220 kV substation, we have 2 incoming lines that can also serve as outgoing depending on the load centers.
In the 220 kV substation, we have 2 incomers or outgoing. It can serve depending on the load centers. We have Athi River 1, Athi River 2, and then we have Rabai 1, Rabai 2, which at the end of the day will be moved to the 400 kV substation. Once Mariakani substation gets finished.
So 220 will supply our industrial areas and our commercial areas around Isenya area all the way to part of Nairobi.
And from the 132 kV substation, we only have one outgoing that is going to Namanga substation, and the incomer is coming from the 220 kV substation, Isenya.
The Isenya-Namanga line originates from Isenya 132 kV substation and ends at Namanga 132 kV substation. The Isenya 132 kV substation is connected to the Isenya 220 kV substation, which is connected to the larger Suswa, the 400 kV Suswa Isenya network. This line is basically meant for Kajiado County. Currently, Kajiado County is served by power from Athi River substation, which is quite overburdened network. The existing network is overburdened. So we need to have more reliable and a strong network within the county. So once the project is complete, we'll be able to have more reliable and stable power within the county, which will be able to serve the growing industrial, domestic and the institutional load within the county.
Benefits of Isenya substation, I think the biggest benefit that we have is, if you remember a couple of years, we had 2 national blackouts, and the primary reason why that was caused is because Nairobi was relying on one line that passes through Nairobi North to Dandora, and I think we have 2 faults in those substations for different years, ended up causing both a national blackout in Kenya and Uganda. So Isenya substation gives us the flexibility of having a ring around Nairobi. So right now, even if today we are to lose the line, the previous line that caused national blackouts, the power can be transferred through Isenya down to Mombasa or back to Nairobi in various areas and feature to Tanzania. So Isenya is there to finish the Nairobi ring, but also become the primary source of power. It gives us what we call the N-1 security on terms of reliability, to ensure that we're not dependent on 1 or 2 lines, but now we have a ring around Nairobi.
The Isenya substation is a very critical node that is connecting the national backbone, international interconnectors and some reinforcement line.
It is like the exit port from our carrier. Because once you get geothermal to Suswa, how do you take it to the rest of the country? You find that Isenya is a strong point of connection. That means it has a very, very major role in contributing to the Vision 2030. First of all, supports other parts of the network. I would have in mind, for example, in the country. So it's a major milestone towards this end. And we are happy that we have reached this far.
At Isenya substation, we have an international interconnector, a line we call Kenya, Tanzania. Again, a 400 kV transmission line. So if you look at it, if we connect, if this project Kenya-Tanzania is complete, then we will have connected Kenya to Tanzania. But Tanzania is connected to the SADC countries. That is Zambia, South Africa, isn't it? So then we will have connected Ethiopia to the East African region, then to South Africa. And that will enable international power trade.
A Kenya interconnector and Isenya substation give Kenya an opportunity that was not there 13 years ago when Vision 2030 document was launched with ambitious program to move Kenya into a mid-level industrialized country. Because at that time the level of availability of power and quality of power was bad. But these two lines, these infrastructures give the country that additional missing link, ensuring that Kenya has access to cheaper power from Ethiopia, has access to a line that improves the stability of the grid, and also a substation that becomes core to the industrial heart of the country.
Currently, we are at the tail end of implementing the Isenya Namanga line, and we want to thank the community and all the stakeholders for the support that they have accorded us so far. And we request them to continue supporting the project so that we can give Kajiado County more secure, more reliable, more affordable, and more stable power.
A couple of years ago, the country undertook a massive study of the future grid, especially the 400 kV grid that will run across the Republic of Kenya. And as the future blueprint was drawn, Isenya was identified as a critical location that would facilitate power transfer to major load centers locally coupled with international interconnections. KETRACO consequently invested in a 150-acre piece of land christened the Isenya complex that is situated 60 kilometers from Kenya's capital city Nairobi and 97 kilometers from the Kenya-Tanzania border of Namanga. It comprises 3 different substations positioned in close proximity to each other, but operating under different voltages, namely the 400 kV substation constructed by China Aerospace Company, the 220 kV substation erected by the Conco Group, and the 132 kV station that was built by Sharma Power at a total cost of 7 billion. The key financiers of this project are World Bank, Exim Bank of China, Exim Bank of India and the European Investment Bank. Thus, Isenya substation is a very critical node.
Given that it acts like a connector for several sources of power, because we have geothermal coming to Isenya, we have wind coming to Isenya, We have solar coming into Isenya. So that is also a very key substation to our country, because whenever we lose one source of power, the other one is on standby, and the country will not experience the blackouts which we've been experiencing.
Isenya comprises of different lines incoming and outgoing lines. It comprises of the 400 kV lines, 220 kV lines, and 132 kV lines, which are interconnected between the three levels of the voltages. So from the 400 kV substation, we have two main incoming lines. That is the Suswa 1 and Suswa 2, evacuating power from Suswa substation to Nairobi through Isenya.
Therefore making Isenya substation a part of the greater 400 kV metropolitan ring around Nairobi.
The Nairobi Ring project entailed the construction of the Isenya-Suswa transmission line, which was 4 kilometers long, and it was a 400 kV transmission line, AC transmission line. Then it had 4 substations. That's Isenya substation, the 2 220 kV substation. Then we have the Athi River 220/66 kV substation. Then we have the Kimuka, which is in Ngong area, which is also a 220/66 kV substation. Then finally we have the Mala substation, which is similarly 220/66 kV. So the benefit of the Nairobi Ring was that it provides a ring which provides an alternative supply, electricity supply path to Nairobi and its environs. The benefit of having a ring is that it provides alternative electricity supply paths to a consumer. So in this case, the consumer would be Nairobi and its environs. So previously, before the Nairobi Ring, Nairobi would be supplied through Olkaria, Nairobi North, and then into Dandora, Embakasi, and then we have the Embakasi and the city center substation. But now with the ring, and the ring works together with the Mombasa-Nairobi line, there is a connection from Suswa substation to Isenya, then Isenya to Athi River substation, then Athi River to Embakasi. Then from Embakasi, we have a connection to Mala and to Dandora, then Nairobi North, and then back all the way to Suswa. So with this ring, electricity can be supplied from either direction at any given time, hence improving reliability, stability of the power, which I believe Nairobians probably have noticed in the couple of years.
The Isenya complex has a number of outgoing lines operated at 400 kilovolts.
It will have some various outgoing lines, that is Arusha 1 and Arusha 2, which is an interconnector.
The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector starts from Singida in Tanzania, goes to Arusha, then the Namanga border, and finally Isenya substation here in Kenya. And collectively it's about over 500 kilometers long. It's an AC line, also with the capability of transferring up to 2,000 megawatts. The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector is part of the Zambia-Tanzania-Kenya interconnector, which plays a big role in power trade amongst the Southern African power pool and the Eastern African power pool. So from that you can see that Ethiopia is one of the Eastern African power pool countries, and through that connection, Ethiopia, Kenya, and then we have the
that will facilitate stable, reliable power that Konza Metropolis needs.
We also have our main load center in the coast, that is Mariakani Substation. 2 lines are outgoing from Isenya Substation, that is Mariakani 1 and Mariakani 2.
This project forms part of the widely recognized Mombasa-Nairobi transmission line, which will electrify the standard gauge railway, making it faster and more efficient. Electrification of the SGR will
or outgoing, it can serve depending on the load centers. We have Athi River 1, Athi River 2, and then we have Rabai 1, Rabai 2, which at the end of the day will be moved to the 400 kV substation. Once Mariakani substation gets finished.
So 220 will supply our industrial areas and our commercial areas around Isenya area all the way to part of Nairobi.
And from the 132 kV substation, we only have 1 outgoing, that is going to Namanga substation, and the incomer is coming from the 220 kV substation, Isenya.
The Isenya Namanga line originates from Isenya 132 kV substation and ends at Namanga 132 kV substation. The Isenya 132 kV substation is connected to the Isenya 220 kV substation, which is connected to the larger Suswa, the 400 kV Suswa Isenya network. This line is basically meant for Kajiado County. Currently, Kajiado County is served by power from Athi River substation, which is quite overburdened network. The existing network is overburdened. So we need to have more reliable and a strong network within the county. So once the project is complete, we'll be able to have more reliable and stable power within the county, which will be able to serve the growing industrial, domestic and the institutional load within the county.
Benefits of Isenya substation, I think the biggest benefit that we have is, if you remember a couple of years, we had 2 national blackouts, and the primary reason why that was caused is because Nairobi was relying on 1 line that passes through Nairobi North to Dandora, and I think we have 2 faults in those substations for different years, and up causing both a national blackout in Kenya and Uganda. So Isenya substation gives us the flexibility of having a ring around Nairobi. So right now, even if today we are to lose the line, the previous line that caused national blackouts, the power can be transferred through Isenya down to Mombasa or back to Nairobi in various areas and future to Tanzania. So Isenya is there.
The Eastern Electricity Highway Interconnector, popularly referred to as the Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector, a hydro-powered 500 kilovolts high-voltage direct current bipolar transmission line that connects two countries and comes with many firsts. For starters, the 1,045 kilometers line that runs from Walaita Sodo in Ethiopia to Suswa in Kenya is the longest in East and Central Africa, with the Kenyan section covering 7 counties, namely Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Nakuru, and Kajiado. It had 1,650 project-affected persons. This bipolar line has the capacity to carry 2,000 megawatts of electricity in either direction, with its capacity being almost equal to the national peak demand of about 2,035 megawatts. The Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line comes with yet another first. It is set to be the region's first 500 kilovolts HVDC line and the country's first direct current line, as all the installed lines are alternating current in nature. This will essentially allow for smooth transfer of power between the two different grid systems of Kenya and Ethiopia, effectively reinforcing the stability and economy of each grid. This project is part of Kenya's vision of ensuring energy security at all times. The Ethiopia-Kenya project will facilitate cross-border power trade and will play a significant role in providing reliable and affordable energy to the East African power pool and eventually to the Southern Africa power pool. The project is financed jointly by the Government of Kenya and development partners that include the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French Development Bank. The project has been developed by a consortium of contractors comprising KEC, Larsen & Toubro, Kalpataru Power Transmission, all from India, and Germany-based Siemens, with Tractarbel as the consultants.
Without power, the country will not develop. Anything in our country today, name it manufacturing, IT, even in schools. The enabler of all these facilities, even in hospitals, is power.
Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector.
The Eastern Electricity Highway Interconnector, popularly referred to as the Ethiopia-Kenya Interconnector, is a hydro-powered 500 kilovolts high-voltage direct current bipolar transmission line that connects two countries and comes with many firsts. For starters, the 1,045 kilometers line that runs from Walaita Sodo in Ethiopia to Suswa in Kenya is the longest in East and Central Africa, with the Kenyan section covering 7 counties, namely Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Nakuru, and Kajiado. It had 1,650 project-affected persons. This bipolar line has the capacity to carry 2,000 megawatts of electricity in either direction, with its capacity being almost equal to the national peak demand of about 2,035 megawatts. The Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line comes with yet another first. It is set to be the region's first 500 kilovolts HVDC line and the country's first direct current line, as all the installed lines are alternating current in nature. This will essentially allow for smooth transfer of power between the two different grid systems of Kenya and Ethiopia, effectively reinforcing the stability and economy of each grid. This project is part of Kenya's vision of ensuring energy security at all times. The Ethiopia-Kenya project will facilitate cross-border power trade and will play a significant role in providing reliable and affordable energy to the East African power pool and eventually to the Southern Africa power pool. The project is financed jointly by the Government of Kenya and development partners that include the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the French Development Bank. The project has been developed by a consortium of contractors comprising KEC, Larsen & Toubro, Kalpataru Power Transmission, all from India, and Germany-based Siemens, with Tractarbel as the consultants.
Without power, the country will not develop. Anything in our country today, name it manufacturing, IT, even in schools, the enabler of all these facilities, even in hospitals, is power.
Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector, popularly known as Eastern Electricity Highway Project. This is one of the leading interconnection projects by KETRACO that we are implementing for purposes of facilitating regional power trade. This project comprises of 3 components, actually 4 components. We have the transmission lines, which are divided into 3. We have a converter station, and the project is 500 high voltage direct current, known as HVDC, with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts of power. Ethiopia-Kenya will facilitate regional power trade. It will facilitate power exchange, and of course we also have opportunities around regional integration, because the countries around the East African power pool and also the South African power pool are going to be facilitated through this interconnector. The project is costing around 50.6 billion Kenya shillings, and there are 4 main financiers. First one being the World Bank, that is basically financing the converter station. The second is African Development Bank. We have the French Development Agency, and of course the Government of Kenya for purposes of well acquisition. What GOK does is provide counterpart funding.
When it comes to the routing of the line, the major things we normally consider when you're routing up the line actually include the population. We try to ensure that we minimize the impact of displacement as much as we can. We don't displace very important utilities. These include schools, they also include hospitals. This one actually also explains why we don't actually try to pass through populated or actually towns for that matter. In addition to that, we also ensure that we pass through relatively fine terrain for purposes of ease of construction, but where we can, then of course maybe the contractor will have to find their own ways of actually doing it, but where we can afford, we will try.
Yes, once we realize that we are passing through community land, we actually use the Community Land Act, Trust Land Act, to effect the payment for compensation in lieu of. Marsabit County, most of the land is community-based, it's community land. So in the 242 kilometers that we passed through, we actually just did compensation in lieu of general damages. Meaning we had projects that we did. We first started with informing the county government. In that stage, then we were allowed to have meetings with the communities.
Okay, I don't know much if it was a winning strategy, but what happened is Ketraco and the team, the chairman and everybody else that was involved said they wanted to have a meeting.
Which we did. And then each and every location came up with their different projects. So then we, after they came up with their different projects, we got bids of quantities from the county government, and then we helped them. Out of the 242 kilometers that we affected, we managed to do 45 projects. And these spread from classrooms to dormitories to dining halls, water pans.
Wakati line ya Ketraco ilikuwa napita katika village fulani, wanakuwa compensated.
An array of all types of projects that the community needed. So even if we did not, one or two of them did not do as we had expected. Actually, when we did our mission the last time we were there, we were able to confirm that almost 90% of them utilized the funds properly.
Pia hawa wafugaji walipata kulipwa fidia ya nyumba zao ndogo ndogo ambazo zilikuwa kwenye laini ya stima, na walipata kufanyia kazi mzuri sana.
Na wamejengea manyumba, wengine hata wakasomesha watoto yao, wengine wakanunua mifugo. Saa hii kuna mama ambaye ako na nyumba ya blocks ambaye amejenga kutokana na hiyo faida ambayo amepata kutoka Ketraco.
Ketraco is a bigger partner in our school because the first 3 classes were built by them. It is through them that the Rendile children who are poor, who could not access a boarding education, were able to get an opportunity to brighten their future.
Sitakuwa nikitumia transport kwenda mpaka shule zingine. Alafu tena imemsaidia mzazi wangu juu school fees iko chini.
Distance ya kutoka hapa mpaka kwetu ni kama just 3 kilometers hivi.
Kama ungekuwa umefungua hapa, mimi ningeenda 21 kilometers. So ilinisaidia kwa sababu nakaa kwa mamangu, nakuja hapa tu kusoma nikirudi nyumbani jioni.
Kama si hao walikuja mtujengee ma classes, mtu kama mimi singeweza hata kuja shule. Ningepotelea kwa mtaani. Tumetoa madawa ningepotelea tuko.
Previously we didn't have a permanent dormitory. We used to have classes, we were using classes, but currently they have a very good home and very spacious. So the kitchen has helped the school so much, and the students were actually eating under the trees, but currently they are under a roof that was built by Ketraco, because they used to have a lot of problems, especially when it is raining. So now we are very happy for the same. Ketraco has done a very good job.
Tulbi Girls High School is a new school which started.
Now the officials of the conservancies, we actually moved the line and everything moved on smoothly. We just passed through the conservancies, but ensuring that the mitigation measures to ensure we don't destroy as much as the vegetation as much as possible. In Marsabit, the conservancy was the main issue. In Samburu, there are no much issues. We passed through the conservancies. In Isiolo, it was not a major issue. In Laikipia, we also passed through some conservancies, but again, we had to agree on where the route of the line would pass.
I mean, when we started hearing about the Ethiopia-Kenya transmission line, then of course, I knew that is a national project. It's a government project. It's a Vision 2030 project. And I knew this is not just for the country, which I would go all the way for, but I knew this is for Africa basically. But now as it stands, we haven't lost anything. So whatever we got from Ketraco was actually a token in good faith, and we actually thought that Ketraco did more to us than we actually did to Ketraco. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect wildlife movement. It doesn't affect grazing land at all. So it's got actually minimal impact on the ground. It's way above the tree lines. So I don't think it affects anything environmentally, other than maybe putting permanent structures below the power line, which happens all over the world. But any other thing it doesn't affect. So
within Nyandarua County, it was not a big issue other than Apadea's forest. But again, that one, because of the past, or actually how big Apadea's forest is, we just have to pass through, took into account that will not clear the entire 60-meter wayleaf, because of what? Because of obvious also that we don't actually destroy a lot of trees. So at least we took approximately 40 meters we leave, so that although we are acquiring 60, but at least trees were cut within the 40 meters. So just to ensure that we balance now the infrastructure and of course the forest.
The project is quite a major one of the biggest projects in the region, and it has a transmission line which is HVDC type with a capacity of about 2,000 megawatts. It has a total length of about 614 from the border, kilometers from the border to Suswa, plus a 15-kilometer electrode line. You know, we have two DC lines, and each has a number of conductors. So if you do a multiplication with the number of bundles, we call them conductors per bundle, you can see it's quite big. So it will be 614 times the number of bundles. And do that mathematics, you realize it's quite heavy because each conductor side has 4 bundles. So far, we've been able to finish the entire project from the border all the way to Suswa. The HVDC transmission line is completed.
The HVDC line we are talking about is evacuating hydropower, which is much cheaper, and therefore, if we inject it into our power mix, it will go a long way into reducing the cost of power in Kenya.
So in this project, Siemens has built 2 converter stations, one in Ethiopia at Sodo and another one here in Suswa in Kenya. The project at its peak is able to transfer power of 2000 megawatt, and power can be transferred bidirectional from Ethiopia to Kenya and Kenya to Ethiopia as well. HVDC scores in all aspects on technical considerations, including reliability, controllability of the system as compared to high voltage AC transmission systems, and most importantly on economic considerations such as terminal cost, transmission line cost and right of way, and also the capitalized losses when considered. It offers advantages over long distances, say more than 600 or 700 kilometers.
The first thing which is done is design of the route plan, which entails identifying areas where there are minimal impact on both the developments and also the environment. So once the route has been identified, then a survey is done to determine the route length and also the topography of the line. When the design is finally done, the size of towers are identified, where the towers will be constructed. And once all this is done, the design of the towers and fabrication is done from the factory and then imported to site. On site, basically the contractor does the foundation work, excavation, construction of the foundation, and once the foundation is complete, the next activity is basically tower erection. It does erection of the towers, putting up all the what is required for the tower to be complete. Once the tower erection is complete, the contractor actually does the fittings and starts the stringing activities. So after stringing, there's an inspection done just to make sure that everything is okay before energization. Once energized, the project is complete at that level.
One of the immediate benefits that Kenya expects here is regional integration will be enhanced. Of course, right now we have the economic trading blocks. East African community, of course, having the 5 or 6 member states. Countries like Congo, for example, that have a lot of hydropower, being able to export the power through the regional interconnection. I also, as I've said, expect also the fiber component where we can connect to Ethiopia up to Djibouti, of course, through the underground cable, undersea cable, and this will facilitate communication. I think in terms of the economics, we expect a lot of power exchange. We expect KETRACO and our counterparts, of course, to have enhanced revenues. And in terms of the member states within East and Central Africa, we expect enhanced regional cooperation and integration.
And KETRACO being the transmission, power transmission company, we contribute in providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, and evaluating power from generation plants, providing and improving quality and safety of electricity supply throughout the country, evaluating power from generation plants, and provide link with the neighboring countries in order to facilitate power exchange and trade in East African region. We follow the strategic plan, our strategic plan based on what is envisaged in Vision 2030.
Na wanashukuru watu wa KETRACO, na ni watu ambao wazuri walikuwa wanakuja direct kwa community, na ile community walikuwa kitu yote ambao wanahitaji wanapatiwa. Ni watu ambao walikuwa wazi na mambo yao ilikuwa inaenda vizuri sana, community walikuwa wanapenda hao.
The Nairobi ring, but also become the primary source of power. It gives us what we call the N-1 security on terms of reliability, to ensure that we're not dependent on 1 or 2 lines, but now we have a ring around Nairobi.
Isenya Substation is a very critical node that is connecting the national backbone, international interconnectors and some reinforcement line.
It is like the exit port from Olkaria. Because once you get geothermal to Suswa, how do you take it to the rest of the country? You find that Isenya is a strong point of connection. That means it has a very, very major role in contributing to the Vision 2030. First of all, supports other parts of the network. I would have in mind, for example, energization of the SGR, boosting of the supply within Nairobi region. That could have they have a direct contribution to the Vision 2030. and eventually contribute to the lowering of the cost of power in the country. So it's a major milestone towards this end, and we are happy that we have reached this far.
At Isenya Substation, we have an international interconnector, a line we call Kenya, Tanzania. Again, a 400 kV transmission line. So if you look at it, if we connect, if this project Kenya, Tanzania is complete, then we will have connected Kenya to Tanzania. But Tanzania is connected to the SADC countries. That is Zambia, South Africa, isn't it? So then we will have connected Ethiopia to the East African region, then to South Africa. And that will enable international power trade.
A Kenya interconnector and Isenya Substation give Kenya an opportunity that was not there 13 years ago when Vision 2030 document was launched with ambitious program to move Kenya into a mid-level industrialized country. Because at that time the level of availability of power and quality of power was bad. But these two lines, these infrastructures give the country that additional missing link, ensuring that Kenya has access to cheaper power from Ethiopia, has access to a line that improves the stability of the grid, and also a substation that becomes core to the industrial heart of the country.
Currently, we are at the tail end of implementing the Isenya Namanga line, and we want to thank the community and all the stakeholders for the support that they have accorded us so far. And we request them to continue supporting the project so that we can give Kajiado County more secure, more reliable, more affordable, and more stable power.
A couple of years ago, the country undertook a massive study of the future grid, especially the 400 kV grid that will run across the Republic of Kenya. And as the future blueprint was drawn, Isenya was identified as a critical location that would facilitate power transfer to major load centers locally coupled with international interconnections. Katraco consequently invested in a 150-acre piece of land christened the Isenya Complex that is situated 60 kilometers from Kenya's capital city Nairobi and 97 kilometers from the Kenya-Tanzania border of Namanga. It comprises 3 different substations positioned in close proximity to each other, but operating under different voltages, namely the 400 kV substation constructed by China Aerospace Company, the 220 kV substation erected by the Conco Group, and the 132 kV substation that was built by Sharma Power at a total cost of 7 billion. The key financiers of this project are World Bank, Exim Bank of China, Exim Bank of India and the European Investment Bank. Thus, Isenya Substation is a very critical node.
Given that it acts like a connector for several sources of power, because we have geothermal coming to Isenya, we have wind coming to Isenya, we have solar coming into Isenya. So that is also a very key substation to our country, because whenever we lose one source of power, the other one is on standby, and the country will not experience the blackouts which we've been experiencing.
Isenya comprises of different lines, incoming and outgoing lines. It comprises of the 400 kV lines, 220 kV lines and 132 kV lines, which are interconnected between the 3 levels of the voltages. So from the 400 kV substation, we have 2 main incoming lines, that is the Suswa 1 and Suswa 2, evacuating power from Suswa substation to Nairobi through Isenya.
Therefore making Isenya substation a part of the greater 400 kV metropolitan ring around Nairobi.
The Nairobi Ring project entailed the construction of the Isenya-Suswa transmission line, which was 104 kilometers long, and it was a 400 kV transmission line, AC transmission line. Then it had 4 substations. That's Isenya substation, the 220 kV substation. Then we have the Athi River 220/66 kV substation. Then we have the Kimuka, which is in Ngong area, which is also a 220/66 kV substation. Then finally we have the Mala substation, which is similarly 220/66 kV. So the benefit of the Nairobi Ring was that it provides a ring which provides an alternative supply, electricity supply path to Nairobi and its environs. The benefit of having a ring is that it provides.
So we have one paper to discuss this afternoon, and it's also quite an engaging and exciting paper. And to moderate us for this session is none other but Dr. Engineer Joseph Siror. And allow me to give a brief bio intro for Dr. Siror. Dr. Siror is currently the General Manager, Systems Operation and Power Management at Ketraco. He holds a PhD in Engineering and a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering. He has previously worked in 1 or 2 institutions, mostly as the Director of Science and Technology Innovation at the National Economic and Social Council, and has also worked as a Senior Assistant Commissioner at the Kenya Revenue Authority. He's a member of the Electrical Institute of Electronics Engineers, IEEE, a licensed professional engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya, and a corporate member of the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. While Dr. Siror is not working professionally, he's very passionate about evangelism, and you know that, spreading the good news to all. So when he's not at his desk or at the field working, he's somewhere working for the bigger harvest. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate Dr. Siror as he comes in to moderate the second session. Asante sana. Karibu.
Thank you so much, David, for that introduction. I think you added in some things there which I didn't expect they would be in. But because you've said I'm an evangelist, I choose to forgive you. Yeah, this afternoon we have a very wonderful presentation. I know in the morning we were looking at planning stage, but the issues we are now dealing at this stage are post-planning. This is in the domain of operations. I used to pride myself when I was very young that I knew a lot of maths. And I was definitely sure that the square root of -1 does not exist. I was very certain and very sure about that. Until much later on in life, when I was told of I or J, where they introduce an I, where I squared is equals to -1, or J, where J squared is equals to -1. And I actually said, this is not real. And for sure, actually, it is not real. So in the power domain, when we are dealing with transmission of power,
There is what is called the real power, and there is the non-real power. So I was still right that this is not real. So that is, in other terminologies, we normally call it active power and reactive power. It's a serious nuisance in the transmission of power to have to deal with the challenge of reactive power. I know I've been bothering the CEO quite a number of times, and we've been engaging him here and there about the need to procure some shunt reactors, some STATCOMs, and all of it is as a means of managing or dealing with the challenge of reactive power. This afternoon, we are so privileged to have Engineer Charles Ndungu presenting to us a paper on improvement of transmission of active energy efficiency. This mainly is going to be looking at reactive and active power. And as an intro, Engineer Charles Ndungu works with the Kenya Power and serving currently in the Customer Services Division as Chief Engineer. He has a total of 8 years experience in this function. He's a corporate member with IEK and a professional engineer with Engineers Board of Kenya. Dr. Ndungu has also served in other departments at KPLC, including Transmission, Technical Services, and Institute of Energy Studies. He has authored a number of peer-reviewed technical papers and research papers both in local and international conferences, of course, including places like France, UK, Republic of South Africa, among others. Dr. Ndungu recently was conferred with a PhD in engineering from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Join me in welcoming Dr. Ndungu and congratulating him for his achievement to give the paper. Welcome so much, Dr. Ndungu.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. We say that is his nature. Yes. Wow, thank you for that brief introduction. I'm humbled to stand before you so that I can able to present my study, which I did on the area of improvement of transmission of active energy efficiency. And I think much has been said basically of what the paper is all about. It's just to ensure that we transmit what is required by the customer. So that is basically what this paper is all about. So join with me and let us go through the paper together and you see what we are able to come up with. I want to start by looking at a very interesting quote that gives me some hope when things are not working. And I'm not sure who wrote this particular quote, which say that if you only wait for the sunshine to make a move, you will never achieve your goals. So this helps us to overcome the obstacles that comes along the life, and you have to push until you are able to achieve your goals. So I want us to look at the introduction of what we are going to present today, the statement of the problem up to the conclusion of this paper. We first of all look at the general related to transmission of energy. We find that a sustainable and reliable electric energy of power supply is the key mandate of the power utility. So power utility is supposed to ensure that the power is reliable so that we can able to achieve or to realize the socio-economical and cultural transformation of the society. And this is because there's been a steady growth of the electric demand. Every day there's new upcoming demand, and therefore it's important that we ensure that the new upcoming demands are, the energies is met as required. Much has been said about KETRACO. I may not be able to labor so much on it, whereby it has been said the different voltage levels of transmission that they have been able to build, and we want to applaud the KETRACO for the good work so far they are able to do. And again, we have seen that there's been a steady growth of the demand in Kenya. At this point of time, we have recorded a demand of 2,057 peak, and we expect to see the growth coming up even the consecutive years. And this can be easily been displayed looking at this table, that able to give us the projected growth for the next 5 years. So we're able to manage, we are going to have about 5.6% that is the average for the next 5 years. That's the peak demand. And on energy, we are going to get an average of about 4.9. So we need to, as the company, we need to ensure that we are able to have infrastructure that we're able to cater for this growth going forward. So we need to understand, when we talk about the transmission of energy, what other parameters are associated with the power system. And this is where we are talking about the active and reactive energy. And it's important to note that reactive energy is not a key component when it comes to usage of the power. And this is our focus this afternoon. How do we reduce this reactive power so that we can able to carry more active power in the system and hence increasing the efficiency. So we find that the transmission line will be able to cater for both the active and active power. But what is going to be used at the point of the connection is the active power. It's active power, and therefore we are going to focus so much on how we are going to have this active power delivered in a very efficient way. So we are also looking at what are the methods that currently we have that are facilitating the transmission of the active power more efficiency. I just mentioned them. We have installation of the flexible AC transmission. These are the electronic devices that are able to generate the active power, either capacitive or reactive, depending on the system demand. We also have ability to, or use of superconducting material. These are the materials that have a very minimal resistance or impedances. We also have high voltage gas insulated substation, which are set at near the load so that we can able to have high voltage at the point of where there's a high load. And this can only be possible by use of the gas insulated substation because of the space that is required. And lastly, the use of a wide area monitoring system so that you can able to monitor the entire network and see where there's high losses, and then you can able to take the action. So where are the main sources of the reactive power, the one we are talking about? They are mainly coming from the generators. Other point of source is of excited synchronous machine. And also the line itself is able to generate the reactive power. And this is mainly called the Ferrat effect. And also we can also add reactive power by installing the shunt capacitor bank. As Dr. Joseph has said, we are trying to find a way of having them into the system. So that's another way of realizing the reactive power. So it is important to mention that for long transmission lines, at a low condition, and this mostly happens at night, the line tends to be capacitive. That means become more, the power factor is leading power factor. And therefore we need to manage, and I believe channels, they know how to do that, to ensure that the system is still stable, even under low loading condition. So we want to look at what is the disadvantages of having this high reactive power into the system. Why are we so much interested to reduce the reactive power into the system. Basically, there are a number of the reasons, and I'm just going to mention them. One of the key issues is that the cost reduction of the system loading capacity. I may say by this because you find that most of the equipment we have in the power system, they are rated in KVA, that is apparent power. And the apparent power has a component of reactive power, which we're going to see later in this in the presentation. Lower receivable consumer head voltage. And this is because of additional current that are being generated by, or the one that is a component of the reactive power. So there's that component of current which happen to reduce the voltage. We're also going to see that. Increases equipment maintenance costs due to the thermal stress, because this additional current is straining the equipment, and therefore it's possible to break down faster if they are carrying more of this current. Increased system technical losses. So we also realize that this additional current has thermal effect, and this is actually also causes the technical losses. And this is an equation that actually shows that the current is squared, meaning that additional current, the effect is multiplied. So we need to see how we can be able to reduce that so that the effect, the losses, is much reduced. I looked at generally the losses in the system. These are very recent data that's showing that in transmission, that is the 220 and above, the technical losses is 4.5%, but generally the total losses, which is our core focus, is 23.7, which is quite on the higher side. We realize that this is much far than what is required. Another note you have to look at is the technical losses, because 23.7, there's a component of commercial losses. So technical losses, what we have is 12.5, and you find that is quite high. When we compare with the acceptable best practice range, so we find that the best practice range, or the required losses, is between 6 and 8. But we find that we have almost double what we have currently. And we are saying this could be as a result of this reactive power. We will see at the end of the day how much reactive power were we able to get from the study we did. So we need to look at a way of how do we go about reducing the reactive power so that we can able to find a way of reducing the losses that we have already found that is quite high in our system. So any effort toward bringing the losses is something worthy to explore. For those purposes, those who may not be able to maybe know the kind of focus, we are merely focusing on large power consumer, and it's important that we try to define who are these large power consumer. A large power consumer is a power end user whose consumption is above 700 kilowatt hour. And mostly you find that these customers are built using CT meters or direct connected meters. That is an example of a CT meter which is being used to meter a large power customer. And because of this, our focus, we're going to focus mainly on this kind of categories of the customers, because they are the one that consume a lot of reactive power, which we are focusing this afternoon. Well, let's look at the statement of the problem. What pushed us toward this study? Transmission lines are a backbone of any power system. So there's no power system that can exist if there's no transmission line. And it's through the transmission line that we're able to evacuate the bulk energy from generation station to the road center. And therefore, along the way, there's losses that come out of it. And when we look at the current system utilization efficiency that is anchored in Kenya's schedule of tariff gazette notice, that is the 2018, part 4, it gives us 90%. 90% is about, that is the power factor of 0.9. When you look at this particular figure, we find that when you focus where 0.9 is, it's showing us a poor power factor. But you see that when you have a poor power factor, what does it mean? So where we have our current system utilization efficiency for large power customer is at poor power factor, which we need to look at it, how to make it better, at least to reach a point like good power factor. So we are looking at the motivation where we need to look at toward improving the efficiency, utilization efficiency of large power customers. And this is basically because there have been gradual increase of the demand. And consequently, because of this increase, then we expect to have additional transmission lines, which will be catering for the additional loads. And therefore, if this one continue, we need to invest a lot so that we can able to evacuate all the required energy to meet the demand. So we're going to find that from the following figure, it shows how the losses in our system has been increasing over the year. This is 12 years display, and when you look closely to the figure, you could see the gradual increase of the losses. Although when you look at 2019, at least the losses is almost stabilizing a bit, so it's not again increasing, but at least there's an increase of the losses. So there's need to tame this loss so that we may be able to reduce to acceptable level. I came across a very interesting statement in the Standard Nation. This was on May this year, which was challenging Kenyans by saying that Kenya power system losses hit record high. So there's a concern, even outside there, that the losses is beyond what is expected. From this point, from here, they are talking about 23.3, that they have indicated that there have been additional 1.4% increase . From previous, we have talking about utilization efficiency of 90%. If you can push a bit higher and we bring 90 to 95, for example, we are going to reduce the system loading to almost 8%, which is quite a magnificent improvement as per this particular graph, what it displays. So we look at the main objective and the specific objective that guided us, this particular study. The main objective was to improve efficiency of the transmission of the active energy in our network in Kenya Power or in Kenya. The specific objective that we are looking at is to analyze and evaluate transmission line loading. We wanted to see what is the loading currently. From there, we were to investigate large power consumer system utilization efficiency. We wanted to map and see where are the large powers positioned, at what percentage are operating at good, poor, bad. And finally, we wanted to see the effect of the proposal we are making in terms of reduction of the losses. So I want to take you back to class. Those probably have forgotten, just for a quick one. And we look at the definition. We have been talking about power factor. What is this animal we are talking about here? A power factor is basically a ratio of the actual or active energy to apparent power. It's just a ratio. So it gives us that aspect of system utilization. So if the ratio is very high, it means that you're utilizing the system very efficiently. It's a key component in power system that defines how efficient the power end user utilizes the power system. So it's very important that we look at what is the best power factor that we should be able to operate for the purpose of utilizing our system. So we find that when a power consumer is operating at a low PF, it implies drawing more of reactive power from the system, and this one ends up adding more load with the non-useful power. One of the presenters here talked about beer. I don't know why they like using beer to explain between the active and the reactive power. I'm not a fan of it, so I don't know why. So they talk about beer and the foam. What washing? So I believe you can even know how to get that concept. The foam is what we are talking about, reactive power. So maybe for those who like beer, they can tell us, even if you take those foam, maybe there's nothing, no effect, I don't know, but I'm thinking so. So, because I've never gone that direction. So that's what I'm trying to imagine. And therefore, our system now, we are talking about carrying that form and just loading the system with something that, at the end of the day, it will not be useful. Somebody may be asking, why is this reactive power then important? It is very important in a system. We cannot say that we cannot have the reactive power. It's very key in terms of providing the electromagnetic force that is required by the inductive loads. We're talking about the transformer and inductive motors. So it's squared at the point of use. And therefore, we cannot completely say that we don't need it, but there's a way in which we can easily have it in a system in a cheaper way, which we're going to look at it as we proceed. Now, we talked about apparent power or apparent energy. We say that it has a component of reactive power. And this is the equation that governs that relationship. And therefore, Q is now what we are talking about, reactive power. P is the real power. And this can easily be gotten by multiplication of the voltage and current. That one just gives us, straightforward, the apparent power. Because this current here has a component of the reactive current. So that's very important to note. And this is a very key, very, very important equation when it comes to when you are computing to find out how much reactive power is in your system. This can be visualized by looking at this particular what we call power triangle, just showing the relationship between the real power and the reactive power and how the apparent power come along. The angle here is what now we talk about cos phi, which is the power factor. So we said that if we're able to reduce this component of the reactive power, the apparent power will be closer to real power. And that means that whatever you are transporting through the transmission line is actually what we are going to use at the end of at the road points. So that one now tells you how that's related. We look also some of the direct effect that linked with the also high reactive power. In addition to what I had mentioned earlier, they also cause conductor overheating, and this one results to conductor sag. And this can end up breaching the clearance. And the other one is the more energy consumption by the fans, because as I mentioned that there's aspect of heating, and we need to cool, for example, if there's transformer. So we have to spend more energy to cool the transformer. Tripping of the power equipment, for example, power transformer also, because of additional loading. And again, it reduces the voltage profile, and this can be shown from this particular diagram. It's showing that the terminal voltage load, this is the voltage at the end point of the customer, it has a component of also the reactive power, and hence, if you're able to reduce the reactive power, the voltage at the end point will also be improved. So just to bring you on how we conducted this research, it's a quantitative research, meaning we are looking at the primary and also at the secondary data. The primary data that we are able to collect, these were the average data for transmission line loading, and also data for large power consumer, just to help us to know where the customers' efficiency they are relying on. And we also look at we are able to sample quite a number of the customers. We sampled 1,159 in total, and this one presented 19% of the entire population of the large power consumers that we are to analyze. On the other hand, we looked at the secondary data, and this mainly they were projected forecast data, where we are heading to. We also looked at the data for large power consumer, system utilization efficiency in Africa and in another developed country. We wanted to do benchmarking and see where are we as Kenya. Are we doing good relatively with others? And this data we were able to pick it from the respective country schedule of tariff, just the same we have in Kenya. We did this analysis using Excel. We never did any simulation out of this study. Now we look at the result we got. This data we got from National Control, that showing the various loading per each transmission line and the power factor correlating to that particular line. So basically that's what we got. What is interesting of this is that we found one of the line was having a quite low power factor, which was quite low comparable with the others. That is Juja Dadora 132 kV. This one gives us a picture, generally what that table was showing. Just show the demand versus the active demand and the reactive demand. And generally what it's showing us that it's not there's no direct correlation, but generally we could see that increase of the demand, there's also increase of the reactive power, but not one-to-one. We also looked at the various transmission line voltages with the corresponding power factor. This was average. We did average for a number of transmission voltages, and this is what we're able to find. And this can be quickly be represented by that figure, which show that, when it comes to 220 kV, the PF was looking quite okay, but looking at 11 kV, the PF was quite low. And this was what we are going to look at mostly, because we find that the power factor is quite low, and hence the losses must also be very high. The analysis of large power consumers, this is what we are able to get. We found that customers operating at below 0.9, they were allowed 29%. Customers operating above 0.95, which we are now categorizing as good power factor, were only 43%. And those between 0.95 and 0.9, they were 28%. What does that tell us? This tells us that the customers who are being surcharged, because of the low power factor, because what you have said is that the statutory requirement of large power consumer is 0.9. So if you below that, you are surcharged. And that is what we can able to see. Quite a number of customers who are surcharged, which are almost like 30%. We went deeper to analyze this data. What does that data tell us? It tells us that at least 20 MVR of reactive power can be overloaded from the system if the large power consumer operates at a PF of 0.95. So if all the customers that we were able to analyze, if, for example, they were able to, if all of them could operate at a good power factor, then we could be able to overload 20 MVR. And when you looked at the whole population, it was coming to around 24.5 MVR of reactive power. This was equivalent to 2.2 giga reactive hour of reactive energy, which could be offloaded if at all we could be able to push ourselves harder and reach 0.95. And overall, we found that this could offload again the system with 5.1 MVA. For those who are in the power system, to build a substation equivalent to 5.1 MVA, you know how much that will cost. So we are saying that we don't need to build that substation. We only need to manage our utilization efficiency, basically for large power consumers. And we look at the various countries, and we wanted to see what their power factor ranges, or what they have. From here, we were able to see South Africa, from our list, is 96%. And when you look at that is the efficiency or the losses within the system is quite low, so it's 8.39%. All through, we were able to see at least four of the power utility, the efficiency are higher than what we have. Because Kenya, we have 90%, and you could see that by 2018, because that was the losses are associated with the power factor. So generally, there's that equation that show you that when you change from one power factor to another, the implication in terms of the losses that we're going to reduce. So there's a straightforward deduction when we improve on power factor. So we also look at the large power consumer. What are they needed to do? We are talking about improvement of the reactive power efficiency. One way of doing this, the large power customers are required to install capacitor bank at the point of the use, so that this reactive power, we don't need to bring it from the generation point. It's just available at the point of use. This ensures that load reactive power requirement is obtained at the customer premises rather than from the generator. At this stage, is necessitated by the evaluation that we are able to see that there's high losses, and also there's a low power factor along some feeders. And this is because of high reactive power that they are carrying. Then we noted that also that the study shows that 57% of large power consumers need to invest on power factor correction capacitor bank. And what are the main benefits? If, for example, customer invest toward generating the reactive power at the point of the source, what are the benefits that will accrue from that? There's electricity bill reduction, because the apparent power will be reduced. KPLC charges KVA about 200, about there. So if you're able to generate your reactive power, then the KVA will eventually be less. We have less cable overheating because we are not going to carry the reactive current. Good voltage at the point of common coupling. And also we're going to see reduction of the transformer losses. We also look at the benefit that will be accrued by the power utility when we have when increase the efficiency of utilization of the active power. Increase of the profit margin. You have noted that the additional reactive power end up increasing the maintenance the power utility may need to do. So to conclude this study, we can say that this paper has explored the impact of increasing power utilization from the current 90% that is already existing in the Kenya schedule of tariffs. The reason that we have made this proposal is because it has been found that there's high losses within the system. And again, it has also been noted that 57% of the customers are operating below good PF. And therefore, for us to reach where is acceptable level, the proposal is that we need to improve the efficiency or the transition efficiency of our network so that we can able to achieve global recommended value that is between 6 to 8%. We have noted that we are almost 12+%. So we need to do much so that we can able to be within the range that is given. Otherwise, that concludes our study. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
That was an excellent. Let's give him again another round of applause. Did you like it? Yeah. Okay, now we can, let me invite Engineer Henry Odede, who is going to be the discussant for this particular session. And I think he's the most appropriate person, given that, as I read his bio, one of the areas he worked was the national control. And I think the challenge of dealing with the effects of reactive power were very real to him. And at some point, he needed to know what intervention to institute to ensure that the adverse impact did not pose a risk to the bigger network. And as Dr. shared, there are, of course, positive. There are certain positives about reactive power because there are certain loads that need that reactive power. But I think at the national control, they are mainly, what is so more apparent is the negative effects. And that's actually where we normally dwell in most of the time. So Engineer Odede graduated in the year I graduated, so I'm not going to tell you which one it is. And maybe, no, not here, but possibly Engineer Ngugi, Wasua Muli, Peter Njenga, and a number of, and Charles Maloba and the others. He joined KPLC, again in a year, I'm not going to say, as an electrical engineer, and he rose through the ranks to the position of a chief engineer at the national control. And in 2015, he became the John the Baptist by coming to KETRACO ahead of a possible transfer of the system operation function to KETRACO. And I think since that time, he has really been working very hard to ensure that he prepares the way for the transfer of that function. Odede is married to a wife and is blessed with a number of children. And if I was karaoke, I would also say that outside of work, he is out there preaching the gospel. Actually, I think the first time I met him was 31 years ago in the mission field. Yeah, we met somewhere and we collided, convert, and we are preaching in a particular place. Let's give him a round of applause as we welcome Odede as a discussant for this session.
You can see I'm not like Valentine, who arrived with some techno-savvy gadgets. No wonder Daktari is not willing to say when, when we met. It belongs to the Stone Age. Yeah, but I'm happy to be here. My name is Henry Odede, as you have heard, and I'm born again, electrical engineering. Now, Charles is one of my students in the profession. So when I saw this paper, I was very excited because then it shows that when we give way, the thing will be sustainable. Now, Charles has taken us through this paper, improving transmission of active energy efficiency. One of the things that you will notice is that he has attempted to journey the entire panorama of the electric system, all the way from generation, transmission. He's gone all the way even to the customer. You know, that is really how it ought to be. Of course, the topic is transmission. If you went to the very tail end, you see that there's quite a bit of relationship between the entire value chain of the electricity sector. There is the generator doing reactive power. There's the lines also producing some. Even the customer is also doing others. One of the things that we need to appreciate from this paper, which is really dealing with a very important matter in terms of reducing losses, which every business person would want to deal with, is what needs to be done. And I think one of the things that we might need to do to improve this is to look at what really causes these losses. For some time, we have been dealing with what is called metering, which is really what you need to do first before you can know what you have lost. And sometimes there's very, very obvious things. If you're carrying water in a bucket which has got a hole, of course you'll be losing some water, isn't it? If you get a bucket which is bigger and maybe even be heavier, of course, if it doesn't have holes, you definitely know you're not losing water, isn't it? So things like if you have been having long lines and you have reduced their length, of course you have dealt with the losses, even if you don't measure it, isn't it? That is obvious. Charles, you had a line which was 100 kilometers and it is 33 kV, and you have brought in a line that is 132 kV, the same distance, you have really reduced the losses. So these are some of the things that really need to be captured when we are dealing with the issue of technical losses. What builds into this big basket called technical losses? There is the customer behavior. There are things that need to be dealt with at the planning stage. Our planners, you have a lot of work. Actually, many of us believe that most of the problems in the sector emanate from the planning stage. Yeah, because once you miss it at that point, there's not much that you can do. So that's why you're asking questions. Are you thinking about stability? Are you thinking about losses? Are you thinking about the amount of load that you're having? For example, it is a known fact that one of the ways of reducing losses is raising the voltage of your transmission, of your transport system. However, you won't just build a 400 kV line because you want to carry some 3 amps. You know, you would be a serious fellow. You'd have terrible problems. At certain times, if you've been a system operator like myself, like Dr. Sirol said, you really suffer the consequences of those kind of mistakes. I know, like in our country, we have some lines that were designed and built at high voltages, and there is pressure to move them to those voltages. But technically speaking, the decision to move to the next voltage must be technical. It cannot just be for the sake of beauty, if I was to use that word, or for the sake of psych. Many years ago, we were transmitting power at much lower voltages. Actually, when this issue of the presidential task force thing of moving transmission O&M from Ketraco to from KPLC to Ketraco, there were issues. Do we also move Juja Tana lines? Because those were transmission lines for many years. There is even debate whether Juja Rabai line is actually a transmission line, because it has enough load along the way. So what I'm saying is that the aspect of your transmission voltage depends on the amount of load that you're going to transport, because then if you just raise the voltage, then you have challenges during the night. Sometimes some of these things have led operators to do some unusual things, which of course put the system even into other risks. But it is the better choice, like taking off some lines when now they decide to do what Charles said, that lines can also produce relative power. And when they do that, the effect is that the voltages go higher. So there is all that needs to be managed very, very well, so that even as we seek to solve one problem, we don't end up with another one. So I think Charles, you will need to develop that aspect in terms of really what are the causal areas. How do we come up with this? For example, I saw Charles did a chart here showing slide number 24, if it was here, showing the losses increasing over time from 0920 to, I don't know which other one is this, but the system losses is going up steadily. One obvious thing is that if you connect more people and build more industries and your demand grows, obviously your technical losses go up. It is like you can't have your egg and your cake and eat it. Does that make sense to us? If you have, for example, you have a line, a radio line which is feeding some customers 10 megawatts, okay? Then that line, the load at the end increases to 100 megawatts, the same line. Of course, you're happy that you have got more customers. You are selling more power. But the losses here will go up. You saw formula I squared R, isn't it? So before we start running around complaining about losses, we need to find out what has caused it. Is it that the demand has grown, or the things are too old, need to be whatever, we need some additional whatever? That background information, I think, is actually very important when you come to discuss power system losses. So like this newspaper, whatever extract, Kenya Power System losses hit record high. It could have been that they have connected one big factory employing so many Kenyans. So it's not just like that the losses have gone up, but what has caused it? What has caused it? So I think that is important. Maybe something else that I would also point out, and I think Charles picked it as he was presenting at slide 18. We have been taught, even as we are doing our engineering, and by the way, it is actually good to have classmates because, you know, there are people struggling out there to prove whether they actually went to school. Yeah. And I'm happy to be here with Professor Irungu. Where is Irungu? Prof, yeah. Prof was my classmate in Moi University. He got a first class honors. Some of us got a little lower. Yeah. So, when we talk about reactive power, I think we have always said that for selling useless power. Sindio? Yes, so it is a useful, iko na kazi yake. Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that. Otherwise, I'm really excited about this subject. The other thing I wanted to make a comment about is about the table that was showing the different lines with different power factor values. It is important when you're looking at this table to be careful not to say that Julia Dandora, which was in red, is a bad line, and the ones in black are good. Because those numbers you saw of megawatts, I think it is megawatts and what? And megaverse. It is not the line you just put them there. It is the end user. Okay? It is the end user. It is the behavior of the load being served. That's what determines what flows through that line. So you can find a line with a lot of active power, but very low reactive power because of the characteristics of the end user. And its power factor will be very good. You'll get another line which is not very lucky. It goes to industrial area, where people with who like more froth than the other one live. Now, shida siyo ya hiyo line. It is the end user. So I just wanted to point out that is important. And maybe something else that maybe Charles might want to do a little more to explain. I was struggling to understand how a line, a transmission line, getting to a transmission a substation has a power factor of say 0.96, but the feeder going out from the same substation is at 0.91. Yeah, something like that. It might be something that is important to really find out because the load being served is actually the same. So it would be good to know whether, because I know the only new thing between those two fellows is the transformer. So it might be also good to find out what is causing this differential. Is it the transformer or that kind of a thing? It might be a good idea. Because just looking at it, somebody might say that since it is the high voltage lines which have got good power factor, let's forget about these small ones. And yet you have to live with those small ones. Yeah, so there must be a reason why those lower feeder lines have got lower power factor, and that could be another area of progressing this research work. It is imperative that what is coming out clearly from this paper is that there's a need basically to do load side management. But as I say, it is a good thing because the power system is one whole system, and every part builds into what the other one does. And if you look at the conclusions, and it is good that the paper has been done by a KPLC engineer. I think if it was KTRAC, we would have been in trouble with KPLC. But you know, we are professionals, so we just analyze the situation as it is. You see, the behavior of the end user determines the comfort of the transmission network service provider. And I think if you saw some of the conclusions is that it might be that, okay, before I read the conclusions, I was even thinking that does the transmission owner need to assist the end user? Because if you look at some of the benefits here is an increase in profit margin for the transmission network service provider. And of course, it goes all the way back even to the generator, isn't it? Because even then, they won't need to generate this reactive power. Then they would have more space to generate more active power for sale. So it is benefiting everyone along the value chain. A stable system, when you have got a good repute, that's positive. I have talked about more energy for sale, because if you have got less reactive power fighting for the same trailer, as it were, then you have got more space within the container to put more active power to take to the market, isn't it? And we are seeing that that is best done at the tail end, because if you do it from the source, of course, you risk transmission line congestion, transformer is having issues because you are pumping this thing through. Where you need a 23 MVA transformer, maybe you might need a 45 MVA TX. So it is at this tail end that kuna kazi. And then it might then sound like, just like the authors actually recommended, that there need to be some subsidies, some motivation. I know one of the reasons why, okay, let me not say I know, but I suspect one of the reasons why the bill from KPC charges KVA was to motivate the end users to do power factor correction, isn't it? So that if you do power factor correction, your KVA would be low, and then you would also pay less. But maybe it might be a good thing to look at this a little more from our big brother side on how best to deal with this. And last but not least, I want just to comment that looking at the losses as they were divided, we had a transmission at 4.5. And I think the lower voltages was 8. Was 8.8. Huh? Yeah, what I want to comment here is that as a sector, and I believe we still have Ministry of Energy here as the policy guide us, we can advise. You know, I have to really humble myself again. We can advise the ministry. Yeah. You know, we need to put money where it is most effective in terms of loss reduction. Our transmission, we are at 4.5, and I think, Charles, maybe next time you might help us to put the global values here of transmission, distribution, and even commercial. We want to see how those thieves out there compare with us. Maybe they are just slightly better. Maybe they are at 10.0. But it would be good. But what I'm saying is that we really need to deal with our distribution technical losses, because it is at 8.0. But I'm only saying this that it would only be valid if we have comparative numbers on what we are benchmarking with, whether they want to use, like the previous paper took some data from the US, just as a guide, not really to be like them, but as something that guides you, telling you where you are, just to motivate us to move up. And with those many remarks, allow me to stop there. Thank you very much. Charles.
Thank you, Henry, for oozing with that wisdom and knowledge from and experience that you've actually gained from the sector. That is an excellent paper. I think we'll now go to the next session, which is the plenary, where we will take questions. But I think I just want to ride on that last remark that Henry did make. And indeed also what Charles had said, that if you just improve the power factor, was it to 0.95, so 95%? You would actually save, the loading would actually reduce by 8%. And that can be very substantial. Because at times, I know from, I think the presentation, there may be, can you say almost conflict of interest? You are making money out of a situation. It's not very good, but, and possibly the way Andrew put it, I think he put it very accurately that, you know, in the system, there is definitely some need for reactive power, especially for the transformers and all these things that, or for the things that really require it. And at times the generator is asked to inject it to the grid. So that now what you are basically saying is that when you have end users who are assisting in contributing, then you've offloaded that burden from the generator. But I think all in all, the challenge or the need really to regulate it is very critical for the sector. And indeed, I think there are instances where when you ask the controller why they are turning on some thermos, one of the key reasons could actually be revolving around the subject matter of today. So I think with that, we can open the floor for questions. I don't know how many we should field. I know it's a Friday. Yeah, so raise your hand and then we'll give you a chance. I believe there are people to assist us to field the questions here.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks a lot, Henry, for, like Dr. Siror said, oozing that wisdom. I think I should stay more closer to you so that I can learn. I'm still grappling with all the terminologies from this afternoon session, but I think it was a very well-researched paper. I'm just wondering, and forgive me if I missed it, your sample, you talked about looking at 19% of the large power consumers. I don't know if that's correct. And I was just wondering, in your analysis, whether, first of all, from that sample of those, of that percentage, I don't know, it was in, I think, thousands of large power consumers, how does that spread across the country in terms of looking at the entire grid? And then is that representative enough to arrive at the conclusions that you did from the outcome of that research? And then secondly, speaking for Wanjiku, what is the implication of, you know, the losses that you've established to the common mwananchi in terms of the power bills that we pay? Thank you.
The next, I think let's take 3 questions and then before.
Thank you. My name is Paul Miner from Power Africa. Now, thank you for that great presentation. So, my question is based on the research adoption. Now, you have said that 57% of large power consumers will need to invest on power factor collection. So my question is, are there policies that guide on power factor collection in terms of policy implication? Because you also mentioned that this may involve rewarding of large power consumers, and probably maybe that one may require some guidelines on that. And also, should that issue on policy should form part of the recommendations moving forward? Thank you.
Next, the last one. Valentin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndungu. I think we all agree that in as much as reactive power is useful, we don't need to wheel it. It's easier to generate it at where it's demanded. That is why we encourage that power factor at the customer should be better. I know we have we see some figures, better figures in terms of loading, but how does this really translate in terms of losses? What is the percentage? What are the new figures of losses are we looking at if, for example, all customers were to adopt the new regulation? And what can we learn from the previous regulation of 90%? Seeing that at least 30% of the large customers were just fine with paying the fines. should more be done, right? And how will they? What are the difficulties in changing this this regulation? Because I do know that a lot of generators, a lot of customers have signed on with connection agreements, and if you are to tell them that these are the new regulations, there is going to be some pushback. So what are the hurdles we are likely to face when we are changing this regulation, and what are the likely responses to them? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will then turn to Dr. Charles and Engineer Odede to answer, but maybe let me just comment on the one for the policy on large power consumers on power factor. Of course, I can be supported by the team here. The challenge really is that there is no policy, but you are being charged according to, or penalized according to how much you are consuming. So that at the end of the day, and that's indeed what they alluded to, it's like KPLC will benefit in terms of that penalty. You are being charged on the basis of kVA instead of kilowatts. And you know that when the power factor is 1, both figures are the same. That is, the kilowatts and kVA will be the same. But of course, when the power factor deviates, then the kVA would be much higher than the actual kilowatts that you're actually consuming. So it all turns into the issue of you being billed or penalized for what ideally you may not even be using. But at the end of the day, now when you look at the global, maybe looking at it from a global grid perspective, the higher loading will force the dispatcher to dispatch even thermal sources which are very expensive, which could have been avoided if the power factor was closer to unity. If it was closer to unity, then what is being generated is all translating into use by the consumers. But when there is that disparity, then you'll generate so much, but only what ends up being used is less. So you then have to dispatch more to really deal with a demand that you could almost say does not really exist. But I can be supported by my colleagues on the rest of the questions. Maybe you can start with Charles, and then Odede if you need to add something.
Okay, thank you so much for those questions. I tried to answer them, and then maybe my colleague will also help me. Basically, we start by the sample we did, which is we did 19% of the total population of the large power consumers. When we look at this percentage, it's quite high. We know that even when you do the sampling, random sampling, even 1% can give you some idea, especially what is happening globally. So this 19% we found is sufficient to give us general overview of the performance of the large power consumers. And this enabled us to make that conclusion of how much we are likely to offload if we are able to increase the efficiency from 90 to maybe 95%. The other question is about the implication of these losses. Yes, we know when there's high losses, it means that we are buying power, but we are not selling all that power. So there's substantial losses. And this one now will go to the Wajiko to pay more to cater for that losses. And therefore, if these losses can be reduced mostly to the acceptable level, at the end of the day, we will have cost of the power becoming being less. And that is a positive effect to the end user. On the other questions asked by Maina, we're talking about the policy. We found that from the study we did, about 56% of the consumer, for them to, if they have to improve the PF to the proposed power factor, they have to invest in capacitor bank. They have to invest on that. Maybe I may have to mention here that I computed the per kVRH cost is about 20 Kenya shillings. So if a customer can able to reduce the withdrawal or consumption of the reactive power from the system, he ended up reducing, for example, surcharge by 20 shillings per unit of reactive power or reactive energy. So there's already existing policy in Energy Act that define the required power factor, and this is 0.9. This is what we are calling 90% system utilization efficiency. And this one now come to the question that has been asked here. What are the challenges that we may likely to come across if, for example, we request for this change? Meaning, I may see that probably most consumers may not have known that by improving the PF, there's a lot of gain, even both power utility and both on consumer, which is improved. We have seen from other countries, the power factor is higher than 0.9. In fact, I looked at US. There's a state that is, one state, the power factor requirement is 0.98, which is quite high, but they are doing very well in terms of losses. So you find there that correlation between low PF and also the losses in the system. So it's important that we try to find a way of making these changes, because it's not cast on the stone. It's something that can be changed for the betterment of the country and also generally in the power system. So probably, Odette Engineer, you can add something, especially on policy.
The policy guys are not here. Maybe if we had somebody from, let me see, Engineer Paul, but you'd want to assist with policy issues on guiding reactive power issues. You want to comment? Maybe if they can give you a mic. And as Engineer Mwangi waits for the mic, I just wanted to give a simple analogy about the benefit of dealing with losses for everyone. If you are doing business, maybe you're selling shoes, and you bought 100 pairs, and along the way you met some fellows and they took half of it. Of course, for you to get back your cash, you will sell the remaining 50 pairs at a higher cost that you would have sold it. So your goods now become more expensive than if you had everything that you bought and sold. So if Kenya Power buys 100 megawatts and they lose 50, it's not the same as if they bought 100 and they sold all of it. So if they don't lose anything, they're able to sell more and then make enough money that would motivate them not to increase the tariffs. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Paul, you wanted to, yeah, you can go ahead and comment.
I'm not sure what the question is.
I think it was more to do with the policy on power factor. It was actually asked by the gentleman from Power.
Okay, all right.
Though my thinking then was that there is really no policy. The only thing is the penalty you suffer when you use a lot of reactive power.
Yeah, true.
Is there a policy that says you can be disconnected if you... Okay.
Yeah, no, there is no policy except the surcharge. I think that is the only thing which is there for now. And I think the 0.9 power, remember when we could hardly be able to operate without generation around Iber Africa because of voltage support. But once we installed what we called the reactive power compensation phase 1 at Juja Road substation, Embakasi, Nairobi North, and Ruaraka, we are actually able to utilize the lines, especially from Seven Forks and from Morokaria, in a better way. And we are able to deliver more megawatts with the same lines by doing the active power compensation. Charles, I think you noted there is more flow of reactive power from Kaburu to Dadora and to Juja. And the reason is that our reactive compensation at Juja is really down. We had a bad strike that caused a lot of damage. And so we are actually working to reinstate that. So we need to do what we need to do, but we need to bring the customers on board to play their role. And the best thing will be to let them know from the beginning. Even when they are thinking of setting up their factories and so on, they should know that they also need to take care of compensation. And we need to go beyond that. Maybe it's your next area of research. Daktari, assisted by Henry, we need to look into the harmonics, because this is something else that we never ever talk about. But it affects the efficiency of the grid in the same way, actually, like the reactive power. And what I want to say, the customer doesn't just need to go and buy capacitor banks, but actually he can buy a mixture of filters and to be able to inject their own reactive power and the harmonics that they need to consume. So that is the situation. So very good paper by Daktari. So we should move forward now and actually make this a reality, be able to change the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Paul Mwangi. I don't know how many of you know him, but if we were to rank maybe the top electrical engineers in the entire power sector in terms of experience, maybe he may not reach number 3. He may just turn out to be number 1. Yeah, he deals with the area of protection mainly, and that is one of the toughest areas when you come to the domain of power systems, electrical, and he's here actually representing his managing director. Thank you so much, Engineer Paul. So we can take in then, no, I think, Odede, you wanted to? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a comment arising from what Paul has just said. You will realize that most of our cheap power is actually not generated from remote areas like hydro, geothermal. It has to be transported over a long distance. Now, the other option, which is close to the load centers, are the expensive diesel plants, which don't need a lot of space. So, like has been said, if the customers participate, then they stand to benefit from the cheap energy that is being sourced from far, than if they didn't, which then forces us, like Paul has said, to use the localized generation, which is more expensive. So it is a win-win for all the players. Thank you.
And thank you so much again, Engineer Paul. Actually, one of the things I had wanted to post to him at a later time was, as a researcher, what are some of the current trends? And what are some of the things that they really need to look at? I know at times at research level, there could be things which are at research at this time, but they may turn into reality in the next few years. But I think you've already mentioned some of them, the use of filters and all that, so that at the local level, you're able to inject and do whatever you need to do to just ensure that you actually meet the demand. I think that's a very brilliant area. That is an area you could actually look into. Yes, capacity banks have been with us for 4 ages now. Maybe you could be saying what are some of the trends. Though you are still recommending capacity banks, you could still be saying academic literature, or these are the current trends, or you foresee in the future this actually being the direction that things will go. So we can then take the next questions. You can lift your hand and then next pack of questions.
Jefferson Ireri from REREC. When we are talking about these large consumers, I think we cannot ignore the fact that most of them are using grid tie inverters or other solar systems to offset their bills. And with the net metering regulation around the corner, I'm very curious on the effect it would have on the power factor, where the inverters usually operate at unit power factor or 0.95. So what would be the effect to the total power factor, or rather the distribution power factor? Thank you.
Okay, next. We want to take 3 questions. Can we make those ones the last questions?
Thank you, Charles, for the presentation. My question is mostly on information on any newer technologies like fax devices and other power electronic equipment which are very good at cancelling harmonics and improving the power factor and power quality. Thank you.
You only didn't say your name.
I'm Irene from JCOT.
Yeah.
Irene Moisio.
Come again. I'm told your question was not captured well.
Okay. So my name is Irene Moisio from JCOT. The question was on newer technologies, most of them based on power electronics, like fax devices, which are very good at reducing transmission line losses, harmonics, and also improving power quality. Do we have some plans of incorporating some in future in the Kenyan network?
Okay. The next one. So we are done. Eh? Okay, I think that would be quite good. I'll just comment on the questions and then hand over also to Charles and Henry. The first one was the issue of net metering. Charles, maybe you may need to touch into that. I think that's also a very brilliant thing in terms of, there could be some things that we could even propose to some of these large taxpayers, consumers, not large consumers. Sorry, I worked in KRA for 13 years, so I normally talk about taxpayers. Forgive me for that. We used to have large taxpayers, so I think in this context, it's large consumers. So possibly there could be certain things that we can encourage them to do that can actually assist us in dealing with the issue of power factor. And if I heard Jefferson very well, which I know is true, that the grid ties, normally they operate at almost unity power factor. So if it is such that, you know, they connect them, of course it may not really address their demand. And again, it may go contrary to KPLC wanting to, you know, to sell more power. So strategically, maybe no from a KPLC perspective, but overall, that could actually be a very good idea. Irene did ask about some of the fast-acting devices, and of course, there are quite a number of plans. Right now in Ketraco, we have plans to install a STATCOM in Suswa and another one in Rabai. Those are actually currently. And those are some of the devices that will really address at the very big, at the macro, I mean at the network level. But I think what Ndungu, or rather what Daktari was mainly looking at is these guys who seem to be contributing so much in this domain, if you add local solutions to deal with their specific challenges, it can have a bigger impact on the rest of the network. But definitely, I think what you've really talked about, those are issues that we are pursuing. And at those levels, they will address, definitely. I think with that now, I can hand over to Charles first, and then Henry to answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Back to class, we used to start with the easiest question. Then we go to the hard one, so that it can give us the motivation. So allow me to start with the simplest, which most of it has been answered by Joseph. But just to add on to what he has said, apart from STATCOM, we still have the active filter, which now will take care of both the reactive power and the harmonics. So those are the new upcoming technology that can be stored by the large power consumers to manage the reactive power as well as harmonics, as Engineer Paulo has said. Maybe that's another area of the study. We need to look at the impact of the harmonic pollution in the power system. And by use of active filter, that can be able to cater for that. Both the reactive management and also harmonics that are generated by the nonlinear loads. Now, when it comes to grid tie consumers, yes, we have several large power consumers currently that have grid tie, where they have used they have tying their solar plant with the grid, and we have found a number of them are still struggling with achieving the required power factor, and this because the solar system they mainly generate the active power, and therefore there's need to look for source for a reactive power by use of the capacitors. So they need to install the capacitors so that they can able to get the statutory required PF. When it comes to net metering, yes, there has been that policy whereby we require to do net metering, but as per now, we are yet to realize that. But I believe in coming future, we likely to have net metering, whereby the power that will be generated by the solar will now be considered when it's exported to the system. But at this point of time, that is yet to be realized. But we know very soon. I just heard like that is mostly happening in US and maybe in European country, where they have introduced the net metering, and the customers are allowed to export energy, and they're able now to be used during the bidding to less what they have already exported. So maybe, engineer, you may add on something. Okay, maybe. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's applaud for them, please. I think you can now have our seats. I can now welcome back the MC, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, Charles, and thank you so much, Indiana Dede, for making this session very interactive and very productive. Welcome, MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for that team. Asanteni sana. I think today some of us will walk like this home because of the weight of all that information with those two papers. It's been a lot, but worth it. Absolutely worth it. Thank you so much. We're almost at the tail end. We are right now getting ready to have the closing remarks. This will be a brief session by Matilda Mwamuri, and I briefly to introduce Matilda. She's a senior land economist in Wayleave Acquisition Department at Ketraco. She has an MA in Housing Administration and a BA in Land Economics. And she's a member of the Institute of Surveyors of Kenya and a registered valuer and a registered estate agent. So before working at Ketraco, she has previously worked at the NSSF. One thing that Matilda really loves, and this is the part that I like introducing people, is that she loves dancing. Especially when we are dancing to workout music like Zumba, salsa. Maybe she should do something before she does.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're not all asleep. We had very heavy lunch. You can changamka kidogo. I'm very honored and delighted to deliver the concluding remarks for the KETRACO's 3rd Annual Research Conference. And we have heard a lot from, right from the GM of the GM Strategy, Research and Compliance. We were told the central role that R&D plays in our vision and mission, that we need to make the research and development. Our research needs to count. We were told also by the chairman of the board, when we are going to down whatever we are downing, we should not leave our folders and all that we have learned in this room. We need to carry it wherever we are. We need to work on it, and we need to implement it so that we are resource efficient, and in our operations, we are also efficient. The PS Energy said, said that in KETRACO, yes, we do have, we are in Kenya rather, we're at a good place with respect to renewable energy, but we still have what in Kiswahili is called changamoto with the tariff. Where does Wanjiko benefit? If KETRACO is a fully government-funded entity, we are supposed to work towards making energy affordable for Wanjiko. So in R&D, we are supposed to respond to these issues. R&D is supposed to be demand-driven. We are supposed to be driving towards making efficient operations, making our operations effective. So what do we do with the good research? We need to let it be used to transform KETRACO as it prepares to become the transmission system operator. We moved on and were given a background on R&D by Mr. Godfrey Karaoke, and we were told that this is our 3rd research conference. We had the first one in 2019. The second one, we skipped 2020. Of course, you knew why we skipped it. In fact, that year was just a virus year, we were told. And we all experienced the virus anyway. So our second conference was in 2021. Now, our 3rd conference is in 2022. So for research to be meaningful, it needs to be relevant. And being relevant, it means it needs to respond to cost minimization and enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of whatever we do. Now we move on to the very technical papers. If you are like me, all those pi r squareds and whatnot must have passed like this and like that. But the beer and the foam brought it home. And for those of us who joined KETRACO in 2010, the pioneer group, you remember we did induction training at Utalii, and we went through a process of being trained in transmission planning. We were told, now you have joined the Chaco Sellers Club, you must learn the language for Chaco Sellers. N-1, we were introduced to N-1 and all those matters. So we come to the first paper which was presented, which is Co-Optimized Generation and Transmission Expansion Planning in Kenya, a drive towards realization of affordable quality electricity supply. That is a paper presented by Engineer Julius Kilonzi, and his co-authors were Peter Musau Moses and Professor Engineer Jackson Mwangi Mbuthia. They were asking why power system expansion planning needs to be done from an integrated approach. Because when you do generation expansion planning separately and transmission expansion planning separately, you don't arrive at where you optimize whatever objectives you set out to get. They gave the history of transmission system planning in Kenya. They gave names of softwares that are used in generation planning and softwares that are used in transmission expansion planning and distribution expansion planning, which is done in-house by KPLC. They gave disadvantages of separate expansion planning, that is generation separately, transmission separately, and the in-house process by KPLC separately. So their justification for this study was that the co-optimized generation and transmission expansion planning will be cost effective, both for the utilities, and it will also promote renewable energy implementation plans. There were discussions on DC power flow limitations. I hope they didn't lose you at that point. I had to keep awake because I have to do this. So I heard all about DC power flows and all that. And we were told that generation expansion planning and transmission expansion planning co-optimizations, the savings range from 10 to 30% of the total generation and transmission cost, investment in generation and transmission costs. Their recommendation was to adopt co-optimization and implement it in phases. We moved on to the next stage where Valentine was the discussant on this, and his major thrust was there has to be collaborative work in terms of research between industry and academia. So we had the plenary session that followed on that. There was the issue of the validity of the comparable situation in the eastern seaboard of the US. The discussions on the drivers of system planning. There was an issue of, in our design and planning, do we allow for spinning reserves? Are they provided for? There was the issue of system stability and system security. There was also the issue of somehow by nature, geothermal energy is in the Rift Valley, hydros are in the eastern. What about renewables? Where are we going to be locating them? Because if it is solar, we have a choice of where to locate it, because I think the sun shines on all of us in Kenya. We are not in extreme north or extreme south, where they have seasons of summer and seasons of winter and all that. So there was that issue. There was also a question about how come we don't have homegrown modeling software? When, how, what will it require? What is the investment? All those. And we were told that engineers, economists, software developers, and policy decision makers need to come in and collaborate. Beyond policy decision makers, we need to have somebody who will come with the money bags. Mr. Moneybag or investor or financier is needed to make sure that our research, which will probably take something like 8 to 10 years, according to Valentine's estimations, and I believe the rest of you agree with him that it is not a one-day event, it is a process that takes a long period of time. Yes. There was also the issue of reinforcement projects, the reinforcement system of the system. Projects that are there to ensure that we meet the N-1 criterion. These were cited as possible areas of research in terms of system stability and in relation to intermittent renewables. The issue of wind power, I think Lake Turkana and Kipeto's input into the system really interfere with the system stability and all that. There was also the issue of solar panels when people put them on or use them, and then at night there is no solar or the energy is not stored. What happens when they come back to the grid? Again, our theme today was enhancing efficiency, effectiveness in development and operation of electricity transmission infrastructure in Kenya. I hope that is still with you, right? So we come to the second paper, which we've just listened to here. I'm trying to not get you to go back to sleep. That is why I'm refraining from the R squared and all that. Engineer Charles Ndungu gave a presentation on the improvement of transmission energy efficiency. That is where we heard about power factor, and we have been told the power factor is the beer with the foam, and the issue of the, what was it called? Reactive power is the foam, and the other power, what we need to use in our houses or wherever, is the one that is the beer. Always remember that, in case you are called upon to tell people what is reactive power and what is active power. How do we reduce reactive power in order to bring down technical losses to acceptable levels? Because we were told technical losses in Kenya are quite high in comparison to region figures in Africa and elsewhere. Also, we saw that nobody talked about the commercial losses. Commercial losses is what they call when you steal electricity. When you have illegal connection is what the KPLC politely calls commercial losses. Why do we need to improve the power factor of large power consumers? It helps in the efficiency of the system. Okay, that was that. Reactive power is necessary. We were told, even Engineer Odede repeated that reactive power is bad, but not very bad. Right, Engineer? It's bad, but it's not very bad. Somehow you still need it for your system to operate properly. Correct? Thank you. We were told reactive power is, one of the disadvantages of reactive power is overheating in conductors. So if you offload a certain amount of MVAR, that was 24.5, and of large power consumers, by having them operate at 95% efficiency, that is having a power factor of 0.95, then you will have that offloading of 24.5% MVAR. Correct? Did I get that right? Can somebody clarify? That is why I said here I needed an engineer to keep checking what I wrote. But anyway, they will recap that for you. Okay, findings. Large power consumers need to invest in power factor capacitor banks. That will help them to reduce electricity bills because they will not have to pay the surcharge. And also for the power utilities, they benefit from having a robust and stable system. In his conclusion, Engineer Charles said that 57% of these large power consumers have a poor PF, power factor, and need to invest in power factor banks. And finally, when we came to plenary, Engineer Odede asked, why do we have system losses? You can have system losses because of different reasons, old transmission infrastructure, and all that. So you need to investigate more to know why you have increased system losses. You cannot just attribute it to one generic reason. In the plenary, we have been asked that the sample was 19% of the large power consumers. How representative was this sample? And I think that answer was given. We were also asked, there was also a question about what are the implications of system losses on the ordinary mwananchi in terms of how do they affect the tariff that mwananchi is charged. Also that what does the law say or policy say about the power factor? That was also answered. We are just recapping what was said. And we also noted that some of the large power, at least 30% of the large power consumers did not have a problem paying the fine. So really, either they have not been sensitized enough to know why they need to sort out or have power factor banks, or why they need to always make sure that those power factor banks are in good working condition, because that could be one of the reasons that they have a poor power factor. Thank you. Beyond that, I hope that you guys have enjoyed the networking of the conference, because sometimes having an online conference, you don't get the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with people. This is probably one of the better things after COVID, that we have learned to appreciate face-to-face conferences. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Matilda. Thank you for summarizing it so well and speaking in English. That was really good. Huh? So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the vote of thanks by yours, Godfrey Karaoke. I had done an introduction before. So Godfrey Karaoke, I know you're a fast speaker. You will go through this part pretty fast. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Godfrey.
Thank you very much. Are you tired? Are you ready to go? Yeah, because I can see David is giving me. Okay, for me, first of all, I'm really happy passing this vote of thanks for what we have really achieved today. I first of all want to thank the Almighty God for giving us this opportunity. We only planned for the day, but the day has really progressed very well. Secondly, I think I wish to recognize and appreciate our guest of honor, the PS Energy, who was here in the morning. I think his participation was very key, and he gave us very good remarks, which we are going to carry forward. So if there is anybody from the ministry, you can pass our appreciation. Secondly, our board of directors, led by the chairman, who also took time even to listen to some of the presentations, that was really encouraging, because these are the policy makers. And when we are talking of solutions, these are the people we will be going to. And when they plan and sit in such a forum, thank you very much. I think KETRACO management, led by the acting MD, who have just left, I think he has stepped out for another assignment. That is also very good to see you sit with us. And also the support that you have given us, even during the preparation for this conference, we really say thank you. I think Dr. Kimando also, the guidance as the GM for the process, we really appreciate it. And we have seen a lot of support. I think I also want to appreciate the researchers, the presenters of the papers, because whatever was going on in this conference, it is their input. Otherwise, thank you very much, Julius Kironsi and the team. I know some of your other members could not make it. We were really eager to meet them and also be part of the discussion, so pass our appreciation to them. Charles Dongo, I think you have crossed it very well. The paper is very good and very thought-provoking. You can see the kind of discussion it has brought about. And I think even that example of the beer, that one has really come home. Because even me, when we were inducted, I think that is one of the examples which we were very quick to get. And we never forgot, even up to now. I can even draw here if I had time. So thank you very much for the input. I think the papers are very informative, well researched, and we can see the quality of the papers is very good. From the time we started interacting with you, all the way from March. Thank you very much for that interaction. So we are looking forward for you to making more improvements. I can see from the comments that we have gotten here. They are very good input, so you need to go and look into that so that we continue improving the papers until they are good for publication. So we are going to liaise with the discussants, Valentine, the comments they made, and also Engineer Odede. Thank you very much for the comments, because it also gave the others another thinking perspective. You know, when you are writing a paper, those of you who may not be in research, you might think you have read books, you have done literature review, and you have done your best. But when you present to other people, you think, could be the other areas. And I think that discussion, that's why we thought it is good, you bring another perspective. So thank you very much for your discussion. And also the moderators, our moderators, Dr. Engineer John Matifo, Dr. Engineer Joseph Silol. I think you also played a very good role to make the moderations very successful. I want to go very quickly, and from there, there is a team that has played a very key role in organizing this conference, and I want to tell them to go near the door. The Ketraco team in red. The Ketraco team in red. The Ketraco team in red. I think this is the team, even David Dwiga, you can also be there. I want us to give them a round of applause because this is the team that has really made everything has moved on well since the time we came. And some of them were even here last night. They were telling me they left here even at 9 in the evening. So they left everything okay, and even today. And I know even now they are not done with you. Maybe as you leave, you'll see they have something for you. You'll check at the door. So thank you very much, team, and let's work together. Ketraco members, the others who are here, I think we are also appreciating your presence and your participation. And when we go back to the office, we are going to carry on this debate. Our MC, I can't forget you. I think most people keep forgetting MCs. So David, you have done a wonderful job. Thank you. Since morning, you have not rested. And I know you have done it very well. So thank you very much. The other thing is I want to appreciate any other collaborators or the researchers, anybody else in the room. I might not mention by name because where I come from, we normally say, when you prepare a banquet and nobody comes, you feel very dissatisfied, isn't it? But we invited you, you honored our invitation. So thank you very much for answering our invitation. And we have recorded you as the collaborators we are looking for, the stakeholders we are looking for. Because today we have been discussing research in transmission, and we are going to rely on you in terms of feedback. So if there is anything that you wanted to say, you may not have gotten an opportunity to say, that email address I was giving in the morning, it is very simple, research@ketraco.co.ke. You have any comment, feel free to pass any comment to me, to us. We'll be able to work on it, and we'll be able to get in touch with you. So, and finally, there is the people who hosted us here, I think in the morning, this hotel, the management of the hotel, they have been very kind. The hospitality is also very good. Nobody has complained with the food, and even the environment here. I think people have really enjoyed. So we pass our thanks to the hotel. And I think now it is my pleasure to say that all of you, let's give us a round of applause to all of us for participating. So thank you very much. For me, I'm very happy because the conference has succeeded, and we are going to put much, much more effort. If there's an area you think we can improve, let us know, because we are going, I said in the morning, this is a journey. We are going step by step and no looking back. So if there's an area that we need to improve, please let us know. Don't feel shy. Anything that you want us to discuss, the discussion is open. Thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, thank you again, Godfrey. We are now going to have our closing prayers, and I would invite Mildred to kindly come over to have the closing prayers. But I want to make the final announcements as we have the closing prayers so that the moment we say amen, we will immediately head out. So the first announcement is that immediately after this, there is tea. Tea is still available. Please have some tea. Let's continue to interact. Let's continue to engage. For the management of Ketraco, there is a 5-minute debriefing at the waiting area. Kindly, it will only take 5 minutes. Modoni will show us where that is for just 5 minutes again after the closing prayers. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure to be your MC for the morning and the afternoon. You have really been engaged. And from here, whether you're going home or whether you're going to a watering hole to take some frothy stuff, please continue with the Ketraco message on transmission, on improving efficiency and effectiveness. And together, we are going to be one family. Asanteni sana. Over to you, Mildred.
Thank you, MC. Today I came just to listen, and I have learnt a lot. And in the process, I got a role, and here I am. So I'll ask us to stand up and maybe bow for a word of prayer. So, Lord Almighty, we are here before you. Thank you so much for the day. When we started the day, Lord, we came to you and we asked that you be with us today. As we close the day, Lord, we want to pray. We want to pray because we've learned a lot. We want to pray, Lord, because we've planned and we've seen that there is a lot that we still have to do, Lord. Thank you for the nice papers that we've listened to. Thank you because we can see at the end of it all that we will do so much to make energy a better place. I want to ask, Lord, that you may give us journey mercies even as we go to our various places, Lord. And we want to ask, Lord, that from today onwards, we move on with our planning and that you may help us. Thank you for the team that has made this happen, oh Lord. And thank you so much all for all those people who made it to this place. I pray, believing in Jesus' name, we pray and believe.
Asanteni sana, we are dismissed. Please remember to carry a gift hamper with you. And if you've taken a gift hamper, let's not take a second one. Gift hamper as you walk out. Karibuni chai.
Alternative electricity.
A couple of years ago, the country undertook a massive study of the future grid, especially the 400 kV grid that will run across the Republic of Kenya. And as the future blueprint was drawn, Isenya was identified as a critical location that would facilitate power transfer to major load centers locally coupled with international interconnections. KETRACO consequently invested in a 150-acre piece of land christened the Isenya complex that is situated 60 kilometers from Kenya's capital city Nairobi and 97 kilometers from the Kenya-Tanzania border of Namanga. It comprises 3 different substations positioned in close proximity to each other, but operating under different voltages, namely the 400 kV substation constructed by China Aerospace Company, the 220 kV substation erected by the Conco Group, and the 132 kV substation that was built by Sharma Power at a total cost of 7 billion. The key financiers of this project are World Bank, Exim Bank of China, Exim Bank of India and the European Investment Bank. Thus, Isenya substation is a very critical node.
Given that it acts like a connector for several sources of power, because we have geothermal coming to Isenya, we have wind coming to Isenya, we have solar coming into Isenya. So that is also a very key substation to our country, because whenever we lose one source of power, the other one is on standby and the country will not experience the blackouts which we've been experiencing.
Isenya comprises of different lines, incoming and outgoing lines. It comprises of the 400 kV lines, 220 kV lines and 132 kV lines, which are interconnected between the 3 levels of the voltages. So from the 400 kV substation, we have 2 main incoming lines, that is the Suswa 1 and Suswa 2, evacuating power from Suswa substation to Nairobi through Isenya.
Therefore making Isenya substation a part of greater 400 kV metropolitan ring around Nairobi.
The Nairobi Ring project entailed the construction of the Isenya-Suswa transmission line, which was 4 kilometers long, and it was a 400 kV transmission line, AC transmission line. Then it had 4 substations. That's Isenya substation, the 220 kV substation. Then we have the Athi River 220/66 kV substation. Then we have the Kimuka, which is in Ngong area, which is also a 220/66 kV substation. Then finally we have the Mala substation, which is similarly 220/66 kV. So the benefit of the Nairobi Ring was that it provides a ring which provides an alternative supply, electricity supply path to Nairobi and its environs. The benefit of having a ring is that it provides alternative electricity supply paths to a consumer. So in this case, the consumer would be Nairobi and its environs. So previously, before the Nairobi ring, Nairobi would be supplied through Olkaria, Nairobi North, and then into Dandora, Embakasi, and then we have the Embakasi and the city center substation. But now with the ring, and the ring works together with the Mombasa-Nairobi line, there is a connection from Suswa substation to Isenya, then Isenya to Athi River substation, then Athi River to Embakasi. Then from Embakasi we have a connection to Mala and to Dandora, then Nairobi North, and then back all the way to Suswa. So with this ring, electricity can be supplied from either direction at any given time, hence improving reliability, stability of the power, which I believe Nairobians probably have noticed in the couple of years.
The Isenya complex has a number of outgoing lines operated at 400 kilovolts.
It will have some various outgoing lines, that is Arusha 1 and Arusha 2, which is an interconnector.
The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector starts from Singida in Tanzania, goes to Arusha, then the Namanga border, and finally Isenya substation here in Kenya. And collectively it's about over 500 kilometers long. It's an AC line, also with the capability of transferring up to 2,000 megawatts. The Kenya-Tanzania interconnector is part of the Zambia-Tanzania Kenya interconnector, which plays a big role in power trade amongst the Southern African power pool and the Eastern African power pool. So from that you can see that Ethiopia is one of the Eastern African power pool countries, and through that connection, Ethiopia, Kenya, and then we have the Kenya-Tanzania to Zambia interconnection, it can trade with anyone along the route.
The Isenya substation also has a 400 kV line connecting Isenya to the Konza metropolis. This line is quite critical, because in the least cost power development plan, Konza is poised to be the next city. It therefore requires a dedicated transmission line that will facilitate stable, reliable power that Konza metropolis needs.
We also have our main load center in the coast, that is Mariakani substation. 2 lines are outgoing from Isenya substation, that is Mariakani 1 and Mariakani 2.
This project forms part of the widely recognized Mombasa-Nairobi transmission line, which will electrify the standard gauge railway, making it faster and more efficient. Electrification of the SGR will further result in a drop of travel and cargo transportation costs for Kenyans, and boost Kenya and East Africa's competitiveness as an investment hub. In the 220 kV substation, we have 2 incoming lines that can also serve as outgoing depending on the load centers.
In the 220 kV substation, we have 2 incomers or outgoing and serve depending on the load centers. We have